She's right, mate. I'll get him.
There you go.
Yeah, no worries. Had to fall down, didn't I?
Yeah, that's it.
Nah, terrible, isn't it?
I was just saying to me, mate, I said, look, if I had $1 for everyone I...
Welcome everybody to day 2 here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the final day of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAMChamps for 2024. It's been a great year of action, so many categories, so much to talk about, and I'm sure we will end with a flourish here today. We've got the combined sedans, a couple of combined sedan races, a couple of Touring Car Masters races, as well as a couple of Australian prototype races. And we end with the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown later on this afternoon. But before that, we have plenty of action. I'm Dan McCarthy, and alongside me is Martin Ancaro. Mark, it's been a big year, but we should end with a big finish.
It certainly is. We get to the last round of the SAMChamps. And of course, we're coming up, as we mentioned there, combined sedans coming up. Conditions are vastly different weather-wise here this morning. A little bit cooler. We had a little bit of rain here overnight, so a bit of cold track temperatures certainly to start things off this morning as well. Enduro is the key word of the weekend here. We, of course, had our XL Enduro here yesterday, which gave us plenty of action, but now, of course, as you mentioned there, Dan, the inaugural 777 Endurance event that'll come up later on this afternoon for a variety of different cars involved in that particular group. And we're about to kick off our program here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, just outside of Taylor Bend here in SA, for all those people that are listening in via YouTube and, of course, Blendline TV. We are bringing you all the footage here over the weekend. And so we're ready to start off with our combined sedans. They're not quite out onto the track yesterday. Saw lots of things yesterday. Combined sedans, of course, we saw yesterday. They also started off the program. Very interesting race of the prototypes here yesterday for the Australian Prototype Series. As we just mentioned, Touring Car Masters are an addition to the program here. They were a late addition here a few weeks back, after they unfortunately didn't get a berth at the Adelaide 500 this year.
But a very welcome addition, we must say. Great to have them here this weekend as part of the SAMChamps, and also as part on Blendline TV as well. It's been a great addition. A much-loved category, you know, you see the likes of Carrera Cup and many other categories, but Touring Car Masters, wherever they are, get people to the fence line.
They certainly do. It's hard to believe here we are at round 8 of the SAMChamps. Geez, it's been a massive season. And I've been here at every one of them to cover all bases, and it certainly has been a new incentive, a new initiative for the South Australian Motor Racing Championship here. We did change the configuration of it all. We went for obviously the promoter has changed, and the Ben here and so now the promoter of this series. We've gone from the old 4-round series to the 8-round series here this year, and I think we were talking about it at dinner last night actually about the success of it and how it is evolved into, and it's been more inviting and got more people on the racetrack as far as entries are concerned. Of course, we've finished all of our other, basically our SA titles, and the only one to finish up here is the one coming up in a moment, because actually it's the final round of the South Australian Sports Sedan Championship, which has been slightly cut short as far as that series has been concerned. and they'll be combined with improved production. Of course, they've finished their state series here, which was back here in September. So there's the improved production runners in this particular field are not actually running for any points, but the sports sedans are. So a little bit of a differential there for our sports sedans.
It's a tale of two, wasn't it, yesterday between Michael Barch and Matthew Longhurst. They were quite far ahead of the rest of the field. The 86 driver of Barch and Longhurst in the Integra, they exchanged places on several occasions, but in the end, the winning margin was 7 seconds, but that doesn't really outline how close it was. I expect a good close battle again here first thing this morning. Both of their races are taking place this morning with the main 4-hour feature, the 777 Endurance Crown, commencing at 12:30 local time and running through to 4:30 in the afternoon. So that'll take up the bulk of the day later on this afternoon. But before then, we've got short, sharp, action-packed sprint races, mainly on the GT circuit, the long 7.77 kilometre circuit for both the combined sedans and then the prototype series, the Australian and the South Australian prototype series combined into one category. Touring Car Masters are using what we know as the regular circuit, the 4.95 kilometre international circuit that we see used regularly by the Supercars Championship, which of course will be returning to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park next year with an endurance race, 500 kilometres in length, taking place for the Bathurst 1000, the precursor to the Bathurst 1000 next year. Very much looking forward to seeing Supercars endurance racing here.
Interesting calendar is, of course, we're having a different points accumulation system of that with the finals in that series. Of course, the Supercars endurance event basically takes over the Sandown event on the same weekend. So we'll have that series back here next year. And we can see cars starting to make their way out on the track, or the course cars are. That means we aren't too far away as you're looking at our main screen. Good morning to those who have just logged in and having a look at us on screen. All those early birds, a slightly earlier start here this morning. Certainly have got a fairly big program to get through.
Certainly do. Very much looking forward to what is to come today. Yesterday, well, let's start with Friday. Baking hot conditions, 39 degrees here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Everybody was seeking shade. Everybody jumping out of their cars on practice day were bathed in sweat. It really was quite a disgusting day, really, in the heat. Yesterday was a bit more pleasant, around about 27 degrees, I think it was yesterday. We were expecting a lot of rain. There was a bit of a sprinkling during the Touring Car Masters race, and it certainly spiced things up early on. But then the weather dissipated and only returned for the 777 qualifying session, where basically it became a one-lap shootout. Everybody set their fastest lap on the first lap, and then nobody could improve even a sector from there because the rain came hammering down onto the circuit, and it's created a reasonably interesting grid as well. A couple of cars higher than what you may expect, but we'll get on to all of that later on. There is a warm-up session for the 777 as well before their main race this afternoon. Their warm-up is at 10 o'clock local time here in South Australia, as we see the green flag at pit lane exit, so that means the cars are about to enter the circuit, so that is good news. But go back to my previous point, effectively that's the way it is going to run here today, but we can see weather conditions today it's certainly a bit nippier, but this is more what drivers would prefer. It's around 24 degrees, pretty overcast here today, but rain sort of 50%, 40%, 50% chance. We'll see. Yesterday, it was sort of a parting of the ways. It looked like we were going to get so much water, and it went either side of us.
It certainly did. Had a few DNFs in this field yesterday. We score, just waiting for those cars to make their way out. They should be well and truly on their way. You can see the green flags there. And can see the board being shown there, so that means cars are being shown the way out onto the track. Here, a couple of non-finishes yesterday. Scott Clements was an interesting one in the Mark 1 Escort, the ex-Monterosso Escort, which we alluded on yesterday. They had a battery failure in that car yesterday, and that's why the car, well, it did finish the race, but on the outlap there just didn't quite make it back home. So that has been rectified, and so that has been fixed as well. A few that didn't start yesterday. Dave McKigan did a head gasket in the qualifying session yesterday. He's out for the rest of the weekend. Neil Turner was another one we alluded on yesterday in the Mini. He's actually lunged a motor in that car, so that's been confirmed. So he will not be seeing any more action here this weekend as well. The cars making their way out. Michael Rowdy Barsh lead them out in the 6-litre Toyota 86, if you don't mind. The car which made his debut at Mallar Motorsport Park at round 1 of the series and was a dominant affair too by that driver who's stepped back into a new category for this season and coming back into sports stands, long-time competitor in the V8 series. That series didn't participate, and it's been a long-time build for Michael to get this car. It's been practically an 18-month build to get that car from nothing. And as I mentioned, made its debut as in top of the points in the South Australian Sports and Air Championship. Remember, they are fighting for points here. Him and Matty Longhurst are the top 2 in the point score actually going into this final round, and they were the 2 dominant cars yesterday, as we saw with that car, with the Integra there of Longhurst in 2nd position.
Here is the schedule for the day. So starting off with a couple of races on the full 7.7k circuit, the GT circuit, combined sedans and the Australian Prototype Series. The crowd favourite Touring Car Masters on at 9:30 before the warm-up for the 777. And then we have all the categories once again, combined sedans, Australian Prototypes, Touring Car Masters, and as we say, we end with the 240-minute marathon, the 777 Endurance Crown. Very much looking forward to that one. But for now, we are turning our attention to the combined sedans. Finishing order of yesterday's race determines the starting order of today's race, and that means, as we say, Michael Bartsch will be starting from pole position in his Toyota 86. Alongside him will be Matthew Longhurst in his Honda Integra. We continue the Japanese theme as we move on to the second row of the grid. Matthew Wildy in his Mazda RX-7 was 3rd yesterday, and he'll start alongside Ben Madden in his Toyota Supra. Jason Palmer, who has driven in the Touring Car Masters on several occasions in his lovely, his immaculately presented BMW E30. He'll be starting out of 5th position alongside Andrew Cook, the Victorian in his AU Falcon. Beyond that, we have Scott Clements in his Mark 1 Escort, Stephen Campbell in his BMW E36. It's another E36 in position number 9, Ramsey Rabar, and then Stephen Engelhardt. Beyond that, we got Matthew Butters in the Pulsar, Gavin Gold in a Mini Cooper. Then we've got Craig Linsell, Robert Kilmartin, Joel Stafford, Alexander Lee, Tyson Jones, Stephen Turner, James Myhill, and Matthew Gold. Quite a few
and at the back of the pack there, I just spotted a little red Corolla, which would be Dave McKigan. There it is. It's coming over the crest there, so good to see that car back. So they've been busy overnight. So good to see the under 2-litre sports sedan back after having issues with the head gasket yesterday. So here we rejoin the field. There's our 2 dominant pair from yesterday on screen there of Michael Rowdy Bartsch and Matty Longhurst there. 2 very cool pieces of machinery. Very highly strung cars, 6-litre Toyota. So the Michael Bartsch 6-litre Toyota 86 body shell. And the Integra body shell car there of Matt Longhurst behind them. You can see they're on the big GT circuit. That's the control tower actually they're going past there, which is on the Eastern circuit. And now they'll come back in and rejoin the rest of the circuit about mid-track distance here as they come back in and look back towards us.
So timing, the 25-minute race commenced time-wise as soon as they rolled out of pit lane. So already 5 minutes has elapsed. Yesterday they got 5 laps in the book on the lengthy circuit. It doesn't sound like many laps, but when it's well over double what a large majority of circuits are in this country, you got to think they certainly got some distance in within that time. A couple of spots of rain, I think, on the lens there, but nothing certainly to wet the track out there early on this morning. But they've resumed and got back on what we know as the regular circuit, the international circuit. So that means we are just a few corners away. Safety car lights are out. He has pulled away from the field. So everybody will get into a 2x2 formation. It's going to be a rolling start to commence proceedings here on this Sunday morning. Looking forward to this one greatly. It's going to be a great battle between Barch and Longhurst once again, I imagine. Both of these cars have strengths and weaknesses in different areas of the circuit, whether it be on straights or in corners. So we'll enjoy how they duel out there on the circuit. But the Minis, the MGs, the Magnas and the Escorts towards the back of the field are now joining the queue, and we are set to go as they come in to the penultimate corner. Barch is in the silver machine, and the black Honda Integra is Longhurst. So we are set to go.
Third yesterday, of course, Matt Wildy in the RE7 just behind Michael Barch there. And the other car behind him there in the Supra there, Benny Madden behind them as well. They're the top 4. Rolling thunder it is. It is a rolling start. And let's get the curtain raiser going for a Sunday morning and listen to that. What an amazing sound. Lots of different sounds of the combined field of sedans here as they make their way down towards turn 1 down the big long main straight here at the bend. And at the first bend, it's going to be Michael Barch on the inside to get up into the front.
Well,
really favoured down the main straight too. A lot more horsepower in the straight line. Matty Butters there alongside of Gavin Gold there. Trailers entry. Matty Butters there, a Victorian competitor here this weekend. And the Pulsar in the field. He's been here before, so he should know all about it.
Into the hairpin they go for the first time. You could hear them going down through the gearbox, but look already, the top 2 have broken away. Up into 4th position is Palmer. That's a good start, moving ahead of Madden in the opening sequence of corners as they head over the the 2 right-handers and then down into the hairpin. So this is the extended section. If you didn't tune in yesterday, they turn left at this hairpin, back up the hill on the longer circuit. 35 corners in total around this particular layout, so they'll swing it back around the sweeping turn number 11 and then down the hill, and it is just corner after corner after corner on this section of the course. You can see they swing it round to the right, and then it's left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right on this section of the course as we see Campbell honing in on the back of Madden. That's the fight for 5th position. Great sequence here, showing you the elevation of the road as well. So it's not just left and right, but the track's falling away from you as well. You can see the elevation a lot lower later on through this sequence than what it is at the start. So certainly a tricky section of road, and we saw it catch out a lot of people yesterday.
I saw Steve Engelhard in the shot there in the VB Commodore. He's got the beehive full of minis behind him there. He's holding them all up. Good start from Jason Palmer, as you mentioned there. I just wonder if Ben Madden's just lacking a little bit of power at the moment, because he's also got the car of Steve Campbell in the BMW E36 just behind him. So he was hunting him down there a little bit, and that gap has sort of moderated a little bit now. These drivers get themselves in a bit of a rhythm. It's quite, oh, hello, we've got a car around. That's Longhurst.
It is.
That's Longhurst. It's spun around. He was in 2nd position. So he's made an error there over the back of the circuit. And this will now leave Michael Barch well and truly all out by himself. So Ben Madden picked up a little bit. Oh, there and that's Marty Lofthouse there. That's another black Mark 1 Escort there back in the field.
looked like he went off at turn 27, cut through 28 and rejoins at 29, but back towards the front of the field. We said Palmer was up to position number 4. He overtook Madden. Well, all of a sudden Madden is right back on his tail. Look at the flames at the back of the Supra. That is cool. Down into the penultimate corner. Great overtaking opportunity. We'll see a lot of overtakes here throughout the day, but Madden nowhere near close enough to make that one on this particular occasion. But cool to see the flames out the back as it went down through the gearbox. Who's got the straight line advantage of these cars? Well, we're about to find out as they exit and come onto the 1 kilometre long pit straight. Dragging down there. Looks like Butters has made a good start as well in the Pulsar in the background. He's made up several places, up 4 positions on the opening lap. But Turner behind in the Mini has made up 9 places on the opening lap of the race. That is a mightily impressive start from the man who retired from the opening race yesterday. Already finds himself inside the top 10.
Good job. The under 2 litre sports down there. Matty Butters on shot there. Steve Engelhardt chased down. That's the Rob Cool. Oh, that's Kim Mile. That's Rob Cool Martin there. The two drivers fighting out for the Consley Cup there. Consley Park is where we used to. Oh, but that's a sad sight. That Scott Clements failed to, well, he did finish yesterday, but failed to get on the outlap yesterday. Battery issues with that car yesterday.
I was going to say, at least he made it to the finish yesterday before breaking down. Unfortunately, he's done it on lap 1 of the race.
The interest here is actually where he's parked, Dan. See whether I'm not too sure where he's at. That's turn 6 at the moment. Dave McKigan has picked up one of the minis there. And that's, of course, Alex Lee, local South Australian driver there. So turn 17 confirmed there for Scott Clements.
Which is 34 on our extended circuit.
It is.
As McKinnon takes the turn, the long radius left-hander before the long radius right-hander. And again, we could just see the elevation, how high they go back up the hill before making the tumble back down once again. I see that Cook did not make the start of this race. Car number 66 finished inside the top 10 yesterday quite comfortably in that AU Falcon, the supercar, but not out there in this one, which is a shame. There's a few non-starters in this race. Clements, unfortunately, an early DNF.
I think Craig Lindsell's missing too. The 33 Mini, I haven't seen that in circulation either. They've been up and amongst them. The Stafford car's also not out there. That's the Commodore. I don't think I've seen that one out there either. So a couple that didn't make the start there this morning for various reasons. Typical sports sedans. There's always something going wrong somewhere along the line during the meeting. Commodore there, Steve Engelhardt. There's the battle between, that's Rob Kilmartin in the 48 Magna there, and the 53 car, which there is Gavin Gold. That's a very highly modified Mini, that one there. That's pretty much full sports sedan spec Mini there, and the gold trailers entry, so very fast, competitive little race car. So he'll tag it behind Rob Kilmartin for a few laps and try and pick off a passing opportunity down through the back of the circuit. In fact, he's real close there under brakes. Down through that section. Rob Kilmartin actually running in an improved reduction car. And obviously Gavin Gold in a sports sedan. Here we go. This is now the car of Jason Palmer. We can see the BMW E30. And Benny Madden, we're actually fighting it out for position. Actually, he's now becomes 3rd and 4th position on track. Madden, a new competitor this series this year, brand new car, started off the series at the start of the year. Done most of his work swinging Spanish for other people in the group. We're a little bit sick of that. He's built this race car up. It's been going all right. It's been slowly being developed. And now developed it is because he's given Jason Palmer the big hurry up there. So the Supra, and although we can see Scott Clements' car being recovered there. He's well off track and out of harm's way.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, well out of harm's way on the inside of the circuit, so the recovery team able to clean that one up without a safety car. As we can see, the recovering number 21 along has flying past Madden, even well before the braking zone for the turn 6 hairpin, and I'm sure he'll be on to Palmer like a rash in just a couple of moments' time. Look at him. You can visibly see the gap shrinking as they get on the power out of the turn 6 hairpin through 7 and 8. And look at that up the inside. Makes that look easy. Late on the brakes. Locked more downforce, a lot more acceleration. That thing is a weapon.
Car basically was set up for a time attack vehicle. You can tell by all the aerofoil and the aerodynamics underneath that car. And running in the sports sedan group here this year, massive pace. He'll get past a few of these cars very quickly. And you'll have probably Matt Wildy in his sight in just a moment, running in the Venus Energy RX-7 there. He finished third in the first race yesterday. But we'll see how that changes. You can see how quickly he's got away from the other pair. And Benny Madden really backed right off the back of Jason Palmer there too, while they were trying to let Matt Longhurst go through. They'll be quite aware that that car's got much more pace than what they got. Steve Campbell just going through the BMW E36 there on screen. And the other BMW, I think it's a 888 car. I think that's Ramsey Randbar there, and the other E36. And you see his eatery entry. Making his first appearance in this category here this year. Steve Turner goes through, Steve Engelhart, Matty Butters from Victoria. The wily old veteran there, Jim Myhill. Have to see Jim still out racing. He's been doing this for a very long time. There's quite a broad selection of race cars too. Been involved with improved production for quite some time. Gav Gold there, giving looks like Rob Kilmartin the big hurry up there, and shuts the door in his face. No passing opportunity there. Those cars seem very similar in pace at the moment.
In different areas of the circuit, so they've been fighting all race long, but finally the 53 draws alongside. He's got the inside line for turn number 25. He'll have the inside for the next two as well, the kink at 26 and 27, but no, has to slot back in behind once again, although the Magna's in too deep, in too wide on the dirty stuff, and dribbles off the road. And that allows the Mini through. Well, he certainly fought hard there to try and keep him at bay, but in the end, it was an unforced error, just running wide, pushing the limits a bit too hard, and through goes the Mini. So the 48 machine drops down a place to position number 13. Gold up into the top dozen positions on the circuit now. That was a great little exchange, a great little battle. And now we turn our attention back to the pointy end. Palmer and Madden continue their scrap for position number 4. This BMW sounds absolutely fantastic. And so does the Supra behind. Let's listen as they both get on the power out of the corner. Awesome sounds. Two very different sounding machines. Two very different looking machines. They achieve their speed in entirely different ways, as well as we saw more flames flick out the back of the Supra. But Palmer in this section of the course is certainly the quicker of the two in his E30, but the Supra seems to come into its own a bit more on the extended section of the course, the technical tight section. Well, not tight, it's certainly still pretty wide, but it's more technical than what the start of this lap is. And last time through, Palmer set a 35.1, Madden a 35.6, a 3 minute, we should say, 3 minute 35.1 and a 3 minute 35.6. So half a second faster for the BMW ahead, and just extended that margin ever so slightly. If we turn our attention to the leaders, Barch last lap, 3 minute 22.8. The person closest to that is Longhurst, a 3 minute 23.1. He gained over 3 seconds on Wildy in car number 7 in second position, but as you can see on the timing tower on the left hand side, he might have gained 3 seconds on the last lap, but he is over 9 seconds behind at this point in the race, and there is only 5 minutes to go, so time is certainly ticking by. Longhurst will certainly close that margin in, but is it a case of too little, too late? We'll find out in the next few minutes or so, but Longhurst certainly trying everything to recover that second position that he threw away on the opening lap of the race.
Curran shocked there. David Kicking took a head gasket yesterday. Wasn't too sure whether he was going to make the rest of the weekend, but obviously he's been busy last night and got that car back together. That's the under 2 litre sports sedan category there. The little pocket rocket, the early model Toyota Corolla. And he's managed to pick up quite a few places too, so he's picking his way through the field. Started from the rear of the field. So the little pocket rocket there, David Keegan there, long time competitor in this category.
Through they come, through that technical section, turn 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 and 22 there.
Like a big snake going down through there.
It is.
Left, right, left, right, left, right. It certainly keeps you pretty busy on the steering wheel there. Probably call elbows up. It's pretty much what you'll see down that part of the track.
And then they accelerate out of that, and then they head into the hairpin. Turn number 23, a tight right-handed hairpin. Then most categories are full throttle through turn 24 all the way on the power. And then they're roaring towards the sequence of right-handers, which gets steadily open up a bit more. So this first one, turn 25, is the tightest. And then they steadily open up for turns 25, 26, and then it tightens once again for turn number 27, and that's the one that really catches people out. They run wide there. We saw it from the Magna just a couple of laps ago. And speaking of that Magna, McKinnon is catching up to one just ahead at the moment as we turn our attention to the
Jim Myhill, I think. He's got Jim Myhill in front of him. He's got the red grille in that Magna.
Here, though, is the scrap for second position.
That's Longhurst. Wow, look at the ground he's made up.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race last time by a 3 minute, I think that is 25. I can't quite see. My eyesight's going. 3 minutes 20 flat. That was nearly 3 seconds faster than the race leader last lap. Over 7 seconds faster. He's got past already.
Yeah,
he's already got past.
Got him very quickly. There's the fastest lap just comes up with the screen there, 3:20.08. So he is absolutely flat nagger. He is right into this now and trying to find how we're looking for time. He's probably going to run out of time to try and get Michael Barch, but Barch is in a world of his own.
Barch is probably just coasting now to the finish. As I say, he was a couple of seconds slower than his PB, so he'll just be nursing it back to the finish. But I'm looking forward to race 3 with that pace from Longhurst. That's certainly a potentially race-winning pace, but Barch by himself doesn't need to push, so be interesting to see in race number 3 how they match up against each other. Very much looking forward to that. Look at how much he has gapped Wildy already on this section of the course. We're just about to see as Wildy comes across that sector split. Well, look at that, 3.3 seconds in one sector, and he's behind him at the commencement of the sector. Incredible stuff. But let's be honest, the sector 2 here is longer than most circuits in this country. There's so many corners, and it's a really lengthy sector. As Myhill, you were just talking about Myhill, he's just come into the lane, so clearly some sort of mechanical drama for him.
I thought he might have been dropping back a little bit. I wonder why David Keegan was starting to catch him. That might be the reason. Myhill also didn't complete his first race also yesterday, so some more issues there for the veteran there, Jim Myhill.
Look at that.
Matty Longhurst on screen there. That's a cool looking bit of car, isn't it? It just looks angry, and it's looking real angry at the moment.
And when it's loaded, really loaded laterally, the inside wheel kicks up.
Oh, he's gone!
Just as I'm saying it, around he goes. Can he quickly do a flick spin? He might lose second again.
Where's
and
Wildy?
Has done. Oh, dearie me. Well, he's got 1 lap, really. He's got 1 minute to try and regain that position. But Wildy didn't look too comfortable there going into the final corner. The car looked a bit unstable.
Commentator's curse here. We're just about to give him a wrap. What happened? Yeah, right on cue. Getting the spin down there.
Well, he's got the fastest lap by quite some margin. The problem's been the unforced errors in this race. He's had 2 spins all by himself, and there looks like a little bit of is that the sill or something?
A little bit of carbon fibre just taking off the front aero there. That might have just touched the curbing there. You see, he's extremely low to the track, so there's not a lot of give there once you get off the track and hit those curves. So just a little bit of carbon fibre just flapping off the front there. Here's the replay. Comes down under brakes. Fully loaded under brakes. You see the front of the car really tilt down. And unfortunately, I think he's coming a little bit too hot and just undone himself there, unfortunately, all by himself. Jason Palmer on screen. The 54 car there, Steve Campbell with the BMW E36, a new addition to improved production racing here this season. Got a bit of fairly strong rallying background too.
Yeah, I've called him Jimmy Adelaide Rally on a number of occasions with Brown, but they've put the tape through his name. It's Campbell behind the wheel. I note that Madden's got through on Palmer in the last lap also, so a change for 4th position. Madden in the Supras pulled away from the 2 BMWs at a reasonably fast rate of knots, because I can't see him in that camera shot. But the question is, as we look further back down the field, look, these guys, they're still in the final sector of the lap. Shows the disparity in the speed between some of these sports sedans and some of the slower, smaller capacity improved production cars. The fact that the field is spread by very nearly 3 minutes really highlights that. But a good battle between these two in the smaller capacity class.
David Keegan and Alex Lee there in our screen. So David Keegan picks up another spot, started from the rear of the field. So 2 of the smaller capacity sports sedans here in the Under 2 Championship. So it's fairly hard work for these little cars to try and get down the long main straight here. There's absolutely flat to the board there on the throttle. David Keegan certainly would be in that fray. Alex Lee, 28 there on screen. And here's our race leader. It's Michael Barch. And I reckon we might be getting a little bit close to the checkered flag here. So we'll wait and find out in a minute. I think we have elapsed. So Michael Barch with nearly 30 seconds between first and second position, if you don't mind. Really? And so he comes into the final sector of corners here.
Hasn't put a foot wrong from start to finish in this one. Comes out of the final corner and the checkered flag is at the ready. That's 2 from 2 for Barch. A dominant display in that one. Didn't really need to show his true pace either. He could bring that car home quite steadily and did so on the final lap, a few seconds off his PB. That was the lapped MG behind him. We can see a change for second
look at the
position.
smoke coming out of the brakes. I wonder if he's got a braking issue. See that puff of smoke out of the braking caliper there as he put under the press. Here it is again. He'll get up and get second position. He will just in front of Matt Wildy there. So that's another good recovery.
Yeah, well, it was a very, very good recovery considering where he was at one stage in the race. And after 2 spins to finish second, he's very much limited the damage, and it means that he will be in the fight later on this afternoon. Here's Palmer in position number 5. Campbell's been closing in lap upon lap, sector upon sector out there. Last lap through, he was 8 seconds faster than Palmer, incredibly. But I think it might be a case of too little, too late. He's thrown everything at it in the E36, but it's going to be the E30, the older model car, that is going to prevail for a top 5 position. A nice drive from Palmer ahead of Campbell. And then we have a big gap back to those behind that. It looked like it might be Turner.
The first of the mid, he should be Steve Turner.
Yeah.
He's in a world of his own too. He's had actually no competition around him whatsoever. David Keegan is absolutely well and truly still at it at the moment. Alex Lee trying to keep up with him. And they're actually for position, where are we? Back a little bit further. 14th and 15th position. So they're near the rear of the field.
The last 2 on the lead lap. Oh, understeer, and wide at turn number 28 in car number 28.
How ironic's that?
There's not 52 corners for McKinnon, so...
No, I don't think you'd want that, would you?
No.
That's a lot of corners. So Lee, well, he's recovered all right. He hasn't lost too much ground off the back of there of nobody wants to come last position. That's pretty much where we're looking at the moment.
It looks like it's going to be Jeans in the 51, the MG, the only car that was actually lapped. And then we had several retirements. My Hill, Cook a non-starter, and then Clements as well coming to a stop at the end of lap number 1. Oh, lots of smoke down here.
Yeah, what's going on there?
Was that a lock-up or was there some sort of engine rubber? Oh!
Lee's off. I think he's run out of brakes there. And gone straight into the gravel trap. Car did not pull up whatsoever. So I think he's got a pretty bad brake pedal there and didn't find too much.
He's found the nice groove around the outside of the gravel trap, so he'll be able to bring it home safely without any real damage, maybe a few scratches on the underbelly of the car, but not the way he wanted to finish his race, but nevertheless, he will come across the line to finish in position number 14. Lofthouse didn't greet the checkered flag in the end there in car number 87.
That's the black Escort. We saw that car go off a little bit earlier in that race. So they've all gone across the line by the looks of things. We saw Steve Turner come across. Ramsey Rambar back there in the Triple Eight car's gone through. Another one of the BMW E36s in that field. Steve Englehart and then Matty Butters in the Pulsar there has gone through.
That was quite an enjoyable opener,
and
actually.
Here's the final results there, Dan. So Bart's obviously with the win there from a pretty eventful Matt Longhurst there in that race. Then we go back to Matt Wildy. Pretty much that's exactly how they finished the race one yesterday. Benny Madden, Jason Palmer, and I've got Andrew Cook on the screen there. That can't be right because he wasn't there. Scott Clements failed to finish. Steve Campbell finished in that next position behind. No, that's incorrect. It's only provisional, but
no,
a little bit mixed up there.
No, it's yesterday's race results.
Okay.
So, yeah, Barch taking the victory in the end by 27 seconds. But there's lots to talk about in that one. The recovery of Longhurst back up to second, just beating home Wildy in the end. The scrap as well between Palmer and Campbell for position number 5. So it's Barch, Longhurst, Wildy, Madden, Palmer, Campbell, Turner, Radech, Engelhart, and Butters rounding out the top 10 in the Nissan Pulsar. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. Up next, we've got a couple of national categories, kicking off with the Australian Prototype Series, and you can see them in the lane. We'll be back in a moment.
Or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Down, we are off. This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. As you can see, all the cars are lined up. It's the Australian Prototype Series about to hit the track, along with the South Australian Prototype Series, and it was a driver entered in the South Australian Prototype Series that actually took the outright honours yesterday. It was our South Australian friend Mark Short that took the race victory ahead of the reigning champion, the man in the ha-ha-ha Joker liveried machine just there with the purple halo, John Paul Drake, that finished in position number 2. Miles Lacey was third. But the championship leader, notably, finished down the order in position number 10, Jason Macris. So we'll be looking out for him today. I've been informed reliably that was due just to BOP yesterday, the reason for the lack of straight line performance for Jason Macris. So overnight, John Paul Drake has been hit with a relatively big BOP. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up. Just a balance of performance, trying to make things equal amongst all the cars and all the categories. So if you do perform really strongly, you get hit with the balance of performance, try and equal the playing field. And that's why it is such a competitive series. John Paul Drake's taken a trio of victories this year. So has Macris, and Miles Lacey has taken 4 race victories. So those three really have been the star performers for much of this season in terms of the race victories, and a brilliant title fight at the moment between Macris and John Paul Drake. It's pretty much equal going into the racing today, so really looking forward to seeing how that is going to play out in the final 2 races of the season, which kicked off several months ago at Sydney Motorsport Park. They visited the international circuit here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park a few months ago for round number 2. Round 3 took place at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It was a brilliant weekend, plenty of action, thrills and spills in what was a wet and wild weekend there at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and then finishing with the full circuit, the GT circuit, the 7.7k layout here this afternoon. Great that majority of the rounds have been on Blameline TV as well, so I've been lucky enough to call a large majority of them. It's a fantastic category to call there. All great personalities down there in the lane, so looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Great to see that car number 99 is out there ready to go. That is good news after a retirement yesterday for Stalbaum. That is back on the circuit. It looks like the number 12 machine, who did finish nicely inside the top 5, did Madden in the race just before, but didn't make it back to the pits.
Yeah, he's going to come back via the tilt tray. That's what the hold-up was there. Have a look down. All the Jam Motorsport crew there, that's all their cars. They've got a lot of cars involved in this series, and they come bring the cars back home for the last round of the series here this year. Of course, Jam Motorsport based right here at this very complex. Those cars making their way out. Now we get the track clearance just about ready to go. We didn't see too much of Jason Macris yesterday, as you mentioned there, Dan. Unfortunately, did take pole position, our current championship leader, going into this final round. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, had some issues yesterday, put him back through the field.
With the BOP, though, sort of neutralised today, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. So it'll hopefully be a bit more of a straight fight in this one.
How about Mark Short? How impressive was he yesterday? A much older spec of prototype car in this field as well. Just goes to show how good that preparation of that car is. And Mark Short, a very well-known competitor here in SA, and really does know how to prepare a race car. And we certainly showed his colours yesterday, no doubt about that. But look who he's got behind him. He's got JP Drake behind him in the Joker car. Miles Lacey out there in the Praga. They've just put the lid down on that car, and he's on his way out there.
All the cars are heading out of the lane. So, yeah, Short in the end taking victory quite dominantly around this circuit, the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. And we are on the full configuration. Look at that, all the different corners, 35 in total. It's such a complex track, lots and lots of action zones. Turns 1 is most certainly one of them. After the very, very long straight, the heavy braking zone, it's pretty wide down there. You can see we can get 3, 4, 5, probably even 6 cars wide if we really wanted to. And then they continue often side-by-side turns through 2, 3, and down towards turn number 6, down into the hairpin. Another supreme overtaking opportunity. Then they fire out of there through the kinks and then onto the extended section of the course. That bit there, 16 through to 22, is particularly technical. and then through the stadium section of the course to finish off the lap. Turns 34, man oh man have we seen some action here over the years, and we certainly saw a lot yesterday, particularly in the Hyundai XL endurance races. There's a lot of action zones. That's to be expected when there are 35 corners. The lap record set by Australian Aidan Reid, who's now doing good things over in America, a 2-minute 38.6. He could not speak highly enough of this venue when he raced here when Asian Le Mans Series came to town. And that is not a good sight for
Philodronis there in the F1000, and that car did all right yesterday, picked a few places off, but unfortunately he's not going anywhere.
No.
That's well and truly stationary, so this will be a delay in the start here. Recovery crew on the scene very quickly. Recoveries have been very good here over the weekend. The crew here are very, very efficient, trying to get cars out of harm's way.
Got to thank all of our volunteer marshals and officials. Oh, they've just pulled up and he's driven away.
He's found the start button and found a gear, and on he goes. those recovery crew can go back and finish their coffee, whatever they were up to.
Yes, correct. Andre was set to start from position number 4. It's going to be a mammoth effort for him to catch up to the train. I'm just trying to spot exactly where they are. It looks to me like they're around turns 11, 12, around that section of the course before they go through the real S section, the snake section of the course. So actually you might be able to catch up to the group, which is good news for Andreas, who has finished in 4th position in yesterday's race. Let's have a run through of the grid then. So it was Short that won yesterday's race, dominated yesterday's race in the end by 15 seconds. And he'll start alongside the reigning 2-time champion in 2022 and went back-to-back last year. He's hoping today to make it a trio, a three-peat. Is John Paul Drake, a well-known name to many here in South Australia, not only because he races pretty much anything he can get his hands on, but also because he owns the Drake's supermarket food chain here in South Australia. In the Praga behind is Miles Lacey, the new Praga international driver, made the trip over for this event, and he's had a very good season behind the wheel of that machine. He should be starting alongside that 23 machine that we saw stationary. That remains to be seen. Row number 4 will have McKee and Philip Hughes. Philip Hughes qualified on the back row of the grid, but marched forward yesterday to finish inside the top half dozen. Paul Trengrove will start from 7th alongside Julian Newton. The championship leader coming into yesterday's race will start from reasonably far back in the field, position number 8, I think that is, alongside Song, who had a brief spin yesterday. Then we've got Borman, Stahlbaum, great to see him back after 3 or 4 years away from the sport. He's back behind the wheel of a prototype, and he'll be looking to hopefully finish today after a last lap retirement yesterday. And then we got Eldridge and Lauke. Hopefully those two are back as well after DNFs for that pair yesterday as well. Andreas has not joined or not reclaimed 4th position in the queue, so there will be a vacant grid spot next to Miles Lacey on the 2nd row.
Mark Lauke is here too, by the way. I just saw him at the back of the field there, so you can certainly see that car has rejoined.
Here we go then. This is going to be a fascinating race. 3 very different vehicles at the front of this field. The oldest car on the pole position, the newest car on the 3rd position. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Looking forward to this. We got 19 minutes on the clock. We're about to get going for the Australian Prototype Series on this Sunday morning. There's a slot vacant in 4th, but we are green. A good start there from Philip Hughes. On the outside of the 3rd row with 4th vacant ahead of him. He's made an absolute blinder and he's on the outside of the race leader in position number 2. Can he swing across? No, Julian Newton is going to take 2nd position, I think. John Paul Drake with the BOP affecting his straight line speed has seen him drop to third position. But what a start from Julian Newton. That's incredible. He was started from 8th position on the grid, and he's leading the race.
Didn't have that pace yesterday in that Radical, no doubt. But that was a superstar. The one that bowed out missed badly was John Paul Drake. He slipped back 3 or 4 positions. It looks like he's trying to recover now, but in fact he's out in the grass there as I speak, a little bit wide. So very tardy start there for JP Drake, unfortunately. Another winner there, that's Phil Hughes. It was a terrific start as well. And the second of the Radicals there in that field. So John Paul Drake on the front of the grid, unfortunately didn't make the most of it. But as you said there, Julian Newton, local South Australian based prototype driver, what a start. They had some issues with that car yesterday too, so it was a little bit off the pace. I was just keeping a little closer to the other car behind us, Jason Macris, behind JP Drake there, so he's made up a stack of ground as well. And as you would expect, a couple more cylinders involved in that car, V8 powered extreme model there. Come back down towards us for Newton, but Mark Short still on his tail.
All round the outside, John Paul Drake. You don't see him move there very often, if not ever, around this long layout. So that was a brave move, and we're just seeing it again. Maybe that can be made, that move. That was done there by Paul Trengrove, and now he's firing up the inside of, I can't quite see it.
Scotty Warmup, is it, or Dyson Song?
Song, it's Song.
It's Dyson Song, very similar coloured cars there. Dyson Song had a couple of spins yesterday. Paul Trengrove had a pretty eventful race also yesterday. So a few of those cars in the back of the pack were getting a little bit wide in certain sections of the track. So hopefully they can get a nice clean run through as they come back through. And looks like Short's gone back to the front too, just as they come back into camera shot. So, and on the attack there, Miles Lacey and the Praga up behind the very fast starting Julian Newton there. Saw this from Short yesterday, get it out in the front, and he really did dominate from this point on. So they've got to try and stick to their guns behind them. It's a really cool car there, the Praga there, Miles Lacey. Now where's John Paul Drake? He's dropped off the back of that pair.
Yeah, he's in the next trio of cars. The top 3 really pulled away in the first sector, while the others were scrapping behind. John Paul Drake has broken away from now Macris up to 5th position. So the title contenders are 4th and 5th on the road, but there's 3 jokers ahead of them. That was a little bit of a Batman reference, by the way, there. John Paul Drake with his Joker livery. But top 3.
What do you want, your own comedy show, Dan?
Yeah, exactly. Stand-up comedian, that's my next port of call, clearly. Not. The top 3 have pulled away, Short from Newton and Miles Lacey. But these 5, look at this pack. Line astern into the first corner on this lap. A great scrap for position 8, 9, 10, all the way through position number 12. That is Eldridge at the tail of the group. Eldridge, a nice run out of turn 3 on the tail of Lauke. Can he make a move? Where can he go? Inside, outside? Up the inside is the answer. I can never quite believe how long that machine of Lauke's is. It's like a stretch limousine prototype, isn't it? It's so long.
Very different chassis. You ever look at the car behind Ian Eldridge, and it's actually what we call a store, which is actually a South African built model race car. They raced in a series in South Africa. We don't see too many of them here in Australia, but I think he might be the lone one. That store sits virtually right on the ground. And Eldridge there failed to finish yesterday too, by the way. Had a few issues also yesterday, so there's another one that had a few problems yesterday. Good to see Mark Lauke back also having issues yesterday. Long-time competitor in this prototype series. In the Lauke Flour Mills entry, the big bright sunflower livery on that car. Make our job a little bit easier, so you pick that car out in the field. He's got Andrew McKee in front of him, and he'll be looking for a pass here also. One of the many of the Jam Motorsport entries involved in this field.
Andreas has joined that fight as well after spinning on the warm-up lap. He's caught the train.
The outside of McKee there.
He'll have the inside for the next one as well, so that's a great pass from the former series champion. Lovely executed, moving through comes Andreas. after the McKee car ran wide around the kink. So through he goes. So a good recovery considering he wasn't even on the tail of the train at the start of the race. He is now very much in the fight, but finished top 5 yesterday. Let's see how high he can get in this one today. But Song continues to lead this train, not putting a foot wrong at this point in time. Anyway, don't want to put the mockers on him, but he's really driving nicely and maturely out at the front of this pack, and not allowing anybody to have a real go. And now up the inside, late on the brakes, goes Stelbaum and takes that position. So moves up to position number 8. Song demoted to 9th. And next on his list in his rear vision mirror is Lauke. He'll be trying to keep that car behind. But Lauke himself is looking in the mirrors because the 23's there.
Left, right, trying to get a pass in.
Oh, McKee slots back up the inside. There's a lock-up. I think that was from Lauke. And McKee might get a 2-for-1 deal up the inside of the 23. And now up the inside of Lauke as well.
Oh,
so
that was really, really tightened up there inside the last turn. McKee got through now. Dronis, he might have a bit of decent straight line speed here. More so than what Mark Lauke's got. He's been crawling all over the back of him down to turn 1 to pick up position and gets the job done. So he picks up another bit of the Dronis auto entry. Picks up another place. Gets away from Lauke very quickly. He's got Andrew McKee well and truly in his sights. That's the blue and gold coloured Wolf race car in front of him. So this is a little bit further back in the field, of course. Ed Eldridge in the pits. Unfortunately, problems again. Was looking a little bit competitive there on the previous lap, but unfortunately into the pits in the store race car. Andrew McKee there, all over the back there of Dyson Song. Oh, hang on a minute. And here comes Lucky Phil Andronis on the outside.
he slid up the inside and the gap was firmly closed, but around the outside, the downforce in that machine is certainly not lacking in any way, shape or form. And using the banking, he's got a great run down the hill as well. Can he make a move around the outside of Song here? We saw this on lap number 1, executed by John Paul Drake and Paul Trengrove around this long, sweeping right-hander that we can see on the camera shot right now. Can he do it? I don't think so, no, not able to do that. That's turn number 21, I think, that we can see there. And then through turns 22, we turn back to the fight further forwards. Short has absolutely bolted once again. He's 5.5 seconds ahead. Oh, mistake from Lacey. Oh, dearie me, he was just in far too deep into turn number 28. Runs wide and allows both of the title contenders through. So a mistake there from Miles Lacey just when he caught up to the tail of Newton in the fight for second. He bowls it wide at the hairpin. But look at this, John Paul Drake and Macris are pretty much nose to tail now. These two are the ones that will, one of them will take the title today. The other one will have to settle for the bridesmaid position. But they are both looking at Julian Newton and catching him as well. He's just down the road in second place. So their eyes are firmly fixated ahead at this point in time. Both of these two really modern machines. You can see them with the halo on the car at the front. John Paul Drake, he's driving a Mistral F1, exactly the same as the number 88 as well, but directly behind him, car number 44. That is a Wolf Racing F1 Extreme. Here we go for the position up the inside.
Got him.
He's a little bit wide. No, a bit wide. John Paul Drake comes back. So John Paul Drake reclaims that position. He lost it for about 1.5 seconds, but he's a wily old fox, a wise head on his shoulders, and quickly slot back up the inside. But Macris with the straight line advantage comes back once again up the inside into the hairpin. Is he going to be wide again? He is. So once again, John Paul Drake looks for the cutback, executes, and reclaims the position once again.
Under brakes, interesting. Obviously, the F1 Extreme V8 powered machine, a little bit heavier in weight than the Minstrels. So obviously a little bit later on the brake pedal there, Jason Macris, but he's not really able to actually pull it up. Certainly got plenty of straight line speed. Just needs to obviously pick out his braking markers a little bit better there. Look at him go screaming down the back of the circuit there. What a great sight. Here on our screens here with John Paul Drake. Has a big look in the mirror on the left-hand side too, if you don't mind. Certainly saw that, and he knows that Jason Macris is still there. Been coming in very late under brakes. Newton just in front of him, he's currently second position. And the recovering Miles Lacey, who's just turned that Prague into a little bit of a lawnmower down there in an earlier stage.
I love that camera shot down there. That really does show the snake section of the course, doesn't it? The middle sector of this lap. But look, they have now caught Julian Newton second, third and fourth, nose to tail. All of them sort of grey and green machines. They look absolutely awesome. You can never beat a black and green livery, and these have all of these have that. But John Paul Drake with the purple little patches is squirreling around trying to find a move on Newton. He won't be able to make it at turn number 29, but as they get back onto the regular international circuit, the section of the circuit that John Paul Drake knows so well. He knows this track like the back of his hand, but so do a lot of these prototype runners, as you say. Jam Motorsport, South Australian based team based here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They do a lot of racing here, this category, at this venue, so they all know this track very, very well. A track that is so well suited to these machines. The sort of prototype cars, not only Australian prototype cars, but I'm talking LMP2, LMP3, GT3 cars. These are the cars that just work so well around here. The high aero, the high downforce machines suit the fast-flowing European nature of this South Australian circuit. As they cross the line to complete the lap, you can see John Paul Drake with the BOP. He's got no straight line speed, and Macris just flies by. Doesn't even need to brake late under brakes. He just breezes past it in a straight line. And that means this time that John Paul Drake has no retaliation. He can't just fight back like he did last time when Macris ran wide under brakes. This time, John Paul Drake has to settle for fourth position. But in this middle sector of the course, this is where they will catch up to the car ahead of Julian Newton. They seem braver, they seem more confident in this section of the course.
Well, this has been happening. Mark Short has blown out the lead to over 14 seconds too.
Oh.
That's just increased 3 seconds on that lap, so he's just blown that right out. So he's in a world of his own, but these guys aren't. Jason Macris, who we saw get past John Paul Drake, and now starting to put a little bit of a gap between that pair. To creep away in the Formula 1 Extreme machine. The big angry V8 engine in the back of that car. They sound terrific when they're, certainly if you're trackside, when they go flying past. Gee, there must have been a sale on lime green wrap. There's a lot of lime green out there at the moment.
Well, they're all Jam Motorsport cars, so we're clearly just using the same stickers and wrapping, clearly, on one car to the next. But they've really closed in now. Look, this is the closest the trio have been, all within a second, I reckon now. Is Macris close enough? He is for a dive anyway. And John Paul Drake, is he going to follow through? No. But Macris has made that stick a great move under brakes, and he is through into second position. Here comes Drake on the exit of turn number 24 as they start the third sector of the lap now, through turns 25, 26, 27 and into this one, the tight turn 27. There's a lot of different lines I've noticed there. Look, a bit of a wider swooping line for Newton, whereas John Paul Drake takes a more traditional line. That's one of the great parts about that course, and it's allowed this move to happen, but he's not quite far enough up the inside, and Newton slams the door firmly shut in the reigning champion's face. John Paul Drake not able to get through there, but he looks strong, he looks fast at the moment. But now they're heading into a more faster section of the course that is going to suit the radical of Julian Newton.
We'll see if it does, because I think John Paul Drake there, he's looking pretty eager at the moment, and you might get underneath him with a big dive bomb. down there in the penultimate corner down there at turn number 34. Didn't quite make it stick. It's a real tight corner down there as well. And now in the straight line, the big long main straight as they head down past us here at the main complex. No worries about Jason Macris has got away with the other two are trying to sort each other out. Certainly in the straight line, certainly as you mentioned there, Dan, Newton with much more better straight line speed in that section of the track. But not so advantaged down this section. Things certainly do change somewhat. Moment of the head-on shot there. You can see Andrew McKee just in front of us back in 8th position. Phil Androdis in 9th. And Glenn Stelbaum just behind him in the 99 car, just behind them. First run back in the series for a bit of time away. Things didn't probably go all his way yesterday. Good to see him out there to fight another day. It's probably a bit of a story for a few other competitors in this group. And did fail to finish that race yesterday after spinning the car and having the race car facing in the opposite direction.
A few of these guys we're looking at set PB laps. Both of these two did last time through. A 3:02.3 for McKee, a 3:02.7 for Andreas, despite losing 4/10. So he is right there on the tail of, mistake from McKee. Missed the apex there. Got a nice late apex at least though, and meant that he was able to keep the position, but for a moment there he was out wider than he would have liked. These cars can really hold the inside line around the fast tight, the tight, not fast, turn number. I'm losing count 10. There's too many corners, too many layouts for us this weekend,
We don't have enough fingers, do we?
No, correct. Even together we don't have enough fingers.
No, we don't. See that lead margin now flying out to 16.3 seconds again. Let's come back a little bit.
Miles Lacey's got through on John Paul Drake, and now he's on the tail of Julian Newton. That's pretty crucial for the championship as well. There's now 2 cars in between. Macris in 2nd and John Paul Drake in position number 5. Oh, Miles Lacey is really pushing, recovering from that early off, and he's keen to get past Julian Newton as soon as possible, but good exit from John Paul Drake, and Lacey has to go defensive rather than attacking into the awesome blind turn number 13 on the regular layout, but they swing through turn number 30 it is on this extended circuit. 17 additional corners, pretty much doubling from 18 to 35 corners on this long layout. It's a spectacular ribbon of tarmac, around an hour, just over, smidge over an hour southeast of the Adelaide CBD, the capital of South Australia. If you're watching internationally, thank you for tuning in. I'm Dan McCarthy. Martin Ancaro is alongside me, and this is the Australian Prototype Series, a national category on at the moment, and as we can see in the lane as well, Touring Car Masters are set to come out in just a few moments' time. This at the moment is the fight for 2nd position. It's Macris, Newton, Lacey and John Paul Drake, 2 through to 5th, separated at the end of that lap by less than 2.5 seconds.
So that's where the interest lies here. We won't worry about Mark Short too much. He's in a world of his own. Good start, as we mentioned at the start of the race there for Julian Newton, but he's got some competition now. Miles Lacey's certainly the one to keep an eye on, the Praga there. It's practically the only car with a roof. It's pretty much the way to pick them out. All the others are all open cars. You can see the great shot there, the gaps between those cars. Oh, that's Phil Androdis. And he's standing in front of the spectator stands there. I'm not sure which spectator stands they were. Oh, there we go.
Turn 1, I think.
I think that's the first turn.
Yeah. He's not got enough lock, unfortunately. He'll drive into the gravel trap. He hasn't Lance Strolled it and decided to go straight through and get himself bogged.
No.
He's decided to stop, try and plot
So
reverse.
let's have a look. Yeah, it is definitely turn 1. And he's just gone by himself and around she goes. Quite easy to do, come in a little bit harder under brakes. And so his frustration there, pulls the visor up. He goes, oh, god damn. I've I cleaned it up a bit.
Yes, I was going to say, I very much doubt it was that clean, what he said. As we see John Paul Drake on the back of Miles Lacey. He's not quite, Lacey is using all the road and more, kicking up dust on multiple occasions over the last couple of laps. But Andreas, after a spin on the warm-up lap, had just made his way up to 7th before that unforced error at turn number 1. He got past McKee, but McKee was right back on him, and then that unforced error was made. But look at this.
Drake on the attack here, well and truly. Now behind Miles Lacey. So this is 4th and 5th position. Oh, Lacey's gone a 2. And around she goes. Just the full 360 spin. Nice job, gets the car pointed in the right direction. And away he goes. But all that hard work to try and get him punch his way through the field, unfortunately, is gone.
10 out of 10 for style. Oh, the leader's slowing. The leader is slowing drastically here.
Oh,
just at the end of the race.
And Jason Macris.
So this is a change for the lead at the death of this motor race. Through goes car number 44. The championship leader has inherited the race lead. Just a few corners from the finish. What a dramatic end to this race. Around the final corner comes car number 44. Oh, one more to go. Oh, yes, check flag.
Let's check a flag. So, gee, how unfortunate there for Mark Short. So John Paul Drake got up and
Julian Newton well.
was in the places too. So what's going on here?
It must
He's having
be fuel.
a big look down at the gear stick and look at the dashboard. You see him there pushing buttons. In fact, he's turned the car off, so he's obviously concerned about something there, either maybe oil pressure or temperature. He's turned the car completely off. So coming through, Phil Hughes there in 4th position.
Drag race to the line. Oh, Trengrove just holds on. That was really close between he and Stolbaum. I'm interested. To me, it's fuel. The fact that multiple have just come to a grinding halt right at the end of this race says fuel to me. However, that has
refired. He's returned the car back on there. He's definitely turned the button off on the start button, on the finish off button there on the car. So obviously concerned about something. Now let's have a look. What's been going on here? Miles Lacey just gets on the curbing. Gone. Spins it around. Keeps the car fine and on his way.
Incredibly, 3 out of the top 5 had issues on that last lap. Lacey
that's
spun.
A sad sight.
Our race leader for the entirety of that race, Short, has stopped on the final lap, and Julian Newton has fallen to the back of the field with some sort of issue as well. So we lost 3 really of the top 5. Despite the spin, Lacey recovered to finish in position number 3. But look at that on the start-finish straight, just meters from the finish. A dejected and devastated Short leaps out of his car. Utter dejection for him. He was leading by over 15 seconds. Head in his hands. Sheer disappointment for him. Arms crossed. Just contemplating what exactly has gone on there. As I say, for me, it can only be fuel, but they did 7 laps
seconds
yesterday.
in front. It was a long way in front, but is it a fuel issue? We're not too sure. But that's a sign of disappointment, the old arms cross there.
We'll try and find out for you exactly what has happened. Andreas never got that car refired either, so he's also a DNF as well as Eldridge. So 3 DNFs. The most disappointed of the lot will be this man on the screen. But in the end, the championship leaders, despite being in the battle, just trying to finish inside the top 5, ended up 1-2 in the end. Macris ahead of John Paul Drake. Miles Lacey coming home in position number 3 ahead of Hughes and McKee rounding out the top 5. Trengrove, Stolbaum, Song, Lauke in 9th. Julian Newton did cross the line after coming to a stop late on that final lap in 10th. And Scott Borman rounding out the field in the Force India liveried number 69 machine. We haven't seen too much of him this weekend, but he did cross the line there at the end of that race. But what a shame for this man, Mark Short in his Prince LSR. Dominated race 1, and dominated race 2 until the final couple of corners. We could need a bit of a clean-up. There's a few Australian prototype cars scattered around this 7-kilometre circuit. So we're going to take a break in commentary. In a few moments' time, stay with us. Touring Car Masters are going to hit the track. We'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Welcome back. Cars are heading out onto the circuit. It's Touring Car Masters. A real crowd pleaser. Always this category ever since its inception on the streets of Adelaide back in 2007. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this one is Mark Nancaro. As we can see, Cameron Tilley in the pacer heading down into turn 1 on this warm-up lap. These guys using the regular circuit, the 4.95 kilometre layout. It was an action-packed race yesterday with local South Australian Joel Heinrich taking the race victory ahead of Ryan Hansford and Andrew Fisher. After the race yesterday, Garwood was dealt a 15-second penalty. He recovered quite well. Was slapped with the 15-second penalty for turning around Andrew Fisher at the turn 6 hairpin. Here is where we are, around an hour southeast of Adelaide. It's the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, a stone's throw from the town of Tailem Bend. As you say, this layout, 18 corners, lots and lots of action zones. Turn number 1 is one of those. We can go a million cars wide. Frankly, it's such a wide piece of tarmac and a great place for overtaking, but you can stay 2-3 wide through the opening sequence of corners. As you say, this was an action zone yesterday in Touring Car Masters. Garwood and Fisher coming together at turn number 6, the hairpin. And then this is a track that we haven't seen too much this weekend. 8, 9, 10, the never-ending sequence of right-handers, then the flick left, then around turn 12, Crofty Corner, before the rise of turn number 13, and then into what I refer to as the stadium section, through the fishbowl at turn number 15, and come towards the end of the lap, the really tighter 90-degree turn number 17. We saw a hell of a lot of action there yesterday, most notably in the XLs, and then the fast sweeping turn number 18 to finish the race. There are a couple of retirements yesterday. Markus Ukanovic did not make the start of the race. Broken rear suspension mount for him. Good to see that XD Falcon is back out on the circuit. Meanwhile, Jamie Tilley, who was second in the championship going into yesterday, he suffered front suspension damage. So a bit to report on in Touring Car Masters yesterday. I have to thank Rowan Harmon for getting me that information, as I've been stuck in the commentary box alongside you, Mark, for much of the weekend. So Rowan Harmon, a man who's been around this category for many, many years. So thanks to him for that. But we're about to get set and get ready to go in this one. Race number 2 of their weekend. They've got another one just before midday here in Adelaide. So it's a quick turnaround for these guys. They want to keep it nice and clean in this race. On the left-hand side, we have Joel Heinrich. On the right-hand side of the camera shot, in the Tirana, it's Ryan Hansford as they come to the start line. Touring Car Masters is set to go. Rolling start. The lights are about to go out. We can see it from the onboard of Garwood, and there they go. Very even jump on the first 2 rows. I think Garwood's got the best of the lot. We've already got past Fisher, and he's going to make it 3 wide. He's going to fire around the outside down towards turn number 1. We are 3 wide. Hansford's going the long way. He's going to be muscled out there, though, by Heinrich, and Fisher's actually benefited back up the inside, and he snatched second place back off his fellow Tirana driver. We look further back through the field. It's Jamie Tilley that we are on board with. He's alongside Ukanovic, so the 2 cars that retired yesterday back out on the track, making their way through the field. Oh, that was Garwood, a big twitch as he tried to dart to the inside into the hairpin. Hansford covers that one off into turn number 6. Garwood gets on the power, up through the gearbox. Really nice through there, but pretty much as they were then at the start of this one. Heinrich from Fisher, he's moved up 1 place ahead of Hansford. Garwood, the championship leader, looking to take his maiden title here today in Touring Car Masters, the Tasmanian. He's done so well in that Commodore this season, and he's pressuring former series champion Ryan Hansford, who's forced to defend down into turn number 13. The blind sweeping turn number 13. Garwood is certainly close, but not close enough for a move at the moment. But an exciting opening exchange in corners, Mark.
Certainly was. What a great on-board shot there out of Garwood in the Commodore there. Listen to that thing roar. And he's on the challenge too, because he's got Hansford right in front of him, trying to get underneath him, not to be. Got Cameron also behind in that trio of cars. So those cars on board again. Trying to get behind Ryan Hansford there on the final turn there. Turn 18 of the complex. So down the main straight they come, using every last bit of the horsepower of these power machines. So Heinrich in front, Andrew Fisher probably looking for a new door skin after yesterday after getting that one knocked off, and that's been repaired. And there's the bloke that knocked the skin off, Adam Garwood there. So on board camera, and he's right up the back, around the outside there of Hanson, looking for a pass there.
Looking for the crisscross, a good exit, and that is exactly what he's got. He jinks to the inside before turn 5. You don't want to go too wide here, and Hansford decides to relinquish that position. A wise decision, and immediately though later on the brakes forces Garwood back to the inside, but he can't leave the door open because Cameron is right there as well in the number 85 White Line Camaro, and Danny Bezadzik vying into the fight as well. Bezadzik has taken a fair few race victories this season, 4 in total, 3 coming in trophy races. Unfortunately, there were no reverse grid trophy races this weekend, just 3 rather than the regular 4 that they're used to in Touring Car Masters. So Bezadzik really was the loser in that. He's won 3 of the 5 trophy races so far this season.
Also, someone that didn't start yesterday was Tony Karafalowski, also in the rear of the field. It's good to see that car also back. Cameron there, all over the back there of Ryan Hansford. So good fighting here amongst the places, and right up the back there, one of the 2 Bob Middleton owned race cars in this field, as you would normally see in this series. It's got Cameron all left, right, trying to find a pass, trying to outwire Hansford there. He'll be well and truly looking in the mirrors there, down there at turn 17. A bit of dirt on the track there too, because it's quite dusty there in that camera shot. So that might make things a little bit slippery down there. Oh, around turn 18. And Cameron on the inside down the main straight. They'll try to, but Hansford went with him. They actually changed sides. So this will give Hansford the advantage down to turn 1.
Cameron's later on the brakes though. I can hear a brake lock-up. It's from Hansford.
Oh, there was contact, and there it is. Oh, it's chaos. Cameron's been turned. So a bit of return serve there. Gee, Dean Lilly very fortunate to get through that scrimmage too. You can see the Brute 33 Mustang go through the cloud of smoke.
I think he erred on the side of caution because he immediately lit it up there, did Cameron. Just smoke everywhere, and Lilly decided to dart left to avoid any sort of car that was anywhere around turns 1 and 2, but Bezadzik's been the big benefactor of that. He's gained 2 positions just by staying out of trouble, but you could see Cameron was mighty late on the brakes on the outside. Hansford tried to hold the inside, but you could hear that lock-up, and then you could see the lock-up. Contact was made. It was just the slightest of slight touches, and it was enough to turn Cameron around, and here it is. It was just a tiny tap, but around went Cameron, and you can see the damage, the witness mark proving that Hansford made contact.
Look at go through there. Bit of rally style. A little bit more to the carnage there.
Certainly was, but Hansford now has recovered quickly, and he's on the tail of Bezadzik. Will a penalty be coming? I'm sure the stewards will be potentially looking at that one. As we can see, Fisher coming under pressure from Garwood. This is the fight for second position. Out in front, Heinrich has bolted, fastest lap of the race on lap number 2, and I think he will do the same again as well at the end of lap number 3. Timed races here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, not laps but time, and there's 9 minutes left on the clock. It was another fastest lap of the race by Joel Heinrich, a 2-minute 0.2, nearly 2 seconds faster than Fisher, and around a second and a half faster than Garwood, as we can see the flames as he goes down through the gearbox. Bazadzik defensive in too deep, brakes, rear brakes locked up for the Tirana driver in the sort of retro livery of a well-known brand, Mark Craven, but he was all locked up there. Looks like he has just about got away with it. We look though at this car. Boy oh boy does this car have a cult following.
The valiant pacer there of Cameron Tilley, been a long time runner in this series. Originally started as 6-cylinder, and then changed it over, put the full-blown V8 in that car.
A controversial decision at the time.
It was.
But no, it's still as loved as ever.
As I said, a bit of a cult following amongst that car. On board here, the 29 car, Jamie Tilley. So out there in the all-black Mustang, currently back a bit further in the field. It's got the Falcon in front of him, that's Marcus Academic. Just in front of him, who didn't start yesterday with those issues that we discussed earlier. In the XD Falcon, a bit of a later model compared to some of the other cars in the field. This does now fit into this era of racing.
That's right.
That's a real low-budget family affair. The Academic family have put a lot of time and effort into that race car, and obviously the issues yesterday to start off proceedings.
As you say, they opened up the sort of years that you could race, opened up to the 1980 now, so that's why we've seen XD Falcons and the Commodore as well of Garwood from the same era, the very original Commodore that of course Jim Richards and Peter Brock took to Bathurst success in 1980. So it's good to see that they are moving and changing the rules as the years go by.
A little bit of smoke at the back of the Academic's Falcon there too. I just caught that on the inboard, the onboard there in Tilley's car. See if we can catch that again. Just under brakes there. Might be just a little bit of tyre rub. And look at Dean Lilly. Got Bazadzik also in front of him with another challenge.
Hansford's got through that lap. So on that last lap, Hansford has moved up to position number 4 and ahead of Bazadzik. And Dean Lilly is now on his tail. Dean Lilly subbing in for Stephen Johnson again this round. He has done several, he did the last round at Sandown as well, when they were a support category at the Sandown 500. That was their last round. It was several months ago now. They've had a big break between the penultimate round.
Back in September.
It's the final round, exactly right. So, as we look, Garwood really closing in on the back of Fisher there, nearly scraping front of his car on the tail of Fisher's as he's looking to get a nice run out the corner, out of Crofty Corner. He's got a nice run, but Fisher was wise to that one, sort of covering it off on the exit of the corner. Back down through the gearbox, flames flicking out the side of the Garwood Commodore. Tirana versus Commodore. Of course, we didn't see this too much in the Australian touring cars because the Commodore was the replacement of the Tirana in the late 70s and early 80s. Where can Garwood make the move? He is clearly the faster of the two. But look at the wheel work from the youngster. He is really ragging the thing around. It's cool to see. You always see these cars being fought hard. They are heavy machines, but boy oh boy do they have a lot of power these days. A lot more than when they were first made back in the day.
Not quite the original good Benz.
No.
Certainly those days. So Garwood still on the tail there of Fisher. Now here we go. He decides he gets a bit untidy under brakes there. And look at the big flame out the side under brakes. All that unburnt fuel that makes its way down through the exhaust manifold. There it goes again, but gee, a little bit squirrely under brakes there, so...
A little bit.
An
understatement of the century, that.
This is a little bit. Could be worse. So, really leaning on the brake pedal a little bit later than probably would have liked. Just trying to get a pass here from Andrew Fisher. Great onboard shot. You can hear the roar of that Commodore V8. Absolutely tear down the back part of the circuit. And Fisher's just got away. These two came together, remember, yesterday. Got a replay here. What's happening here? Oh, Cameron around. And that's the 12 car. That's Peter Burnett.
So I think that was the case of Burnett was in deep, Cameron wanted to make the move, he went in even deeper, and they both ended up running wide and off the track. Cameron spinning around. Fortunately for Burnett, he's able to keep things facing in the right direction, but both lost a hell of a lot of time trying to outwit each other and ended up outwitting themselves.
Look at these two, still at it. Garwood's thrown everything but the kitchen sink there at Andrew Fisher.
I think the kitchen sink's being saved to be thrown at in the last 3 minutes of the race.
I think so. Here we go. Down the hill they come. Under brakes. No, that's turn 17. A little bit tight there. It's a very deceptive corner. A puff of smoke at the back of the Commodore of Garwood's. Just under brakes there. I think that's any major issue at the moment. Now the drag race down the main straight. Here they go. Listen to this. Full noise. Oh! They rip past the commentary position here. Here we go. Same thing. Garwood on the inside. Big flame out. But not quite close enough. Pretty much an instant replay from the previous lap.
Fisher strong under brakes, isn't he? Garwood really gets the run, gets the momentum, but Fisher just outbrakes the Commodore every single lap and is able to hold on to the position. That smoke's persistent, but it's only small. There's not a lot of it, so hopefully no damage being done anyway. Hopefully he'll be able to make it to the end of this race. Fisher slightly defensive down there into the hairpin. I think he thought Garwood was a little closer than what he actually was. Garwood is throwing everything at it last time through. The pair of them just 0.02 of a second between their lap times. Both of them 2:02.9s. Out in front though, 2 minute 0.5 for Joel Heinrich out in front. But we look a little bit further back for the fight for fifth. Bazadzik. Oh, look at the understeer of that Tirana through the back section of the course. The sweeping right-handers. The steering lock that was put in. And look at the way the car is swaying over to one side. The lead in that car, it certainly doesn't look like it's suffering from too much oversteer. It's all understeer in the Danny Bazadzik Tirana at the moment. Dean Lilly coming at him. As I said, Dean Lilly still subbing in for Stephen Johnson in the Brute 33 Mustang. Dean Lilly fourth.
Here we go.
The last round.
It's still on here, still under brakes down at 17. The smoke's got a little bit denser in the back of the Garwood car. I just noticed there on that lap. Just that rear shock from that camera down there at 17. So
that was a big
doesn't seem to be affecting the performance too much.
He had a huge slide coming up to the pit straight, and that allowed Fisher just to pull a couple of car lengths. The intensity is lifting in this fight. How brave is Garwood going to be this time? He knows this time he's not close enough, and that was all because of the exit out of the final corner. I'm looking at Hansford at the moment. He's not catching these two. He's pretty much matching them, if anything, slightly slower. So it is very much a two-horse battle at the end of this race for position number 2. And Garwood is once again applying the pressure. He's going to try and get a good run through the fast sweeping left-hander, which he did, but still not close enough into the hairpin. Oh, Fisher locked up the left front late in the turn, an unforced error, and through goes the number 2 of Adam Garwood, the Tasmanian. He was left the Commodore's gap and he filled it. Oh, Fisher will be kicking himself with that one. He'd done so well up to that point, but mid-corner it just locked up on him and he drifted wide at the apex. Crucially, Garwood slid up the inside and stole that position from him. Here's a replay from outboard. It all looked all right for Fisher, but then looked just late on in the turn, a lock-up, and it just put him just that little bit wide.
Just that little bit. That's all it takes. Garwood now gets himself up into second position on track. Finally, he's been peppering away lap after lap. So that little mistake has let open the door and now starts to put that margin away. You can see now starting to get away from Fisher at this moment. So the car's definitely got more pace. There's no doubt about that. See Hansford just there in the background there. He's got the pace to match the other two. Just look at that smoke coming from the back of Garwood's car there.
Checkered flag is
Checkered flag anyway.
ready for our race leader, Joel Heinrich. Takes the race victory. The lap Tirana is crossing the line second, but it is that Commodore in second position. Garwood, very nicely done from him to finish in position number 2, ahead of Andrew Fisher. And if he hasn't sealed it there in that one, Adam Garwood is mighty, mighty close now to taking that inaugural title. I will get confirmation between races, but that is pretty much sealed now for Adam Garwood. Fisher coming across the line in position number 3. Hansford 4th. Bazadzik rounding out the top 5 ahead of Dean Lilly and Marcus Zukanovic. A good recovery from Zukanovic, it must be said, up to 7th position. This car, Jamie Tilley, doesn't sound to me like it's running particularly on song.
No, he hasn't found too much pace in that race.
No, that's not right at all.
No, not at all. In fact, he's backed it right off, I think, by the sound of that. So there's the official results. Heinrich, Garwood, Fisher, Ryan Hansford, Danny Basazic, Dean Lilly, Marcus Zukanovic, good effort there. Cam Tilley, Tony Karafalowski from the back of the field there in front of Peter Burnett. So he's made up a stack of ground there. Didn't start in the first race yesterday. That's the top 10. Cars come back. Tilley just comes back across the line. Actually just crawls across the line there, as we just mentioned. So obviously some issues with that particular Mustang.
And Hughes in the Tirana was the one that finished a lap down. So that is all 13 runners that have crossed the line. David Hender, unfortunately, did not greet the checkered flag, completing just 5 of the 8 laps that the leaders completed. And a DNS for Brad Tilley, which I saw in the pits earlier with the engine revving and everything. So not sure why that didn't make the start. So hopefully we see Brad back out in his GTHO Falcon later on this afternoon. But it's 2 out of 2 for Joel Heinrich here in Touring Car Masters at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Garwood finishing in second, recovering nicely from his 7th place starting position. And Andrew Fisher rounding out the top 3. A mistake from him on the final lap of the race. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. Up next, we have the warm-up for the 777 Endurance Crown, the inaugural 777 Endurance race. The 4-hour race will be taking place later on this afternoon, but they've got a warm-up session before then. Stay tuned on Blendline TV, plenty more to come, including the final race of Touring Car Masters later on this afternoon. We'll be back in a moment.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race heat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil. It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Warm up for the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park is underway. These guys are just starting their first real flying laps. Oh, huge slide from the Wallace BMW there, the 1M. This isn't looking so good. This is the hard to work out.
That's the Tilly cam. Is it not?
You could be right.
Yeah, I think it might be. Just looking at the shirts here inside that car. So that's from the Touring Car Masters. Yeah, so this is our practice session here for the inaugural 777 Enduro that we see this afternoon. They did have a qualifying session late yesterday. Unfortunately, a little bit of weather about in that session, so we didn't get too many laps in. So I didn't actually see it. I left a little bit earlier, but certainly Dan saw plenty of it.
Yeah, well, it was an interrupted session, really, and it really left only 10 minutes for a flyer, and the rain came down in the last 10 minutes, so they really everybody got one good lap in. The red flag was caused by Ben Moore in his Pulsar. His wheel parted company from the vehicle at the final sector of the lap. Fortunately, that was an easy repair. Just some bolts were sheared, so that was a quick fix, and he is going to be back out there later on, not out there in this warm-up session. A few cars electing not to. I think they're saving the car, preserving the machines for later on. The Savo, these two will certainly be two of the contenders. Of that there is no doubt in my mind. The three Wallaces in the number 94 BMW, and then the number 42 BMW as well. As we can see, the Subaru BRZ and the Holden Commodore. I was chatting to pretty much all of the competitors late yesterday and early on this morning, so we can talk a bit more about the history of these vehicles throughout the 777 Endurance Crown. But there's a whole variety of machines in this race. You can race Pulsars, you can race XLs, you can race production cars, improved production, basically anything except for GT3 cars and supercars. Effectively, it's a very open event, is the 777 Endurance Crown, the inaugural running of the event this year. There's a few different rules and regulations across the 4-hour race. You can have 2 drivers up to 4 drivers. That Hyundai we were just looking at on the screen, that is the sole 4-driver combination. So they'll be switching drivers very, very regularly. But it's a maximum stint length of 50 minutes. No driver can do more than 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race themselves. So you've got to use those two factors and play that into your strategy. Couple as well into the strategy the times based on classes, how long you have to pit. If you're Class A, you have to do more pit stops than what you would if you are in the lower rated categories. And that's all judged on speed. We'll come on to that in the race once all of those classes have been determined. But yeah, effectively, I think it's 3 5-minute pit stops and a 2-minute pit stop for A. Class B is 2.5 minutes less, C 2.5 minutes less than B, D 2.5 minutes less than that. So in the end, you end up with quite a close race. You think, how can an XL compete against a BMW M product? Well, that's how. They spend 7.5 minutes less time in the pits over a 4-hour race, and all of a sudden it does get quite exciting late on. So it's very interesting the way it all works. They're fighting for class honours and also fighting for outright honours as well. As we say, there's 9 cars out there at the moment. We're expecting a couple more when it comes to the race. But from talking up and down the lane and to people involved in the event and competitors, they expect this race to really grow going forward.
Current track, you can see there is the Warren Mining entry, and that'll be Wallace time 3. I've got Jay Wallace on my timer screen, so that could either be Jed or Jack.
Yes, correct.
that doesn't make it too easy. So Jack, of course, competed in the Hyundai XL Enduro yesterday, and that could either be driven by his uncle Jed or his father Adam, who's also on board here this weekend. So it's a real family affair there in that BMW. And it should be certainly, as you mentioned, Dan, certainly one of the top runners in this field, no doubt about that. Beautifully prepared race car. And it should be well and truly up towards the pointy end as well. A couple of the XLs also involved in this field that also competed in that Enduro yesterday. We had a shot there of the Lisa Tontani entry there just a moment ago. Still bearing all the war wounds from yesterday. It's got a fair bit of 100-mile race tape. And there's another one there. That's the Hampstead and Auto here's the Auto and Dyno entry there. Four drivers amongst that team.
They can't even get all the names on the windscreen. They can only fit 3 on. So it's Jordan Johnston.
Well, that's who's on board. That's Johnson at the moment.
And Adrian Gallia, David Zollo, and the name I don't think that's on there is Isaac Sparks, a real front runner in XL competition in this state, and as well front runner as well when he goes into state as well. But yeah, great to see a real sort of youth and experience, sort of gentleman drivers, and also young up and comers as well. It's a nice quartet of drivers, that one.
Yeah, competing in the SAXL series. David Zolo hasn't had too much of a run in this car. He competed a previous round. Basically the tool man on these cars. So David gets his chance to be a part of this Enduro team this weekend. Adrian Galley also well known in running in the Grunter Motorsport entry. Also ran in a separate car yesterday in the Enduro. So been an interesting little combination there to get that team together. As I mentioned, just a little bit lighter on a couple of the numbers. Good to see. I think it's more that's also back. They had some issues with that car also.
Track. You were saying he had a huge off-track excursion.
Oh, there we go.
At turn number on this layout, turn number 31. He was in so deep. Ran so wide, sideways, rally style through the gravel. I thought I was watching a round of the World Rally Championship there for a moment. You can see all the dirt all over the side of the Pulsar now as a result of that. But that was a spectacular moment. But better to see that than seeing a wheel escape and part company with the car like it did in qualifying yesterday.
Good to see they've got that car up and running. Wheel studs fairly easy to replace. So they'll get that car up and running. Competitors here from the Pulsar series. So they'll be involved here this weekend. He's not the only lone Pulsar in this group either. Tim Maynard, Dan Smith, another pair that have come over from that series.
Oh, another hairy moment there.
Geez, he's very late on the brake pedal there. Whether he's got a braking issue, I'm not too sure.
You were just talking about the Maynard Smith car. I just saw it in pit lane with its bonnet up as we saw the turn 1 shot. So that car's not gone out there. Hopefully no issues already. That would be a real shame. So hopefully they can repair whatever it is anyway. They clearly wanted to get out for the warm-up, but they're in the lane with the bonnet up. Hope to see that out there.
42 car, another one that's interesting is also the BMW 135i, which is seen a bit of Bathurst action too in the endurance events over there, and that's basically made up also of Hyundai XL drivers. So along with Brian Smith, Kim Anderson, who have just come second or third in the Masters Championship this year in the XLs, and they've got the young gun on board there, Brodie Dominic, in that team for this weekend. So brandishing the Panasonic livery as it was at Bathurst. So good to see that team back together here at the Bend here this weekend.
I was chatting to the crew down there earlier on today, and they were saying that the 3 of them have very, very little experience in that car, but they have qualified on pole position for the race in the 135i. They'll be starting alongside the Wallaces in the BMW 1M, so it's a BMW front row lockout. Beyond that is the Honda Integra that we haven't seen out there in this session. A good few drivers behind the wheel of that one. Robert Zanetti, as well as Mitchell McGarry in the 142 machine, and then their third driver as well, very well known Trophy Racing XL driver of Shane Nowicki as well. The Timothy Maynard and Smith car that, as I say, is in the lane. That's set to start from position number 4, ahead of that Commodore we can see just to the right of the shot in position number 5. Then we've got a few Pulsars and XLs, and as well the AJ Racing Subaru BRZ in there as well. So there's a fair bit of variety, and it's going to be really interesting to see the different classes and how they all come together late in the race based on the pit stop time. But checkered flag is out, so drivers coming across the line or coming into the pits at the end of the session. You see Declan Kirkham in the number 71 white and green machine swing it in the lane. That one sponsored by Virgil Auto and Inertia Apparel this weekend. And that is that. All the cars are either back in the lane or have crossed the line. So the inaugural 777 Enduro Crown, that will take place at 12:30 local time here on the screens of Blendline TV. A 4-hour endurance race. But before that, we've got a few more sprint races to come. Combined Sedans, the Australian Prototype Series and Touring Car Masters. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. Combined Sedans up next at 10:25. Almost imminently they will be heading out onto the track.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. That little ads package really does highlight just how much there is to see and do here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. There's always something on. I mean, next weekend something completely different out here on the race, out here at the venue, of course. The dragway is opened in recent years. You've got the go-kart track over around the final section of turns, the drift track as well, that is also. You've got the four-wheel drive adventure park as well. There is so much to see and do here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Go-karts?
Yeah, go-karts.
Go-kart,
yes.
yeah.
I did say go-karts, but yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Caught me on my deaf ear there.
Yeah,
Let's have a look what's going on here. We've got combined sedans. This is actually the last race for the weekend. And good to see Andrew Cook back in the field too in the X888 supercar in this field as well, which is actually a AU model race car with a BA body kit on it. So it's a BAU, if that makes any sense. I think that's how Andrew described it yesterday. So car's back out on the track. There it is. Still got the better electrical livery on that car. We'd actually used it as a spare car for 888 back in the day, and actually raced in the Konica series quite some time ago now. Dean Canto actually drove that race car. So local South Australian driver. Let's have a look at the grid on top, and pole position with Michael Barch after yet another race victory in the 88 car in the Toyota 86. And it'll be Matty Longhurst in the Integra. And it's the Venus Energy RX-7 there, Matt Wildy. Ben Madden will not be taking any part in this field. That car is well and truly on the trailer and heading for home. So they've had a mechanical issue there. So just the three there out of the four at the start of the grid. Go back to position 5 on the grid, Jason Palmer and Steve Campbell. And then the two different styles of BMWs. Then back to Steve Turner in the Mini, first in the Mini. And Ramsey Rambar, also another BMW E36 there. Steve Engelhardt in the VB Commodore. Matty Butters in the Arjo Energy Pulsar there. Gav Gold in the Sports Sedan model Mini. Rob Kilmartin back there in the Mitsubishi Magnum, the Ventures Racing Team entry there. They were having a pretty good battle, that previous pair too, in the last race. Up to position 12 there. Back to David Keegan, who got picked up a couple of places at the rear of the field after not running in a race yesterday after mechanical problems. Alex Lee there in the Mini, Tyson Jeans in the MGF, and Marty Lofthouse didn't finish the previous event, so we'll just have a close look at that one. Here, Myhill, also a non-finisher in the last race, non-starter with Craig Lindsay, he's not here. Andrew Cook is back, and Joel Stafford, not too sure either whether he'll make this field. And Scott Clements also with issues, failed to finish also in the previous race in the Mark 1 Escort there. So have a look as they all come around. I was looking at the back of the pack to see some of these cars that didn't finish in the last race are there. Andrew Cook is back, and all those other cars I just previously mentioned look like they're not there. So we lost a few numbers out of this field.
I think we might have been losing the 51 of Jeans as well in the MG. It's not at the back of that pack, and it's ended so rough when it went past the camera at the bottom of the hill. So that's not good news. And the fact that it's not at the tail of the queue says to me there's a significant problem with that car. So don't expect that to go too much further in this one. Here's the weather for today. It's currently 19 degrees. It's pretty humid out there. A southwesterly breeze heading towards Melbourne, and as well a sort of everything today. It's overcast currently. The sun peers through here and there. However, notably, there is a little bit of rain on the forecast for this afternoon. You sort of mentioned already, Madden, a non-starter in this one after finishing 4th in the race earlier on. Came to a halt on the warm-up lap, the cool-down lap, and is not going to be starting this one. Out in front is Barch and Longhurst. Longhurst in the black Honda. Had to do a lot of recovering after a couple of spins. Made life difficult for himself, but he has the pace, I think, to match Barch like he did in race 1. So this should be an absolute cracker between the top two. Who's going to finish third and fourth and the rest? Well, that remains to be seen as we are underway. Listen to the roar down towards turn number 1. The Integra doesn't have the straight line poke, but Longhurst is good under brakes, so watch him fight back into contention down into the first corner. Look at this though, 3 wide further back between the Mini, the Commodore and the Magna, and Cook is going to try and move forward like a knife through butter early on in this race. Finished quite nicely inside the top 10. Oh, I think the Mini had a moment there, but yeah, finished quite nicely inside the top 10 yesterday, but earlier on today did not take the start. And when I said the Mini, I meant that Mini there, the black one at the head of the queue, the sports sedan Mini.
Gav Gold there behind the wheel. Got Rob Kilmartin, didn't see the Jim Myhill start also in this field. Steve Engelhart going through there. David Keegan, bit of a David Goliath battle there between those 2 cars, 2 different capacity cars. The 6-litre V8 car with the Steve Engelhart car there, tucked in behind him. The winner out of that start there was definitely Jason Palmer. Absolutely no doubt about that. They made up plenty of ground off the start line, but March will be our lead car. Combined sedans basically made up of sports sedans and improved production race cars. The improved production not running for any points here this weekend. Their championship has been done and dusted. They've had their presentation dinner, it's all done. So it's out there here for a little bit of fun. But the sports sedans, on the other hand, are running for points. This is the final round of their, well, practically a 2-round series. The second round didn't really happen, but originally was going to be a 4-round series. That also got canned. So basically we started the series at Mallard Motorsport Park at the start of the series, at the start of the year. And we'll finish it off here at this particular meeting with obviously Michael Barch well and truly top of the points in front of Matt Longhurst down there for a beautiful 2 in the championship. So that should stand if Barch can just keep going on in his winning form. Interesting group there. Steve Englehart's transferred to sports sedans this season. Long time improved production runner in that Commodore. Beautiful car, beautiful, nicely prepared PM race engine underneath that hood. Prepared by Steve himself, because that is his engine business. They do make a very nice race engine. Matty Butters on the attack too. We had David Kiggin well and truly in his sights in the 52 car of David Kiggin, and Pulsar there on the inside of Matty Butters there for Victoria. So a couple of the lighter weight capacity cars there towards the rear of the field, trying to sort themselves out. Then you've got the big giant killer behind him. You've got the 5-litre V8 touring car behind him there of Andrew Cook.
You say David versus Goliath, that is very much David versus Goliath. And here comes Goliath up the inside. Oh, late on the brakes, Butters holds it around the outside. No thank you, he said. As long as I possibly can. A great driver is Matthew Butters, always at the front of Pulsars. He's famous for that, kicking up the inside wheel around the highly loaded corners. But I expect the supercar will just breeze by when they get to the pit straight. But at the moment, in the twisty stuff, they are able to hold it at bay, which is a pretty strange sight to see. Oh, Butters in too deep.
He's gone there.
That's entirely my fault. I've completely put the commentator's curse on him, saying what a great driver he is. And he's got made a very, very rare unforced error.
Let Cook go through quite easily there for that little mistake. So he'll use full horsepower down the main straight, and he'll give David Kiggin a cold here. He'll go straight past him down towards turn 1. There he goes. So Cook picks up yet another position just behind them there. Barsh, our race leader at the moment, already 5.3 seconds between him and Matty Longhurst, so pretty prolific start there for the early part of this race here for Michael Barch.
We've got a pretty depleted field in this one, haven't we? They've slowly been falling by the wayside throughout the weekend, so we've only got 14 in this one. We started with over 20 for the weekend, so you can see on the side of the screen, started with 20 cars, and slowly but surely they've fallen by the wayside, but still a good strong field, lots of variety. These two BMWs had a good battle in the race earlier on today. Palmer was ahead throughout, but late on Campbell came really all guns blazing late on in the race, but just ran out of time in the end. One more lap and I think he would have got him. This time though, he's with him at the start, so Campbell is right on the tail of Palmer in the fight for position number 4 out there on the race circuit. Love this camera angle through the snake back section of the course, sector number 2. Campbell is all over him. Where can he find a spot? The next opportunity is the hairpin. Turn number 23 on the long layout is the next opportunity for him to make a move. Not close enough into the hairpin on this particular occasion. But there are a few overtaking opportunities around that section, aren't there? It might be tight and twisty, but you got the mini straight into the hairpin. You've also got this straight here into turn number 25. And it's a long, continuous, it's several apexes, turn 25, turn 26 where they are now, and then it tightens into turn 27, and flicks back at 28. You can take a few different lines and make moves on that section of the course as well. It might be tight and technical, but due to the layout of it, there's different lines and overtaking opportunities.
That's exactly right. You nailed it there, Dan. So we've got the BMW E30 there, Jason Palmer, the BMW E36 of Steve Campbell, two different specs. Obviously the E30, a much older style BMW from the mid-1980s, which was their bookmakers' cars. This is bookmakers used to roll up at the racetrack, and that's just what they used to bring.
There you go.
That's an old story. We'll go back. So it's a beautiful race car. It's got the Warsheimer livery on that car, and very much a tribute livery. Done great things in improved production racing here in SA. Campbell still peppering away inside the last couple of corners. Trying to, so those two cars are currently in 4th and 5th position. Palmer had a terrific start off the line too, as they make their way down the main straight. Sounds great, doesn't it? Listen to that thing scream down the main straight here. Really screaming in pain down there. So those two BMWs front on shot there down there to turn 1. Palmer and Steve Campbell's been a new addition to improved production racing here this season. Just stepping out of the rally scene for a little bit of a period of time. Both of these improved production cars, of course, not running for any points here this weekend.
I just noticed at the back of the shot, and there he is, Turner's just come in. Turner was not too far behind these two in the Mini, and I noticed that the next car that came into the shot on the pit straight was Rabar in another BMW, and Turner has come into the pit lane, so that's a real shame. He's been running so well in that Mini all weekend long, and for him to end up with a mechanical issue in the lane is a real shame.
Both the Turners out there, unfortunately, far.
Oh, no.
Oh, hell, here we go. Here we got Matt Wildy. So that's the RX, that's the Venus Energy entry there. That's pulled up, and that's not going anywhere.
There's something wrong with the right front of that car, I thought. I thought the right front looked like it had a bit of toe out or something. It did not look right.
Well, we can't see it from there because we've got the concrete barrier vision there.
He's hiding it from us. He doesn't want us to know, but I'm pretty sure, okay, he was turning right down the hill. I'll admit that, but to me it did not look right. But I am making assumptions based on a very quick view of things, but that was the man in a very, very lonely 3rd position.
He was. It'll elevate Jason Palmer up into that position. And there's another set of brake lights there. Now, who have we got there?
No, it's the same car from
the same car, is it?
Yeah,
that's okay. It's just a different angle. Just see it over the mesh fence there. So he now becomes 3rd and 4th position. So Jason Palmer and Steve Campbell still going out down the back part of that circuit that was pointed across quite a few times. And then down past the control tower, which is actually the control tower on the eastern circuit. That's another circuit that comes into play sometimes.
You commentated on that one, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Yes, I've done a sprint event there.
Where's the commentary located? Is it over this side?
I did it from this particular building. Actually, it was funny. It was one of the early classic events. We actually did sprints on both tracks at the same time.
That's cool.
With 2 timing screens. Yeah, that
cool.
kept me lips busy. That was, to say the least. But it's good to be a part of this track this weekend, the big GT circuit. I think it's a great shot, big wide shot there. You can see right how sparse it is looking across the other side. Talking about sparse, but it's not so sparse now between these two. Have a look at this. We've got Campbell now really on the attack here behind Palmer. I think he's trying to get his nose tucked under there, looking for a passing opportunity. This is for 3rd and 4th position on track. And actually makes it the first 2 approved production cars in this combined Sedans field also. Palmer doing a great job, very highly competitive race car. We've seen a lot of it throughout the season. A couple of stints in Touring Car Masters as well, and he'll be back in that group on a couple of occasions next season.
Certainly seems a bit faster than the
There's
car
Longhurst
behind.
there.
Yeah, Longhurst lost a lot of time that lap. I think he's got a problem. He's looking
looking
in
at
the
the
rear
mirrors.
vision mirror. He was over half a minute slower than what he normally is, 37 seconds slower last lap than the race leader, and over 20 seconds slower than these guys. He is limping out there at the moment. So we've already lost one of our top 3 out there on the race circuit, Wildy. It looks like another one is ailing badly, is up the inside in the Falcon. Goes car number 66. You were telling me a bit of interesting information on this car. It's a BA body, but underneath it isn't.
It's an AU.
Yeah.
It's actually an AU, even though it's got the BA front on it. So it is a car in disguise. It's actually used as the spare car for Triple Eight racing. You see, it's still got the better electrical livery on the side of that car, and they used that spare car in what was then known as the Konica series, or now the Dunlop series in modern terms. And Dean Canto actually had a steer of that car in that series. I think it only raced for one series, from memory.
So Cook's
There's
now...
a lot of people that have driven in that series and come through the ranks.
I'll certainly have, and I think a lot of stars of the future in the series this year that did so strongly. A lot stepping up next year, of course. In recent times, we've seen Matt Payne step up, but next year we've got Kai Allen, and we've got several others as well that are stepping up. Cooper Murray, of course, as well, although he didn't really have a good year in Super 2 this year, but certainly delivered well when he was alongside Craig Lowndes in the endurance races. He really showed just how good he is, and he's taking the seat of the 2023 Supercars champion at Erebus Motorsports. Brody Kostecki moving to the Shell V-Power racing team, and here we are at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
We are. Current shot there is Gavin Gold. That's the sports sedan Mini. It's a bit of a giant killer too. He's certainly, even though he's got much more horsepower behind him, he's doing a great job. You can see Steve Engelhardt, and he's about to be attacked by that better electrical Falcon. There it is. So a bit of V8 grunt is about to come together there, even though it's two different formats. One holding one forward, one slightly older than the other. But the supercar will have a little bit more horsepower down, not so much this section, but certainly in a straight line.
I think it'll have more horsepower, it'll be better under brakes. I think it's got advantages everywhere, to be honest. I think it's better in the corners.
A little bit more modern technology, of course.
Yes.
And there it goes.
Or locked up.
We've got a little bit of a lock up there too. It's interesting. Got past okay, no problems.
That corner really seems to catch people out. I don't know what your thoughts are. My thoughts are because it sort of falls away from you as you get to the mid-corner. That's my theory anyway, as we can see these two who have now moved into second place, I believe. Yes, they have, ahead of Longhurst as they go around the final corner. I'm just going to see.
Oh, gee, that wasn't a very good entry apex there from Palmer. That was a little bit off-putting there. Got a little bit crossed up.
Yeah,
He's under brakes there, so that gave Campbell a serious look at it. There's Longhurst in the background there. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to limp his way around. This now becomes overall second and third on track, and of course the first two improved production race cars on track also. So it's interesting little battle starting to occur here. Palmer with There's plenty of time looking in the rear vision mirror. That black BMW behind him. Let's have a look at the replay here. Oh, that's Steve Engelhardt. And what's happened there? Is he run out of brakes?
Oh, I think that was just a mistake, I think.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happened there. Or run out of talent, one of the two.
Or got lost. That can happen around this layout. As we see, the Falcon is going to get the Mini now in a straight line. So Cook overtakes Gold, and that is now 6th position for him from the very tail of the field. So 6th position for car number 66. PB lap last time through for him, a 3-minute 40.2, pretty much matching the car ahead of him, the BMW of Ra, the 888 machine. But this is intensifying the fight for 3rd position. So it's BMWs in 3rd, 4th and 5th. But these two are scrapping away for position number 3 as they head into the snake section. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left.
Palmer with a bit more circuit experience than what Steve Campbell's got. So he's had a bit more practice in circuits, so more than Steve Campbell, who also Steve's fairly new to the Improved Production Series this season. He's doing a great job. He's tagged right on the back of him there just as they go out of the camera shot. So these two different bodied or different geared BMWs. Obviously Jason with the older of the pairing there. Just coming down that section right down the far eastern part of the circuit. And there they go past the control tower there of the, what would normally be the eastern part of the circuit, or eastern circuit. And that means they're making their way back towards us. Not in a straight line, obviously, with a couple of interesting turns there. Like a big fishbowl down through there.
Love the sound of the Palmer BMW E30. Let's listen to it as he gets on the power out of here. It sounds absolutely immaculate.
Campbell just can't get him. I think it's just driver experience. Palmer's been driving fairly defensively. There he goes again. You see, he just cuts across the apex there, just shut the door in his face. Cool. Campbell much closer there under brakes, but not quite close enough. So 1 minute 30 on the time clock there. I was just wondering how we were going, so we've still got a couple more laps in here.
I just think Palmer just looks a bit more brave under brakes. He's in deep there into turn 34, and he's finding himself having to go defensive now at almost every single turn as they come around the final corner for what will, I believe, be the final lap of the race. We might squeeze one more in after this one. We'll have to wait and see. But out in front, Barch's lead.
Where's that dust coming from? That's conspicuous. What's going on there?
We'll let the dust settle. Is that the Integra? Is that the Integra? It is. It is. That is the number 21.
And he's into the wall down there. It looks like he's parked it hard up against the wall. So has that thing run out of brakes? What's happened down there? I don't know if we've got any replay of that, but he was only circulating and just limping around slowly anyway with issues, but he's gone in deep. I'm not too exactly sure which turn that is, but...
That's the second to last turn,
Second
turn
last.
34. Butters on the tail once again of McKinnon. These guys have had a great battle all weekend long. The next corner, though, after this right kink, will not be an overtaking opportunity. There'll be local yellows for the stationary machine. Car number 21 of Longhurst down there. I don't think he's actually touched the wall. I think he's basically put the nose up against it. Here's a replay. So
this is the replay. Where are we? Oh, he's just gone straight in. Oh, there was a crunch, all right. No bad about that. He's got the concrete.
You got the concrete.
We certainly had the concrete. No problems there.
Very strange. Yeah. Very strange to go off at the left angle.
Definitely
like that.
Contact there, unfortunately. It looks like he was on full lock too. He had plenty of brakes, so I'm not too sure what's happened.
Anyway, we continue on with the fight for just outside the top 10, or sorry, just inside the top 10, 9th and 10th position. But we look back at the race leader by, get this, 1 minute and 17 seconds, and that's only going to increase as well. The sports sedan, really the sole remaining sports sedan, up against the improved production cars. It's been a brilliant weekend for Barch, and he's going to make it 3 from 3. Comes out the final corner, and he's done things easy. It's been a sensational Sunday for Barch. He takes the honours by a country mile. These guys are still on the East Circuit fighting for position number 2. It's been a really good battle between these two. We thought it would be, and it has delivered. Maybe not quite as much wheel-to-wheel racing as we maybe expected, but nevertheless they've sort of to and fro. Campbell's got closer, Palmer's pulled away, Campbell's got closer again, and this is as close really as Campbell has been. He had a couple of little looks around this time last lap, and he's got a nice run through turn number 30 and up towards the fast sweeping corner. The blind right hand. Oh, that's committed. And that was too committed, unfortunately. Runs 2 wheels through the grass, and you can hear that the engine revs died down. The momentum was lost, and I think that could very well be that. He was probably told on the radio the penultimate corner isn't an overtaking opportunity. There's the car stuck there. So that really was a last-ditch effort, and it didn't pay off. So Palmer, barring any drastic issue, should hold on to take the improved production fight. And second overall, a very commendable effort for sure, as other cars fell by the wayside. Palmer takes position number 2. Campbell threw everything at it, but in the end had to settle for 3rd position in that one. And then it's another lengthy wait before the next few cars come through.
So Rabar will be the next of the BMW E36s. And there he is. The 888 number on that car.
We didn't see that car much at all this weekend, really. Stayed out of trouble, chipped away, and got some really good results.
First meeting out too for that car. So I've no doubt we'll see that a bit more come next season. There we go. Here's the under 2 litre section here. Dave McKeegan and Matty Butters over a little bit further towards the back of the field. And now basically, well, they're not the last, are they? They've got a couple in front of them, or behind them. Doesn't matter. McKeegan under brakes down there, just has a big look in the mirrors to see where Matty Butters is. And he's very close. So they come back down towards us there. And come down to penultimate corner. I think McKeegan will hang on to that position.
Bottas was so deep on the brakes there. I thought we were going to have some contact there for a moment, but no. He's a very good driver and was able to slow the machine down, and he will, unfortunately for him, finish behind McKinnon. So great drive for McKinnon, actually, to finish 9th, just ahead of Bottas. And then there are 3 more cars, one more car out there. Longhurst has come to a stop, and so has Wildy. So 2 of the sports sedans will not make the finish of this one. That leaves just Lee in the number 28 machine.
And there he comes. He gets the checker flag right on cue. Good to see Alex behind the wheel again this weekend. We haven't seen too much of him throughout the season. So he's back and finishes off his race, and that is it. Gee, there's a lot of D's involved there alongside that list, either a DNF or didn't start at all. Andrew Cook was the winner there. He actually finished up in overall 5th position. He started from the rear of the field there in that race too. He's made up a stack of ground, as you would expect with a car of that nature. As we have a good look at the go-kart track in the background. Gee, that's busy. Look at the go-karts whizzing around down there.
So that is that then. So Barch taking 3 out of 3 in combined sedans this weekend. Jason Palmer coming home in position number 2, and Stephen Campbell in 3rd position, ahead of the next of the BMWs. Cook, a good recovery into the top 5 in that former supercar. Prototypes look like they are pretty much set to go, so we're going to jump into an ad break, and we'll be back with the Australian prototypes in just a flash.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Cars all lined up on the outgrid. We are set to go in just a matter of moments. It was an incredibly dramatic race number 2 in the Australian Prototype Series. Our race leader throughout the entirety, Mark Short, came to a stop. Well, slowed down drastically in the final sector and then came to a stop coming on to pit straight. It was such a shame for the men who really had dominated the weekend up to that point. Miles Lacey was in the fight as well for what at the time was the second and third position, and then he ended up spinning on the final lap. He did end up finishing in position number 3, and just when we thought the drama couldn't get any worse, Julian Newton as well, who was inside the top 3 positions, also came to a stop late on in that race. He was able to refire the car and finished a lowly 9th position, but it in the end made the 2 championship combatants who'll be fighting for the title in this one, Jason Macris and John Paul Drake, finish 1-2 in the race. They certainly weren't 1-2 for much of it, but in the end it was 1-2 in the race. Miles Lacey 3rd. Phil Hughes will start from position number 4 ahead of Andrew McKee. Paul Trengrove, Stahlbaum in position number 7 ahead of Song, Lauke, Newton, Borman. Hopefully they've got Short, Andrewas and Eldridge back out there after they came to a stop. I've just been informed by Matt Bargwaneth, who helps out with this series. The simple maths are Macris needs a top 5 finish to win the championship.
That's looking pretty strong at the moment.
Well, it's
we'll see
we're going to try and not put the commentator's curse on it, that is for sure. But that's a simple maths equation. Top 5 for Macris will seal the deal in the final race of the Australian Prototype Series today. John Paul Drake just has to do the best he can, try and take a race victory and leave the rest up to the driver of car number 44. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Will Macris be going for the race win, or will he be thinking the big game, the war? I imagine he'll just be trying to bring home a top 5 finish in this one. But cars are about to be sent away. Got plenty more action still to come. After this, Touring Car Masters for their final weekend of the series will hit the racetrack. And then after a short break, we will have the 777 Endurance Crown, the 4-hour endurance race, the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Looking forward to that one. We'll talk you through all the rules and regulations in that one. But for now, we got a couple of sprint races to finish off the morning's proceedings. And These prototypes always turn on the action, don't they? There's always drama, always action, and that's because of the different machines and also the balance of performance. It's a very level playing field.
Certainly is, and we certainly saw that in the previous races you just mentioned there, Dan. Certainly all happened inside that last lap. Really did change the placings completely around. We're on shot there, we're looking down at the Jam Motorsport entries there, and there's a lot of them. So, and you can see them all getting ready and prepared for their rollout for their race. We wait for their track clearance. All the crew down there. Stratton Libera standing in the front there with the headset on. He won't be able to hear us, but he's certainly standing down in front of us there with the beard. And all the rest of the crew down there at Jam Motorsport. Big configuration, lots of crew involved.
Huge. One of the biggest teams, obviously the biggest team in the prototype series, but one of the biggest teams in the country. You can see John Paul Drake, he's having a good little dance behind the wheel of his machine. Look at him bouncing his head around. He is pumped and ready to go. You see that, don't you? I see particularly in rallycross, in those sort of short style races, drivers are pounding their chest, trying to get themselves pumped up and ready to go, get their heartbeat up, get the adrenaline going before the start of the race, because that's when you need to be at your wits' end, quick reaction times, ready for anything that might happen when the field are bunched and packed together. That's when you really need to get your wits about you.
Yeah, I've seen him do that a few times. He does get pumped up, JP. He's probably done a few burpees before he got in that car as well.
He's a character.
Gets a few stretches in. And a big part of this series, of course, nods of the head, and there he goes. A few shakes of the head, getting himself all pumped up inside that car. He's, of course, a very well-known local businessman here in SA, of course, of his supermarket franchise, Drake's. And they've got not only race cars, but we see a lot of other videos that come from that business.
I don't know what he's listening to. It looks like he's listening to music, but it looks like a tune and a half, I have to say. He's really boogieing down there.
No doubtly, maybe on Spotify there. That's too technical for me, so I don't have that.
John Paul Drake winning last year's championship. He would really like to take it out once again this year, but the car that's sort of hidden by the balcony, car number 44, the black, white, and patches of green as well. Jason Macris, the man in the box seat going.
It's got a bit of a Monster Energy drink look about it.
It does, doesn't it? It's exactly what I thought. Sort of Ken Block sort of nod almost.
Mark Lauck in the backfield there. By far the elder statesman in this group. Mark Lauck, he's been around. I mean, he's been involved with the prototype series for quite some time, but did a fairly big stint in IROC Porsches and the various other Porsche racing here in SA. Been around in car racing circles here for quite some time, and they've just loaded the Matt Longhurst car on the back of that tilt train shot. That was the reason for the delay. So now once that car has been loaded up, we can get in our own way.
Absolutely. Mark Lauke has taken third in the championship here. Oh, actually, he's in a great battle actually with Miles Lacey. So those two are pretty much equal.
In that car there too. That's at a big scrape with the concrete. Just on the back. Sorry, there, Dan. Just on the back of the tilt tray there. And you were saying about Mark Lauke, sorry, Mark?
Yes, Miles Lacey and Mark Lauke are very much equal on points as well coming into this one. I think Lacey's just moved ahead into third in the series. Ross Polakis was third in the championship coming into this weekend, but is not here to compete in what is the fourth and final round of the series. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. We've been lucky enough to call this one. I called most of the rounds this season. A real privilege to call this National Championship, which started off at Sydney Motorsport Park. They drove on the pretty much 5K layout, 4.95 Ks here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park several months ago when the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series came to town. And then at Phillip Island, Wet and Wild Phillip Island a few months ago, I was over there. And then back here for this, the final round of the season. Mark Lauke, you were touching on a veteran of the series, a two-time champion in the series as well, back in 2015 and 2017. Macris, a former champion as well, but not since 2018. So it's been a while since he last took the title. He's hoping to do that in just a few moments at time. Pit lane entry is about to open, and that means a 25-minute race will commence and time will begin to tick. I love the Force India livery on that machine. It's a real nod back to the days of Adrian Sutil, Nico Hulkenberg, Sergio Perez, all driving the car back when it was in its Force India days, then became Racing Point, and now, of course, Aston Martin with Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll behind the wheel. So we can see Julian Newton. That's good to see that car is going to take the start of this one. I've not seen, though, Mark Short come out into the lane.
He's not in that garage, so he was on the, I don't think he's around the back somewhere. That's all the Jam Motorsport entries there. Mark is not one of those groups in the MSR car, so we haven't seen that car roll out. Might be at a camera shot. So maybe something a little bit more broken than what we thought. So we'll have a look. You come out the rear of the field if that's the case. So the Jam entries are the first cars to make their way out onto the track.
Looks pretty dark all of a sudden down there at turn number one, doesn't it?
Plenty of heat haze.
Yes, yeah, it's still warm.
Still quite warm here, but Paul Trengrove goes through. Brent Stolbaum, Dyson Song there, Mark Lauke, and go back to Julian Newton there.
We had 3 different winners here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park early on in the year. John Paul Drake took a win, Jason Macris took a win, and Miles Lacey took a win. Yesterday, Mark Short took a victory. Earlier on today, Macris took one. So we might be on again as well. Will we potentially for 3 different winners again in this round? As we can see, the number 19 is out there of Eldridge, and Andre was just ahead of him. So I did not see Short.
You've mentioned have been in the wars this weekend.
Certainly have.
And Eldridge has actually failed to finish a race.
Speaking of in the wars, we saw them trying to push this thing to get it started. They're giving it another boot at the back of the car, and it has refired. So Bournemouth will be heading out there. And, again, that sounded like it died once more. I thought it was refiring, and then it seemed to die again. So that's they're having some issues down there in the lane. Is that car moving? Yes, I think it is.
So Scotty Bourman there. In the Force India livered car, which is not his usual drive. So he's had a different car this weekend.
Not done every round this season. Did Sydney Motorsport Park and did Phillip Island, but did Bend, but yeah, missed SMP and Phillip Island. So only done the 1 round so far this year. So good to have him back in the field.
Get Eldridge there on screen in the store. It's got a real stealth look about it, that car, hasn't it? Look how low that thing sits to the ground. Can sneak up behind a few other competitors, no problems.
Yeah, very much so.
Hopefully he can get through this race. He hasn't had too much, the meeting, not too much to write home about at the moment, so a few issues. They must be just minor problems. He's back out again for the final race here for their weekend. So Jason Macris to lead them around, so completely different to what we saw at the previous race. And so complete turnaround, of course, that interesting finish inside that last lap of the previous race with cars stopping. Lead stop, Mark Short not back there by the looks of things also. And I can't see that car in the back of the pack, so it's a bit unfortunate. So just fell short of the previous race.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a dramatic end. If you want to watch back race number 2, you can watch it on Blendline TV. You can watch yesterday's action. You can see everything that you missed earlier on today as well. So go to the Facebook or the YouTube channel as well. And it's a double stream this weekend, because also they're streaming Island Magic over at Phillip Island as well. So a busy weekend for the team at Blendline TV. So that's what I'll be doing during the week, having a couple of days off in the week, sitting back, relaxing and watching the action from Phillip Island that we missed. Yes, exactly.
I'll be back at work tomorrow.
No, I'll still be writing media releases and stuff. Don't you worry. I'll still be a busy man. But I'll have Phillip Island on for sure. Look forward to watching that. Make sure you keep abreast of all things prototypes as well in the lead up to what's set to be a gangbuster 2025 season. make sure you go to the Australian Prototype Series social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, etc. And same at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's great to finish off the 8-round SAM Champs Series, South Australian Motor Racing Championships, here on the big 7.77 kilometre layout. Really, really cool. And looking forward to seeing how the SAM Champs are going to run next year. And it'd be great as well if we could get more like this, more Australian categories on the SAM Champs as well, like the Australian Prototype Series, like Touring Car Masters. So make sure you head to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the Bend website, find out all the information about what's to come in 2025, but also as well in the next few weeks. We've got some drag racing next week, and as well a tractor pull event in a couple of weeks' time. They really do have a huge variety of events at this venue.
Tractor pull for the first time here at this venue. We're actually down at the drag strip. Anyway, rolling start in formation, so we're about to get this race underway. Who will win down in the penultimate corner? They're behind the safety car. It's about to pull away. Lights out.
So title contenders, Matt Chris and John Paul Drake on the front row of the grid. On the left, the black and white one, that is the championship leader. Just needs a top 5 finish. The man alongside him will be after one thing, and that's the big W at the end of this race. The race victory, and we are underway. Another brilliant start by Phil Hughes. He had an absolute blinder from the tail of the field in race 1 yesterday, and I think you're right. I think he will be in front. Whether or not he can swing across the nose of Matt Chris remains to be seen. He can. Oh, John Paul Drake. There's contact, and around goes John Paul Drake. That is an absolute disaster for him. We said he really needed the victory. Oh, and there was another car. Who was that? Stopped on the side of the road. I'm not quite sure who that was. That was another green and grey machine. I hope that wasn't Macris down there at turn and one. It was. So both of the title contenders have had problems down at turn number 1. The championship has been flipped on its head.
As now, Andrew McKee was the one that made contact there with John Paul Drake down there at turn 1. Just got up on the inside, thinks just tightened up on the apex, so he didn't get through. Oh, there's Dyson's songs off.
Carnage at the start of this one.
Got refired, so he'll try and get that race car out of harm's way. So the GH garage entry put himself in a bit of an awkward position. So all happening in the first part of this race. If you don't mind, as I mentioned, now the championship has been flipped over here. As I mentioned, Macris there to try to finish inside the top 5 to win the championship. Well, that doesn't look likely.
The good news for him, though, is John Paul Drake also had that spin on lap 1. So if he can keep him within touching distance, it should still be enough to take the title. But let's turn our attention to the fight at the front. 3 drivers that have moved forward on the opening lap. We have at the front of the field a different machine. It's Hughes at the front, returning to the series this round, pushing his son out the driving seat, taking back the realm of the Radical SR8. He's followed by the Praga of Miles Lacey and the much newer Radical, driven by the man behind the wheel at number 15 is Julian Newton, and then behind that something completely different. I think that's Paul Tredgrove, so a good start from him as well.
He's in the West race car there, Paul Tredgrove, the only West race car in the field. And that's one of the motorcycle configurated cars, chain driven 1 metre motor in those cars. Fibre body in the car, and he's up for a pass too. He's had a shot there. Julian Hughes just in front of him. Close to car, so completely different front looking mob here at the moment. With Phil Hughes out in front, the Praga of
good exit from McKee.
Behind him.
Good exit from McKee. That'll give him the move up the inside on Stelbaum into the final corner. That's for position number 5. There's John Paul Drake at the tail of the queue, just behind Matt Chris, and quite a bit further behind that is the championship leader Matt Chris. So drama on the opening lap, but we have a real duel at the front of the field. A man who's yet to take a race victory this season is leading the way as McKee makes another place. This time it's on Paul Trengrove. So McKee looks fast at the moment, doesn't he? He's now up inside the top 4. He's got that trio, the leading trio ahead of him now. Running car number 13. That's not something I do. Unlucky for some, it's certainly been unlucky for me over the years. I stay away from that number. But for some people, Pastor Maldonado ran it in Formula 1 and McKee running it out there in Australian prototypes.
He certainly is. Camera shot there. Mark Lauke trying to fight his way back through the field. Currently in 8th position on track. Philandronis behind him has had a bit of a torrid run at this meeting as well. Spun in the previous race. So he's trying to do very wide there for McKee.
He did that in the race earlier on. Maybe that's just his line. Apex early, go wide, and then apex late. He's doing it too often for it to be a continuous mistake for me.
Right. Back through the pack there, Paul Trengrove. And Stolbom there. And that's the store behind there in Eldridge there.
Here we go through the snake section of the course. Look at how close Lacey is on the tail of Hughes. And they're just slightly gapping Newton, who is going to be hounded very quickly by not only McKee, but also Andreas, who, let's not forget, started this race from the back row of the grid. He's absolutely flown through early on in this one as they head into the tight hairpin, one of the tightest corners on this circuit. And through past the start-finish line on the East Circuit, of course, not the start-finish line on this layout, the full layout. The top 2 are just steadily increasing that lead. Lacey up the inside. Hughes will look for a nice exit, but the door is closed. Big dive bomb, late move. Lacey caught Hughes napping.
He certainly did. He got past it cleanly, and that was ready. The gap opens up. So obviously the Prague with plenty of pace on board. Got that pass done. This group here, that big pack there, that's obviously Julian Newton, Andrew McKee, Philandronis, nose to tail heading down to the back part of the circuit. And Paul Trengrove just behind that trio as well, so all close and handy racing there in that mid group.
3rd, 4th, 5th. Nose to tail, and McKee
looking for a pass, finally on Julian Newton.
Oh, mistake.
Get it done. Trying to set a big look in on the inside there. So I'm not too sure whether he was trying to point that car, but didn't quite make it work. Dronis has got a nice bit of straight line speed too. We've already seen that car down the main straight here a few times over the weekend. As they come over that little crest, it's not a flat track. There's a little crest you're going to come over before the braking marker there at turn 1. And Madronis will just slip back in behind that pair I just mentioned. Behind Julian Newton there.
Looks so dark.
He's still close under brakes there at turn 2.
I can't get over how dark it looks at the first sector of this lap. The clouds are certainly building around the venue at the moment. It looks all right from this direction. It's when we're facing south that it looks really, really bad. As up the inside, no, not close enough there. Stahlbaum able to hold Eldridge at bay. And they're both actually closing in on the car ahead of them, which is the fast-starting Paul Trengrove. McKee again, wide and a late apex. I'm sure that is the racing line that he is choosing as we go back to turn number 10. It's a really long right-handed turn, heavily loaded and then flat through this corner. Turn number 11 in these cars. And then it's the S section of the course. I absolutely adore this section. Real elevation as well. It goes up here and then it falls away now down the hill, left, right, back to the left, and then the long right at turn number 21 before they flick into a left-handed kink, and then they have a bit of a straight before the tight hairpin at turn number 23, and that is exactly where these guys are headed. But Hughes, a good start, but doesn't have the pace to go with Miles Lacey. The international driver has absolutely bolted off into the distance, and McKee is now closing in on him. really strong end to the weekend from McKee. I was saying number 13 is unlucky for some. It's been unlucky for him for much of the weekend. His fortunes at this point in time are looking a little bit better in race number 3.
Now, because looking to put a pass down there on Phil Hughes. Got right up behind him there under the braking marker there. And, oh gee, have a look at, that's the Newton entry there. He's hiding up another pack. Paul Trengrove just behind him. That's a different group. We'll go back to the previous group. Hughes here, currently in second position. The next group, so we've got Julia Newton, who's currently back in 4th position. That's 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position on track. Past those Ian Eldridge there in the store. Gives you a pretty good look at the different cars there too. You know, Radical, West race car, Wolf race car, and then Store, which is about to get a restart on there. Right there at the penultimate turn, looking towards the main straight.
Hughes is really wide there, and that's allowed the 23 through as well, so he loses 2 in one corner there. But this car has some straight line poke. The old SR8 absolutely flies in a straight line. Top speed of 173 miles an hour, and he blasts back past in a straight line there. So back up to position number 3. Although Andreas is not done, he's got the cut back out of the corner, really set that one up nicely, took the nice wide line on the approach, got the cut back, got the exit, and those guys have exchanged places now 3 times already at the start of this lap. I'm looking for the, up inside.
Newton for a move too. And he gets underneath Hughes to pick up that position, or has he made it stick? A little bit wide on the exit there. And so Hughes retains that position and gets back up exactly where he was.
Good clean racing.
Very good. Both of those Radical drivers have given each other plenty of room. Makes there too. Specs of Radical there. One a little bit older than the other. Looking at Grove on the attack. The 2 really low flying prototype models there, the West race car and the Store. Still flying big cars, both chain driven motorcycle powered cars.
I note that behind them, look, John Paul Drake and Matt Chris is just behind him. So these guys are pretty much caught up to this group now. But notably, Matt Chris is just behind John Paul Drake. That is important for the title with 8 minutes still to go. He said he needed a top 5, but that was if John Paul Drake took the win. That does not look possible.
There he is.
There he is. He's in there now, isn't he?
These other 2 are fighting for 7th and 8th position. Drake back to 9th, and he'll get past Paul Trengrove here.
Trengrove's got no speed, he's got no straight line pace. I don't know what's, I think maybe a bit of a gremlin, because he was so strong early on in this race, but maybe it's BOP, I'm not quite sure, but that car I don't think is running 100% correctly. It's just got no poke.
Bit more horsepower too beyond that Wolf race car. So he'll go through and skip away. Takes him up into 6th position. And there's the other title leader at the moment, Paul Macris. He's coming into play too, so he's got Paul Trengrove in his sights as well. So that's interesting. So either John Paul Drake or Jason Macris are not too far away from each other as they're trying to pick their way through the field. And he should be able to get past. Look at the width of that car of Macris's. It's a big race car. The V8 powered entries in this field. And there's a car out in the dirt there. Who is that? Is that Andrew McKee out in the dirt?
I'm looking,
there was someone well out in the grass there.
Yeah, McKee's plummeting down the order. Good spot there, Mark, from you. I did see the yellows, but I didn't pick which car it was. It was indeed McKee. So from 2nd place, he has unfortunately thrown that away. There he is. Car number 13. Unlucky for some, unlucky for him this weekend.
Got it down the ditch there. He's a long way off the track, so he's well and truly out of harm's way. The water runoff area there on the inside the track. Not much water in it at the moment.
He's miles off the circuit.
Yeah.
That's really strange how he's ended up there on the inside of the track. I'd say he's got on the power too early, but to end up that far down the ditch in the grass is very, very strange. And Drewas is now in a comfortable second, and in fact catching Miles Lacey at the front of the field with the fastest lap of the race last time through. He was a couple of seconds faster than the race leader Lacey, but further back, about 8 seconds behind them, is this enthralling battle for third place. It's Hughes, it's Newton, and it's Eldridge, who's come on really strong in this final race of the weekend. He's got a nice run. He's not going to be able to do anything with that through the flat-out banked corner that is turn number 11 on this extended layout. Now through the snake section, my favourite, Mark.
You wanted that before, Dan. Good too. Look at them all going to whiz down through that snake section you just talked about, which is right over the far eastern part of the circuit, furthest away from the main complex as you can possibly get. It's almost like another suburb over there. It's that far away.
Oh, look who's here.
Brings good racing. Have a look at this. You can see JP Drake now gets past Ian Eldridge there. Now he's on the tail of Julian Newton. So he dropped a wheel out there too. Just past the start-finish position down there on the eastern circuit, which we're not using this weekend. See the tower down there. So he's pushing hard, JP Drake, isn't he? Really hard. Got to keep in touch with Jason Macris here.
I heard some tyres squealing.
Yeah, I heard that too. Not too sure where that came from. So Drake should be able to take advantage through this sweeping part of the circuit to pick up that position with Julian Newton. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th position on screen. And have a look at where Macris is. Very close, not too far behind at all. But they've got to get past all these other cars. Remember, they're fighting for position as well.
Eldridge fighting back at John Paul Drake, but John Paul Drake thinks the best defence is attack, and he has a little bit of a look up the inside as well on the car ahead of him, Julian Newton, as they come around the final corner. There's still 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Drake is up to 5th, albeit briefly though, with the BOP is hampered in a straight line, and back through comes the very sleek, the very, very aero-efficient in a straight line Eldridge. That was a very easy manoeuvre for car number 19. You're not going to get a much easier move than that in the, as I say, car number 19. It's entered in the South Australian Prototype Series this weekend in his store at WF1. So the championship combatants are once again 5th and 6th on the road. Drake from Macris. If Macris just gets one more place, even if John Paul Drake wins the thing, which I don't think will be possible, it will be out of John Paul Drake's hands. But there's still plenty of action still in this one. We're not going to... oh, there's a car stationary over to the side of the car.
Who's that?
That is the double 9. Yep.
So car parked, the other one is don't park their sign. It's supposed to be there. Go back to the action here with now John Paul Drake comes back into his own down this part of the circuit. After Ian Eldridge's got him straight. But now we get through all the twisty bits over the other side. Newton's done a terrific job driving fairly defensively too. Quite aware of what's going on behind him. Pack around. And Jason Macris just behind that trio that are also fighting out for place. So there's plenty going on in this section of the track. So we look across their coverage there, and under brakes, Drake around the outside of that corner. That's a wide berth. That's going to be very difficult through that snaky bit over the other side of the circuit. No worries in there. Eldridge on the inside there of Julian Newton. Up there, tightens up there somewhat. Still fine. Look at all the challenges he's got behind him.
How good is this? 4
he's
different
driving
machines.
very defensively. Terrific job. The local driver here in this series is Julian Newton.
Here is John Paul Drake. Oh, good exit from Eldridge. John Paul Drake will follow through as well. So Newton losing a couple of places there. Macris not too far behind either. But John Paul Drake, as I say, he's not got the straight line speed this weekend. So if the Radical of Newton can stay close, he might be able to get back through in a straight line. But look at Macris, he is there as well. 4 completely different cars going about this race. And this is really, really good to see. Out in front, Andreas has made it through on Miles Lacey, so a change at the front of the field. And Andreas is in a league of his own in terms of lap times. Absolutely flying out there on this race circuit. They come across the line. Saw the hand raise there from John Paul Drake. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to communicate to the team. He's probably communicating that Julian Newton's overtaking me, because through comes the Radical SR10. I said that if he stayed in touching distance coming onto the straight, he might be able to get by, and that was very much the case there. They made that look very, very easy. I think we are now on the final lap of this motor race. Andreas a 4.2 second lead ahead of Miles Lacey in the Praga.
Andreas looking for a maiden victory here. So another turnaround again, yet another winner here, maybe for the weekend. There's the other two that are fighting out. We've still got John Paul Drake, Julian Newton on screen and just in front of him. So that's for 5th and 6th position on track. There's the Glenn Stolbaum car parked on the infield there. So that's well and truly out of harm's way as we get towards the possibly what should be the checkered flag moment here in this lap. Still trying to decide that track position as well. So I mentioned there for 5th and 6th position on track. Julian Newton done a terrific job. He's certainly held off quite a few challenges in this race. And there he is, feeling Andreas, gee, looking for a maiden victory in the series. SA driver here. And of course, in the SA Championship I'm referring to, not the National Championship.
Oh, he's pushing still.
Yeah.
Bit of oversteer there over the crest at turn 25. Had to quickly catch that one. He wants another fastest lap, clearly late on. Did you say?
He's felt a bit of pace there, no doubt about it. Unbelievable.
It's come out of nowhere, hasn't it, in this final race? And he's come from the back of the field as well.
Trying to seal this SA title here. I don't think he might be able to do it with this win.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good performance from him as he heads into the final section of the course. By the looks of it, we saw that Short won race 1 yesterday, another South Australian Prototype Series driver. So the South Aussies certainly taking it to the National Series this weekend. Andreas entering the final couple of corners. Based on race 2, though, we don't want to call it too early because it was just here where Short came to a grounding halt on the final lap of the race, and that car is smoking as well.
That's a massive big cloud of blue smoke there. He might just get it home.
He certainly will.
Oh, yeah, that's gone. That's in trouble, that engine.
He doesn't need it for much longer, though. He crosses the line to take the race victory. Miles Lacey is going to take the win in the Australian Prototype Series, and he's absolutely delighted with that. Flashing lights as he comes across the line. It's been a great season for him, but in the end, not quite in the title fight. A great battle between these two late on. John Paul Drake does get past Julian Newton, but Jason Macris has done enough to seal the title in the Australian Prototype Series. He kept John Paul Drake at arm's length, just a couple of places ahead, and that means that the 44 machine, the former champion back several years ago, he's been waiting a while to get the Australian crown back, hasn't won it since 2018. Well, the wait is finally over. Jason Macris is the 2024 Australian Prototype champion. Certainly didn't make life easy for himself after the spin on
It's been
turn
an interesting
1.
event for Jason, that's for sure.
Certainly has, up and down like a roller coaster after winning race 2 earlier, back down again. The good news for him, though, the lifesaver is the fact that John Paul Drake went around as well, and it meant both of the title contenders had to come through the field, but he's done enough there, has Jason Macris. A great job, a consistent season for him all season long. Didn't take as many race victories as Miles Lacey or John Paul Drake, but it was consistency that did it for him in the end. A really, really good season once again in the Australian Prototype Series, and fitting, I feel, that it went down to the final race, and a really good duel in the mid-pack between those guys. But out in front was Andreas ahead of Miles Lacey, who took the final win in the Australian Prototype Series, with Andreas winning outright and in the SA Series. Philip Hughes rounding out his season with a top 3 finish on his return to the series. Eldridge, a good strong finish in 4th, ahead of Drake, Newton, Macris, Trengrove. Lauke had a challenging final round. Song in 10th, Borman in 11th, McKee and the car that we're looking at on the screen, McKee and Stelbaum, not making it home to the finish. So there will be a little bit of a delay. Make sure you stay tuned to the Australian Prototype Series social media platforms and the like for all the news ahead of season 2025. I'm sure all of the regulars will be back. As you can see, checkered flag still being waved for what was a very entertaining final race of their season.
Well, the whole weekend for prototypes has been very different and very exciting. It's been great to have multiple place changes and winners in that series here this weekend.
Yeah. Again, 3 different winners here over the 3 races. Oh, there goes McKee across the line. So he finished, albeit 3 minutes behind the race leader.
He dug himself out the ditch.
He did.
How on earth did he get out of there?
I've absolutely no idea at all.
They're
very low cars. They certainly bottom out very, very easily. So he does get a couple of points, McKee, in the end, coming home in 12th position. So that rounds out the prototypes for this weekend, but we're keeping things national. On the other side of this break, the final race of the Touring Car Masters.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race heat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Out there on the circuit, you can see them weaving left and right, warming up the tyres, because we are not too far away from their final race of the season, round 6 of what has been a very eventful and a sort of changing of the guard in Touring Car Masters. Of course, John Bowe hung up his helmet from full-time Touring Car Masters competition last year. Stephen Johnson's only done a park campaign this year, so it's very much a changing of the guard with some real youngsters up the front. Joel Heinrich, Adam Garwood, and several others as well. Ryan Hansford really is still a relative youngster, son of course, 1993 Bathurst 1000 winner, Hansford, doing so with Larry Wilkins back in the days. Certainly, Greg Hansford, a very, very good motorcycle racer in 250cc and particularly internationally. But Ryan doing things on four wheels. But here we are then, Touring Car Masters set for their final race. The man on the right, Adam Garwood, basically sealed the deal in the last race, taking his maiden Touring Car Masters title. So provisionally he has that, barring any points penalty or anything in this one. So provisionally Adam Garwood is the 2024 champion. He can go out and enjoy this one and try and take the fight to the yellow machine, the Camaro, the White Line racing car. Alongside him, Joel Heinrich, the local man, and then the two Tiranas on row number 2. Andrew Fisher in the red Jesus All About Life Tirana, and alongside him, Ryan Hansford, a former series champion in 2022. We're about to get underway for the final time. Lights go out. A lovely smooth start by Garwood immediately off the line as we roar, particularly in Touring Car Masters, down towards turn number 1. Very even jump from much of them up the front of the field. Fisher's trying to slot in there, fill the nose up alongside Garwood, but that's cost him momentum out of the corner. Should be able, though, to hold on to third position, so the top 4 stay in formation. Sukanovic moved up to position number 5, and that's because Dean Lilly has lost out a position. So Dean Lilly, the Mustang, in front, side by side with Cameron Tilley, and on board now with Jamie Tilley up the inside. It's a Tilley affair. We've got 3 Tilleys, Brad and Cameron, and the newer generation, Jamie Tilley, out there in the Mustang. We're on board at the moment. Nice exit on the, makes a move on the Valley and pace. You can see him on and off the throttle all the way down the hill in first gear, just modulating the throttle down there.
Certainly is. Making a car shot there too. So you get the last race of the season here for Touring Car Masters, well and truly underway here. As you mentioned there, Garwood already with the title sealed, but he's still got a race to win. That's the important thing, and it's going to be Joel Heinrich, Garwood in that order, Andrew Fisher, Ryan Hansford, all nose to tail inside this first lap. We're running on the international circuit here in these races this weekend, the 4.95 kilometre circuit. Certainly the circuit that I've caught most of my races on here in this particular circuit. And there's the in-car shot there with Adam Garwood, the Tasmanian-based driver. Looks like, well, he will take out this title this season. And behind Joel Heinrich, back at his home track here this weekend. Leading them around here. Hansford on the back to 2, firing. Oh, Fisher a little bit tail there. Out there on the final turn, gave Hansford a fairly decent look in there. And he might be able to get up alongside of him over the crest here at turn 1. And I think he might get the pass done. Round the outside. Oh, they're locked horns together. Oh, someone else.
Oh,
was that Tilly skirmish under brakes here in the 29 car in the black Mustang. And Cam in the Valiant Pacer right up behind him in that incident. He's in 2 major. Inside the car now here of Jamie Tilley, full left-hand drive. 1966 Mustang body style car. Fisher on the inside. The 2 Tiranas going hammer and tongs there down at turn 6. In shot at the moment with Hansford just in front there of Fisher. And made full total advantage there of the hairpin there at turn 6. And he starts to draw away 2 very muscle-bound cars, big, tough-looking Tiranas in this series. They've been popular in recent years, the Tiranas. They've certainly made a comeback. John Bow certainly one of the main instigators of that in this series. Now, of course, retired.
How weird was it though, seeing John Bow after all the years in V8 supercars at the wheel of Fords, for him to go to Holden? It was a bit of a stab in the back, I think, for many people watching at home. But
good old days of Mustang Sally, of course.
Yes.
Many series competed in this series. Now let's go back here. We can see Tilley on board here at the moment. Got Dean Lilly in front of him. That's the Brute 33 Tribute livery Mustang there. Danny Bazarsik just in front of the general bodyworks entry there going through. This actually represents the old Craven Fielder days.
Oh, lovely exit.
Very iconic delivery on that car, but here we go, pass down. Oh, you can see how tight it gets on that final corner, on that apex, it gets right up on the curving there. As they head down the main straight, and the V-Power roars down the main straight here at the bend.
That was a lovely manoeuvre from Tilley, the way he got the exit, but unfortunately it hasn't paid dividends, and he's now coming under pressure from Cameron Tilley directly behind. Again, Brad Tilley has not made the start of this one in his GTHO Falcon, unfortunately. That's a real shame, because he's not doing all the rounds these days, but it's great to see him back here this weekend, and a shame that his weekend ended after Saturday. And speaking of races that are ending, the number 4, the Northside Taxis machine of Alan Hughes has now come into the lane as well. So a couple of cars fallen by the wayside early on in this one. But a great scrap in the midfield. Out in front, Heinrich leads the way by 1.5 seconds from Adam Garwood. Ryan Hansford in position number 3 ahead of Fisher and Zukanovic. At the moment, Hansford and Fisher are pretty close, but we're looking at the fight just behind that between Marcus Zukanovic and the understeering Tirana on there of Danny Bazatzik as well. The XD Falcon of Zukanovic, over time, when that debuted, it wasn't particularly strong, but he's got stronger and stronger and stronger round upon round. He's frequently now fighting race victories in that car.
Danny Bazarsik in the General Western Bodyworks entry just behind them. Zukanovic in the XD Falcon, and they're currently running in 5th and 6th position on track. Well, how much longer? I see Dean Lilly on the attack too, behind that number 3 Tirana, just in the background. The Group 33 entry. Toby Tilley's behind them as well, so they're all starting to gain some ground. Tear down underneath the main complex here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Good look at the big long straight. What's going on there with Andrew Fisher? Has the door come open? It's actually the windshield of the car. It's actually the window is flapping on the left-hand side of that car.
I think that's as a result of the damage yesterday. If you remember, Garwood, they came together at the hairpin, and Garwood ended up going backwards into the door of Fisher. So I just think that that's a result of the impact that was taken there yesterday. But Fisher sweeps on back through, but Hansford doesn't like that. Quick to retaliate, looks to the inside, and Fisher locks up, as he did in the race earlier on the final lap, to lose second position. But he just about holds on. Just about holds on in the Tirana. Say all Tirana fight for third, and they are losing ground to Garwood ahead as a result of that. The race leader though, Joel Heinrich, out in front at the moment. He's doubled his winning tally this weekend. He took 2 wins so far this season. He's doubled that winning tally to 4 this weekend. Really, Joel Heinrich has had the pace all season long, but a couple of DNFs in race 3 in Darwin have really cost him dearly.
Still Hansford on the attack here from Andrew Fisher. They've been knocked together a few times over the weekend. Not much difference here against Sammy Kellis on that window, and that door just really flapping quite violently there, so that might be a bit of an issue for local officials to have a look at. And Dean Lilly under attack now also. Jamie Tilley behind him, Cameron Tilley behind him, and then Scott Cameron in that group. And here we go on board with Jamie Tilley. Tilley on the inside, you can see the big Mustang there. Oh, nice big change up. This is a great look at the change up of the gear stick there. And fairly gripped on that gear stick. There's a change up at the fastest part of the circuit down the main straight. Oh, they've come together. Well, I just said just a moment ago they've been close together all weekend. That's probably a little bit too close for comfort, if you don't mind.
And Hansford can't get it out. The wheels are spinning. Oh, yes, he can. There we go.
That's turn 1. That's a turn one gravel trap. It's quite deep there, so he might have quite made the gravel trap.
I heard some big lock-up noises in the headphones as we were looking at the battle further back between these two. And clearly there was a lock-up and contact made between the pair as Tilley slides up the inside. Jamie Tilley came into this weekend second in the series. This round has not gone his way in any way, shape or form. But it's been a really strong year for him, a year that he can build upon going into 2025. So look for Jamie Tilley in the older spec Ford Mustang next year to really be a title contender. Dean Lilly, the super sub in the Brute Mustang directly behind. Hopefully we'll see Stephen Johnson back again in 2025 to see out the full season in that car. Immaculately presented machine is the Brute Mustang, a real popular car amongst the crowd. Of course, the son of the legendary 5-time Australian Touring Car Champion Dick Johnson, and it must be pretty surreal for him to race against JB, or back in the day racing against JB, and knowing that his father shared the 2 Bathurst wins with him. It's a pretty cool synergy that the Johnsons and the Bows have. But let's focus on this battle that is certainly closing up here between Jamie Tilley and Danny Bezadzik. Bezadzik again, just the understeer. I've commented on it all weekend long. Never looks comfortable around the fast sweeping corners. It just understeers like a boat. And here we go into the first corner. Is anyone close enough for a move? Another lockup. Who is that? Is that Danny Bezadzik that locked up there?
Couldn't see any signs of maybe he's.
Marcus
There's your answer. That's Marcus Zukanovic. That was the lockup. Down the other side of the gravel trap there at turn 1.
Rejoins right in the middle of this ferocious pack. He'll be just on the left-hand side of Tilley. He'll be looking for the cut back, the crisscross, and he's executed that to absolute perfection. Back up the inside, back down through the gearbox, and takes that position. That really does show how strong the crisscross is and what happens when you can use the full width of the tarmac. So Tilley moves up. Tony Karamfalowski down at turn number 1. The number 88 Mustang. We haven't seen too much of him this weekend, but he wouldn't want us to see his car facing backwards down there at turn number 1. Tony Kay had moved his way into the top 10, but that has come quickly unstuck there. Nice exit from Jamie Tilley. Bezadzik moving to the inside of the road, trying to crown out the Mustang, and did so successfully there. Holds on, but takes a compromise line into turn 13. He's got a huge train of cars behind him now. As Jamie Tilley, he's run wide because there's a car up the inside. It's the XD Falcon of Zukanovic as Tilley runs off the road through the grass. Oh, is there a problem? Is there a problem for Tilley? No, it sounds all right.
Zukanovic ended up all that. They were really close on the exit. They managed to come out the other side, all right.
We've gone safety car.
Safety car.
Hender's gone off as well.
That's the Pearsdale entry that's parked up another one of the Tiranas.
That's at turn 3, I think. So we went safety car there. I didn't notice that, but as soon as Tilley started to significantly slow, I thought something must be up. We've only got 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and we've got a couple of cars that we need to clean up. So
yeah, time's ticking down a bit too, Dan. So this may even finish up the safety car, depending on how quickly we can get this stranded car. So the Pearsdale plant hire entry down there. It's David Hender running in the Pro Sport class here, as he's done for the series. And it's come to a grinding halt. One of the many Tiranas that are involved with this field at this meeting. There's been quite a lot of numbers of Tiranas. Gee, they've become popular. We mentioned that earlier. The recovery crew is right on it.
Certainly.
They put that toe strap on straight away. They're not messing around here. Trying to get it back under racing conditions.
That's good news. As you see, that car is about to be towed. Peter Burnett out there in the number 12 Tirana in position number 11. But let's run you through the current order, the current state of play with a couple of minutes to go in this race. Joel Heinrich is leading the way, the local South Aussie at the front of the field. Man, can that man drive anything he is put behind the wheel of. He was racing in the wingless slicks last weekend in at the Adelaide 500 on the brand new Napa Speedway. What a brilliant introduction and new idea for the Adelaide 500, and it was a huge success.
The IndyCar up and firing here, which is good news.
Certainly is. We'll go back to Heinrich again. Not only was he racing in the wingless slicks, he was also racing as well in other categories. He's of course a national champion in Aussie racing cars, a national champion in saloon cars, in fact the reigning saloon car champion. So he can drive absolutely anything, can Joel Heinrich.
There's a big mantelpiece of trophies behind him.
Oh, certainly is.
There's a lot of trophies involved there.
His dad Bruce Heinrich as well in saloon cars, also in HQ racing as well. Yeah, the Heinrichs, both of them legends of Australian motorsport. The man in second though, Adam Garwood, yeah, it looks like, well, he did seal the deal earlier on, provisionally the Touring Car Masters champion of 2024, and he's going to put that even further to bed in this one. We might be able to squeeze in one more lap potentially here, but we'll just see as they head into the penultimate corner.
It looks like the safety car lights are out too. So it looks like we might get a one-lap dash in here, Dan.
Which is absolutely fantastic news if that's the case. We'll see if a checkered flag is going to greet us or a green flag, as we're on board with the man who has wrapped up the title here today. He's got Danny Bzadzik, Jamie Tilley and Marcus Ukanovic behind, and it's green. And he's gone early as Joel Heinrich. Garwood got on the throttle and immediately burst into wheel spin. It's eventually gone majorly onto the pit straight, so Bzadzik slides up the inside, coming onto the straight. If he can brake late, he will take second position from the Commodore, the flame-spitting Commodore, but Garwood, brave youngster, holds it around the outside, or sideways through turn 2, and holds on to the position. Jamie Tilley just behind has got through on Marcus Ukanovic on the restart. Cameron Tilley, Andrew Fisher and Ryan Hansford rounding out the top 10 as they come out of the turn up the inside. It's going to be a second overtake of the lap for Jamie Tilley, but he's in too deep. He's in far too deep, and there's contact. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Zukanovic's going to get a position. Oh, look at the smoke, though, coming out the back of the XD Falcon. That is not running particularly nicely out there on the circuit.
Underneath the bottom of the car, too. Oh, that's oil. You see that?
Yeah.
There was an oil splatter that came up on the windscreen there of their Mustang. So the XD Falcon's in big trouble.
The good news is it's only got about 2 kilometres left of not only the race, not only the round, but the season.
You can see it. See how the car's reacting. It's putting all underneath its own rubber there. You can see how the car's squirming all over the track, so that's big trouble for Zukanovich. He's got to get through
he's
possibly
wide.
the last lap.
It's gone, it's gone, it's given up, There's no more smoke coming out, or very limited. That car is giving up, I think, for Marcus Ukanovic. What a shame. He took a race victory last time out at Sandown, his first of the season, but this has been one to forget for the Falcon driver. Out in front, though, Joel Heinrich has not put a foot wrong all weekend long. He's going to take the first and only clean sweep of the season. A dominant display for Joel Heinrich at home in South Australia. But the man behind him, Adam Garwood, is a Touring Car Masters champion. A brilliant job from the Tasmanian to take out the title. Pure consistency delivers him the title. He joins many of the greats, John Bowe, Jim Richards, Gavin Bullis, just to name a few that have taken titles in the series. And there's some victory donuts. Oh, fantastic.
Let's go. Oh, they're not going to show us. Here we go. He's on board. We get the burnout happening as he takes out Touring Car Masters in 2024. Nice job. Oh, doing a bit of drifting as well, if you don't mind.
Thoroughly deserved for him. 4 race victories this year, more than any other driver. Taking a couple of race victories in Perth, a win in Darwin, and a win as well in Sandown, and then from there it really was just a case of bringing the title home this weekend, and that is exactly what he did. Pro-Am winner taking out the outright category in Touring Car Masters. That has not been done for a very, very, very long time. So a huge kudos to him for doing that. But Gavin Bullis, Steve Mason took the inaugural title, Jim Richards, a two-time champion, John Bow, Stephen Johnson, Adam Bressington was leading the championship when COVID hit in 2020, and of course Ryan Hansford as well in 2022. So we have a new Touring Car Masters champion here in 2024. Adam Garwood taking it in the Commodore, and notably as well, Mark, the first victory, or first championship victory for Holden Commodores in the Touring Car Masters.
Exactly right. So it is a pivotal moment in the championship. And Garwood comes back, and there'll be big celebrations in the main complex when he comes back. And he's about to do that now. Bring that Commodore back into sight. Once he comes around, better for your new national champion there, Adam Garwood. We've got on-board pictures with him in the moment. He's just waving, acknowledging the officials down there at the turn.
There we go, drifting through the fishbowl.
Down there.
Good stuff, good stuff. And as well as being a very good race driver, he's now showed that he can also perform donuts, and he's potentially got a career as a drifting driver as well.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think they can all do that. There he goes. Pops the lock there.
Absolutely delighted. A really nice family are the Garwoods. So I'm absolutely thrilled for them to take the title here this year.
Here he comes. Comes back into pin, and that will be it.
The Devil-On equipment sponsored Commodore makes his way into the lane and back into the paddock. It's been a superb season for him, and as we say, a thoroughly deserved champion. Well done to Adam Garwood, 2024 Touring Car Masters champion. He comes to a stop. His team are there immediately to congratulate him. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. He's jumping out to celebrate with his team, rightfully so. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. There's a little lunch break before we are on with the 777 Endurance Crown. The 4-hour long-distance endurance race will be back on the other side of this.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, the Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. The final round of the SEM Champs, but we're finishing off the SEM Champs season, the 8-round season, with something completely new. The inaugural 777 Endurance Crown. An endurance race open to a huge variety of vehicles and will take place on the 7.77 kilometre circuit, hence the name, the 777.
Well worked out, Dan.
I'm a genius, Mark, I tell you. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. Mark, you've called all the rounds this year. I've been at a majority of them, but what a season it's been this year. The South Australian Motor Racing Championship really stepped up this year, and we're ending with something different again.
Yes, the first time we will see the 777 Enduro take place here, and obviously a few interstate guys involved with this group. We've got guys and drivers, or drivers coming from different other disciplines involved here in this series, or in this race. Certainly, as far as Circuit XL is concerned, we saw that in the Evolution Crash Repairs Honda Civic there just a moment ago in shot. There's the 195 car, which is the Simford Group entry, at least the Sanford Carpenter entry. So here we go. There's the sirens. We've certainly got the 71 car on shot there. Declan Kirkham and Rob Pepper sharing honours there in the Pulsar. So those drivers getting themselves set. Only small crews here. Not a massive field, but a very quality field, I think, is probably the best way to put it at the moment. It's good to be back together here with Dan. We've bumped into a few times over the series, and ironically we're together for the last.
Indeed we
So this
are.
is definitely the last hurrah for the series. 8 rounds nearly completed, and the grand finale here with the 777 endurance event as Pierce drivers get themselves set. Run into different classes, but A, B and C, D class as well.
Yeah, we'll come on to that as the race goes on.
We'll talk about that a little bit later
Yeah, we do have time to talk about that. But effectively, the faster cars have to serve more compulsory pit stops and for longer periods than those slower cars. So the XLs and the Pulsars on pure lap time won't be able to match it with the BMW products on the front row of the grid. But as the race goes on, with a bit of strategy, who knows? Those cars might be there at the end of the day. Of course.
So the pit stops basically to make it more of an even playing field.
Exactly right. So over the course of the 4 hours, strategy will play a factor. We got 2 driver combinations and even 3 and 4 driver combinations. That Hyundai XL, the black and green machine, on the penultimate row. That is a 4-driver combination. Jordan Johnston, Adrian Gallia, David Zollo, and Isaac Sparks. So not too many cars entered in the end. There were a few more entered, but they've fallen by the wayside before we've got to this point in time. And as you can see in the centre of the circuit, everybody here can watch on the big screen. They listen to us and they can see it on the big screen as well. So that's really cool as well. They can watch the Blendline TV coverage from wherever they are. There goes the 1-minute siren. Marshals have to run, as we can see, off the grid before we get underway. The inaugural 777 Endurance Crown just moments away from starting. Fascinated to see how this is going to play out. The BMWs at the pointy end of the field. But then we got a Commodore there on the 3rd row. We got the Honda Integra, which has a quality driver lineup to say the least. But we will run you through the grid when they commence this warm-up lap, the sole warm-up lap before we get things underway. But there they are, the 2 fastest cars in qualifying, separated over 7 kilometres, 7.7 Ks by just 0.8 of a second. Smith and Wallace, as the Hyundai safety car pulls away. The time has officially, Mark, begun. The 4-hour race is on. As we say, 1 warm-up lap, it'll be a rolling start away from the grid next time they come around. So you can see the Hyundai safety car leading the way, but starting from pole position, car number 42, the Panasonic sponsored machine, has behind the wheel in the first stint Brian Smith, his co-drivers Kim Anderson, fellow Masters competitor in Hyundai XLs, but they're also joined by Brody Dominic as well, a youngster in Hyundai competition. We're on board with that car right now. Second position, the three Wallaces in the BMW 1M. That's car number 94. Jack Wallace, Jed Wallace, and Adam Wallace.
I think Adam's on board there to start proceedings off. So the more senior of the triple drivers there.
Yep.
So Adam to take the reins there first up. Next part of the grid is the 142 cars, the Honda Integra. Got a pretty good quality lineup there. Mitch McGarry to start things off there in that three-driver lineup. Then we'll share the car with Shane DeWicki and Rob Zovanetti. Couple of local XL drivers also involved. It's been an ongoing project for those drivers. And the next part of the grid will be the 313 car, and that'll be the first of the Pulsars involved here this weekend. And it'll be Dan Smith to take the reins. He'll be sharing that car with Timmy Maynard over the weekend. So one of our Victorian drivers come over here. We've got a few Pulsars involved in various groups and disciplines here this weekend. And this one here in the 777 Crown event as well. And the next part of the grid will be the 195 car. And I think
that's the Commodore. It's changed. 195.
We changed the name. Is that the number? So
it was a different number on the entry list, but it's now 195. That's Dale Carpenter, Joel Stafford, and Troy Gleason in their Holden Commodore VF model in position number 5, and they start alongside another Pulsar, the 71 of Declan Kirkham and his co-driver Robert Pepper, and it's Kirkham that is going to start that machine. Next up, Kobe Williams, a front runner in Formula Ford in the Hyundai XL. He had a good day yesterday, but we'll come on to that later on in the race. In the 111 machine, was entered as number 11. He shares the car with Jake Carpenter and Lucy Sidwell. Beyond that, we have the Subaru BRZ of Chan. He'll be starting the car. So that one has Chung Chan, who will start, Jason Wang, and also Kwok Wai Chung. Beyond that, we have a couple of XLs, Mark.
Yeah, the 49 car there, which will be the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry, 4-driver team there. And the first one to take the reins there should be Isaac Sparks, and he'll be sharing that car with Jordan Johnson, Adrian Gallia, and David Zola. Usually the Spanner man down there in the XLs in that group, so good to see him on board here this weekend in that team. Well, stepping back from XLs, of course. And the couple at the back of the pack, we will have car number, what have we got there? 120, my apologies. And Lisa Tontani. That's the all-girl car down there at the back. All the females on board down there at the back of the pack in the Hyundai XL in the Peter Page or Hyundai entry. And Lisa Tontani, as I mentioned, will be starting proceedings. He'll be sharing with fellow interstate female competitors there in Emily Duggan and Maisie Place. Good to see those girls on board here this weekend. And at the back of the pack is going to be Ben Moore, who's sharing the car with Steve Sukovic in the last of the Pulsars. They've had a few problems with that car, and he'll be at the back of the pack. But as we mentioned about the strategy at pit stops, that may change. And we'll see how that pans out over the next 4 hours. So it's a real game of strategy here.
So effectively, just to give you a quick summary of the classes, they're easy to remember. The BMWs are in class B for BMWs. Everything else is in C except for the 2 Hyundai XLs, which are in D. So D for the XLs, B for the BMWs, and everything else is in class C.
Cars coming around in their warm-up lap. It's a big lap. 7.77 kilometres, obviously we talked about before with the 777 Endurance Crown.
So cars are going to get 2 by 2 in formation for what will be the start, the official green flag start of this, the 777 Endurance Crown. It was announced several months ago that this race was going to join the program. This is the inaugural running. It's set to go from strength to strength. There's already a lot of interest around 2025, but let's get this one out the way first. The inaugural 777 Endurance Crown. We've been waiting quite some time for this one. Here we are, folks. This is the birth of a brand new endurance race in Australian motorsport, the 777 Endurance Crown. Let's get things underway. BMW's on the front row of the grid. We're about to go green, and we have a good start from Wallace there, away from the line in the black BMW. But the strongest start of the lot was the big VF Commodore of Carpenter, already up to position number 3 from 5th on the grid as the BMWs go line astern. Smith from Wallace, they're a bit side by side further back. Moore's made a good start, got past Lisa Tortani already down the straight, and is all over the tail now of the 49XL. The Pulsars are notably quite a bit faster than the XLs, around about 10 seconds faster, which is the reason why they are different in their classes. But out in front, the Fast 3 have broken away. The two Beamers, the Commodore, and as well, don't rule out McGarry either in the Honda Integra as well. But those Commodore and the Integra Class C. But we look further back at Moore, who is on the tail there of the XL runner. Look further forwards. This is the Subaru, right on the tail of Declan Kirkham. He's a good steerer, is Declan Kirkham, and he's already taking the fight to a much faster machine on paper, but the driver behind the wheel getting the job done early on and keeping that car at bay. But up the front of the field, they change for the lead here. Up the inside, we've not seen a single overtake there all weekend long, and in the first lap of the Enduro, through goes the 94 BMW, and as well through comes the Commodore as well. So the pole sitter Smith is dropped down a couple of positions as we see them go through the snake section of the course on this opening lap. Oh, that car looks very unstable in the rear.
It's Brian Smith on board there in the BMW, qualified second. Car will be sharing with Kim Anderson, his cohort at XLs, and Brodie Dominic. Oh, right up behind the Carpenter entry there. So plenty of time. We don't want to get too panicky. Oh, very unsettled, the car in front. It's the Carpenter entry there in the big Commodore. Just a huge variation in race cars involved here. More production style race cars. In fact, Smith on the inside there picks up that position. Mitch McGarry back there in third position in the Evolution Crash Repairs entry. The owner of that business will also be driving that car in the next stint.
Look at the Honda Integra, looks strong in the middle sector and is up the inside of the Commodore, but the door is firmly closed. Oh, a bit of understeer though on the exit of the corner for the 195 machine of Carpenter. So they are fighting hard already. They're the leaders in Class C, and they are taking the fight to each other already early on in this one. Very experienced Mitchell McGarry, and of course Carpenter as well, just ahead. But on the opening lap of the race, those two BMWs now have pulled away. The 42 briefly fell down to third, but got back through on the Commodore and has pulled out a hefty advantage as a result already as they turn into the penultimate corner. That mark is just one single lap of running here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park around this very lengthy circuit. Across the line they come. The margin out front, Wallace over Smith, 2.9 seconds. And then it's a further 2.9 seconds back to Carpenter in position number 3, ahead of McGarry. Best of the rest is currently Smith in the 313 Pulsar. Boy, oh boy, can this man drive. He's shown that for many, many years in the APRA Pulsar racing division. They share the track quite often with the 2-litre sports sedans, and this man mixes it with them. He's a very, very handy steerer. He is the driver of the 313 machine, the Nissan Pulsar. Dan Smith behind the wheel. His co-driver, the well-known Tim Maynard, who said to me just how good Smith is. He's comfortably, said, a couple of seconds a lap faster than me. And Tim can drive himself.
You certainly can. We've seen him these trials here before, as you mentioned there, from the APRA series over there in Victoria. It's actually good to see them on board here this weekend. Car's giving itself a little bit of track space at the moment. There's a long way to go, and only one lap down. Nice colour scheme in that car too. Certainly stands out on track. Nothing like a pink car. And he's got plenty of track space around him, so Dan will just get himself into a bit of rhythm there and just concentrate over the next 3 3/4 hours. Try not to do that countdown too often. Otherwise it might get a bit monotonous. Yes. Dan on his way. So as you mentioned there, all the front runners that should be up the front of there. Adam Wallace, very experienced campaigner, has been out of the driving seat of late, of course, but there he is. Wallace ×3 written on the side window of that BMW. So it's a solid family affair there. All the Warren mining crew there on board the BMW this weekend.
Smith pushing hard. He was wide there at the left-hander down the hill. I thought he was going to throw it off the road there. He's certainly out wide on the dirty marbles, but keeps it together on the road, which is good news. I should explain, we're talking about the Pulsars, and we say they're APRA Pulsars. However, for this event, in a typical race driver fashion, if the rules are open, why don't we improve it? And that's exactly what they've done. So not a single one of these Pulsars is actually running to APRA specification. All the drivers are from APRA Racing, and they're always at the front, but for this weekend they've made a few modifications to make their cars that little bit faster.
They certainly have. We're on all eyes on Dan Smith. Dan Smith Racing. You can see the DSR painted down the side of that Pulsar. Big collection of cars in this group. It's a long way around. But nice drive line. Not under any pressure whatsoever. It's still a fair way to go, but oh, hang on a minute. Oh, good. Bit opposite lock there of that turn.
He is pushing so
Jeez,
hard.
So pushing really hard.
In the first lap and a half, he's already gained 7 seconds on the nearest Pulsar competitor, Declan Kirkham, who qualified in 6th, still sits in position number 6. He's over 7 seconds behind this car at the moment. Behind that, we have the 464, a change of position. Just talking about Kirkham, he dribbles off the road and through. As a result comes Kobe Williams. So Kobe Williams in the 111 XL moves up a place. Boy, oh boy, can Kobe Williams drive a car.
We saw plenty of them yesterday, the XL Enduro, that car. Went up the front of the field, he certainly can drive.
Actually, let's touch on that a little bit while we got the time, while it's on the screen. The 111 machine that's about to be overhauled by car number 71 as they come onto the main straight. There is the performance advantage for the Nissan Pulsar. Kirkham just sliding on through, and that's why there's a difference in class. But yeah, the 111 machine, that was the talking point yesterday in the second of the Hyundai XL races. Crossed the line in the lead, but had a 5-second penalty post-race. However, made the trip up to the stewards, did both Kobe Williams and Carpenter, and the decision was overturned. Their 5-second penalty was removed, so the victory in the end did go the way of the 111 machine. So that was after the coverage had concluded on Blendline TV. So we haven't had an XL race to deliver that news to you today, so I thought now would be an opportune moment. So that car on the screen, the 111, did actually win the second race after the 5-second penalty was taken away. Stewards overturning that decision.
Car currently running in 7th on track at the moment with Declan Kirkham. Made the journey all the way from Melbourne to be here this weekend, the Virgil Motorsports entry.
Entry?
Sorry, got a little bit of a squeak going on there. Entry. lot of talking going on in this little van at the moment. Nevertheless, a bit of hay fever might be kicking in. Anyway, there's going to be a few light-out moments in these sessions, I can tell you.
Out in front, Wallace has pulled out a margin now with the fastest lap of the race on lap number 2, out to over 3 seconds. 3 seconds pretty much exactly ahead of Brian Smith. Carpenter in position number 3. He's lost a little bit more time. He's 5 seconds behind Smith and 5 seconds ahead of McGarry. Smith is in position number 5. Chan in the BRZ is in 6th position. Kobe Williams has just lost 7th position, although he is right back on the tail of Kirkham once again. So this is a great scrap early on for position number 7 and 8. 1 C class, 1 D class, but they are going hammer and tongs out there at the moment. Kobe Williams finished as runner-up in the Australian Formula 4 Championship, has come from Excel Racing, a huge front runner in the Victorian Series. He can drive an Excel, he's very familiar with them, and he's showing his driving calibre and that he is a star of the future out there.
He certainly is. A lot of these Excel drivers are stars of the future. So that's where the interest lies a bit with Declan Kirkham in the Pulsar there in the 71 car. Williams just behind him. Chang car just in front of us to try to BRZ. Car in 6. So this is 6, 7 and 8th position on track. Obviously these will change as tactics come into play through the pit stop periods. Declan Kirkham, he might even be in our commentary booth a bit later on.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that will make a visit later on to the commentary box when they're not behind the wheel. In fact, I think all of the guys that might be coming up, McGarry, at least Tatani, Kirkham, pretty much all of them are behind the wheel at the moment. So they're out there enjoying their first stints behind the wheel. Of course, 4-hour race. Let's touch on the fact that you're limited per stint a 50-minute stint, so you have to pit every 50 minutes. So that means that in that sense, strategy will play out depending on, you might put a short fill in occasionally, but you do have to fulfill the required time in the pits based on your category. So as I look through the supplementary regulations, I see that there's no Class A cars. No cars are fast enough for Class A. Class B must complete 3 5-minute pit stops in the 4 hours. Class C must complete 2 5-minute stops and a 2.5-minute stop. So 2.5 minutes less. That's pretty much a full lap of this circuit. And then Class D only has 2 5-minute pit stops. So these two fighting on the road at the moment, Kirkham and Kobe Williams. But Kobe Williams in that XL has 2.5 minutes less to do over the course of this race.
That's the car in front of him there at the moment. That's Chang Chan in the AJ Racing entry there in the Subaru BRZ. Having their first hit here at this endurance event. I don't think they've actually raced here before.
No, I was having a really good chat to them yesterday. They were telling me lots about the car, lots about the history of themselves driving in the car. The car itself, they have raced a lot. For 4 years they've owned the car in Targa competition, tarmac rally competition. And these guys, due to the fact that Targa racing has not happened for a couple of years now, and safety changes have been made, it is making a comeback in the next couple of years. I've seen announcements in recent days, but it's really cool that they've now brought that car to the circuit. So the Targa car, it's even got the co-driver seat still in there. That's how much it is rally spec. But great to see that those guys have brought the car circuit racing for the very first time. They've done a few track days. They're from Victoria. They've done a few track days at Winton over the last couple of years to keep themselves busy and in the driving seat, sharing the car between themselves on various different days. but for them, they've made the trip over to South Australia for this event, for this 777. They're a big fan of the concept, as are we, and it's great to see them dust the cobwebs off the car and race it on a circuit for the very first time.
Having a look at our second car, Brian Smith behind the wheel of the BMW 135i. In typical BMW racing colours there. So that's one of the B-class cars, so basically one of the faster of the cars. Basically the BMWs are the only B-class cars in this field. And there's the lead car in front of him with Adam Wallace on board. So the two BMWs, as we would have seen during our practice and qualifying sessions, have been dominant on our timing sheets, and that's exactly the way they're panning out here during this early part of this race. And certainly, as we mentioned, once we get into this pit stop strategies, things will change, and we should have a bit of more of an even playing field, certainly towards the end of the race. With Brian Smith there. Beautifully turned out race car, but we've certainly seen that a fair bit already this weekend.
Brilliant onboard footage.
Nice little onboard footage. You can see how the driver's working and gets himself into a nice little rhythm. And that's what you need to do at these endurance events. You see him working through the gears there. Gear change goes up. And the brakes. And the back of the circuit, another shift up. And over the crest he comes. Now the sweeping part back of the circuit. Brian, a very accomplished driver in the XL series, and certainly as far as the Master Series is concerned. And came second in the championship in that championship this year. In fact, his fellow drivers are all Circuit XL drivers. We're talking about Kim Anderson, his nemesis in that group. So they're to become best friends. They've now become alongside of each other in this group. With the young hotshot inside this car, another XL driver, Brodie Dominic. Took out the Josh Hoare Memorial Trophy last night. Very special trophy to collect from the XL group. Great on board shots. He's got plenty of track space in front of him. So he's just getting himself into a nice rhythm. And no problems whatsoever. As we get inside the first half an hour of this race.
As you can see in the windscreen, this is a production car. A1, of course, in production car racing they have lots of different classes there. Real feature race is the Bathurst 6 Hour, so the outright category for the modern BMWs, effectively the only cars in Class X. That's for ultimate performance. A class is split in two, A1 and A2. A1 is for extreme performance force induction. Meanwhile, A2 is extreme performance naturally aspirated. Same in the B class. B1 for force induction, B2 for naturally aspirated. C class in that category is for performance cars, is what they classify it as. So that's sort of like your hot hatches, your Renault Meganes, your Volkswagen Scirocco's, your Focus STs, etc. Then slowly they work down. Class D is for sort of older spec saloon and slower saloon cars, so Toyota 86s, Mazda RX-8s, etc. And then Class E is for your little Mazda 3s and your little Suzuki Swifts and things. So that's how production car racing works. That's why you see A1 and A2 on a couple of these cars out there, because they are and do compete in the Bathurst 6 Hour. This car has competed in the 6 Hour on a number of occasions, but got new owners that are brushing the car off this weekend for the very first time. Anderson, Smith and Dominic, as we look at the car weave its way through the opening sequence of corners. And a couple of these guys were actually competing at the Bathurst 6 Hour earlier on in the year. So a couple of these guys have competed in the 6 hour, which is really cool. Look at Moore cocking up a wheel there, the inside left. Fortunately, only cocking up a wheel yesterday. The left front departed the vehicle in qualifying. That was the reason why Ben Moore started at the tail of the field in the Nissan Pulsar, but a solid start to the race for him. Up a couple of positions, got past the Isaac Sparks Hyundai XL and also got past Lisa Tortani in the XL as well. Tortani actually set her PB lap last time through, a 4:09 flat, so a nice improvement from her last time through. Looks like Kirkham has started to pull away now from Williams. Williams the only XL taking it to the Pulsars early in this race.
Certainly is, and they're the closest together at the moment. Virtual performance entry there on screen.
You may have just heard a horn siren on the Blendline TV coverage, or if you're watching around the racetrack as well. That horn signals pit lane is open, so they can now begin, if they want to complete their compulsory pit stops. But I imagine, Mark, for a lot of them, there's the
confirmation right there.
It proves I'm not just spitting out lies to you on air, but yeah, exactly right. So pit lane is now open. For me, though, Mark, I imagine everybody will be running their tanks dry. So everybody will be running the tanks dry at the end of each stint, so I wouldn't expect them in anytime soon.
No, plenty of time for that opening. Kobe Williams on shot there. Get the 111 specialised engineering entry. After all the things we were talking about before, we're actually winning that second part of that XL Enduro yesterday. Certainly a real good talent. I think he's actually the quickest of the XLs out there at the moment, as you would expect. And he's just got Kirkham just in front of him. Driver got himself in a nice little rhythm. He gets himself over to the curbing there too, just there with the back shot. Certainly is pushing very hard, that XL, through that back part of the circuit. Looks like Ben Moore just behind them. You can see the other Pulsar in the back there.
A couple of PB laps last time through. McGarry, a 3:42.4. I'll come back onto him in a moment. Also a PB lap from Chan in position number 6. That's the Subaru BRZ, and another one from Lisa Tortani. She saves a few more tenths off on that lap just gone by. We go back to McGarry, a 3:42.3. It was actually about a second and a half faster than Dale Carpenter ahead in the Commodore. Now, I was speaking to the Commodore runners yesterday in the 195 machine. Well, specifically, I was actually talking to Troy, and he was telling me that they're running on a different sort of tyre rubber to get good tyre duration over the course of this race. However, it does get pretty sketchy if it gets a bit overheated in the middle sector, so maybe that's what's happened. The tyre pressures are maybe rising late on in this stint. They've both, Smith last time through, a 42 flat in second. The Commodore that we're looking at the moment, a 3:43.1, and he lost over a second to McGarry once again. Another PB lap from the Honda Integra driver. So it looks like late on in this stint, the Integra is certainly stronger than the Commodore in the fight for Class C honours out there at the moment in this race.
Certainly is. As the Carpenter Commodore comes in, you can see he's certainly making up some ground also on that Carpenter entry. And there it comes, the Integra. Evolution Crash Repairs on board this weekend. Obviously Rob Zonetti also one of the drivers on board in that team this weekend as well, which of course is his own business. And that big supporter of motorsport here at SA, Rob, especially if you're talking about XLs. And they are all XL drivers on board. Mitch McGarry, an XL driver. moved on from that series now. We came back and did the Enduro yesterday, and now we're involved with the 777 Enduro here on the Sunday program, which went on and has done a few races in also the Toyota 86 series. Him and Jaden Manzerk joined that class together, the national class. Jaden's moved on this year, obviously, with Super Ute duties, which making his way around, found a bit of extra pace there too. Motoring along nicely, goes past the control tower down there on the far eastern circuit. And you can see that gap is closing quite considerably at the moment. So just looking at the times, he's slightly quicker there too through that middle sector. So times now starting to, well, those cars starting to close up, so there might be some interest here in a moment. Certainly just very striking in that green livery.
They really are. He really is closing up, isn't he? So we might be on in the fight for outright third position in just a few moments' time. McGarry, a very, very handy steerer. He's done the 86 racing series, hasn't he? It's a high level nationally. He's taken really a year off. He hasn't done too much racing this year, just trying to get the funds together, I think, for a good year in 2025. So it's great to see him back out there. He dusted off the cobwebs yesterday in the Hyundai XL Enduros. He was telling me he had an absolute blast. He loved every single second of it out there on the race circuit. But he says this is his main focus. This is the main target for him this weekend. I understand that he'll be doing a bulk of the driving of the three. That's why he's starting. That's why he qualified yesterday as well. But Robert Zanetti and Shane Nowicki are not bad steerers either, though, are they? Both XL runners and both towards the pointy end of their representative categories. I'll get that out in a minute. Or lock up.
A bit of a lock up there too, right on cue. We've got that in right on camera as well. So he is pushing pretty hard there, Mitch.
Yeah.
You can see he's really just wringing the neck out of that Integra at the moment at the early stage of this Enduro. So still Dale Carpenter still in front of him in the VF Commodore. So in the Simford entry. So quite a bit, couple of more cylinders involved with that car, obviously a little bit more horsepower in a straight line.
This is
certainly, but this section of the track really favours the Integra, obviously. All these windy bits down the back of the circuit.
Certainly does. That's exactly what I was going to say. The Integra, the middle sector, is certainly suited to it. The middle sector goes from turn 7 all the way to turn 24. 17 corners. That's more than most circuits in this country. And it's one sector.
That's a massive sector.
Yeah.
It's a big sector.
Absolutely.
Real
bonkers.
test of concentration, isn't it, Dan? To get around here for 4 hours on this big circuit, all these turns. So the Evolution Crash Repairs Integra on its merry way. And we'll get a front on shot here. That's Brian Smith there. He's currently running in second position. Adam Wallace just starting to run away with this a little bit at this stage. With over 6 seconds between first and second position. So he's been the dominant pairing of those BMWs at this stage of the race.
There's Lisa
Tantani towards the back of the field there. In fact, she's in last position.
Oh, first of the pit stoppers has just come in the lane. It's the Subaru BRZ of Chan. So the 464 machine, which was in position number 6, is first of those to stop. So let's see what they're going to do there in Class C. 2 5-minute stops and a 2.5-minute stop must be made. If it's under that, that's fine, but it won't count as a compulsory pit stop. That's the important thing. So you can come in 8 times, but none of them will count if they're under 2.5 minutes.
Yes.
So first of the pit stoppers in, already been in for a minute and a half, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what they're going to do. We've got to get our pens and papers out and start making notes of who's done what in this pit stop sequence. But I really like this formula, Mark. You know, as we say, it's a grassroots racing enduro. As here we go, or
Here we
sideways for the Commodore. And up the inside, McGarry having a look, but he's not close enough there. Oh, the Commodore's run wide. That's opened the door for McGarry, who slides up the inside and takes third position in the race. So demoted one spot is Dale Carpenter, but look at the speed, the straight line speed of the V8 Commodore. It's coming back at the Integra, and I think in the 1 kilometre long straight, I don't think the Integra will have any answer for what is to come. So although the Integra's in front for now, I have a feeling that may change back by the time they get down to turn number 1. But look, he's pulled a few car lengths. Let's see as Smith comes into the lane. Smith has come into the lane as well now, as here we go for position number 2 with Smith in the lane. This is now for second position. Down in towards turn 1, McGarry using all of the road and closes the door firmly shut on the Commodore. So nice move there, just really showing his authority, going, nope, not today, not today, are you coming back by? So it takes second position, but here comes the Commodore once again. If he can hold off at the hairpin, he should be clear. He should be all right. He'll be in the strong middle sector. He covers, he pulls to the inside. There's a bit of a lock-up. A little bit of a lock-up, cocks up the left rear wheel and holds on. So nicely done from McGarry. That should now be safe, although I say that. Look at the Commodore, it's coming by around the outside, but that's in the dirty marbles. It's not clean out there, and it's very, very awkward, very, very sideways when the car's out wide on the dirty stuff. So slots back in behind. Lisa Titani has just gone down a lap. I saw at the back of the shot Wallace making the move there in the BMW, but notably the BRZ, look, Mark, 2 minutes 18.2 in the pits. That does not count as a compulsory pit stop for the BRZ.
Well, they've had a driver change.
They have.
Yeah, so they did change the driver, but they weren't in there long enough. So that's interesting. We'll see if Brian Smith hasn't changed the driver. He's been there for quite some time already. So we'll wait to see what happens when he comes out the other side. And probably Kim Anderson, I would suggest, would probably be the next driver in line. There's the BRZ we were just talking about. Jason Wang on board now. They've changed drivers, but it wasn't long enough for a compulsory pit stop, unfortunately.
And just got past Lisa Titani as well, so fresh out the pits and fresh up a position into the top 10 as well.
Ben Morin also come in as well, so we'll probably put Steve Sukovic into the seat. So a few of these drivers coming in strategically, nice and early.
Yeah. Yep.
Trying to get it out of the way. Sometimes that could work in your favour. So car number 313. Just the Dan Smith entry there.
Look at how he
bit of background noise there, so I apologise for that cover of the audio. A bit rustly.
Look at the way he floats the car around the corners. I think the noise you're hearing is wind. I mean, if you look at the
the windows down there we go. That's the just interfering with our auto there at the moment. Dan there, 2 hands well and truly entrenched on the steering wheel there. Deep in concentration going around the back part of the circuit. Here's that snaky bit we were talking about all weekend down this back part.
This is just coming now back onto the international circuit. So turn 12 turns right. We're turning left and we rejoin the international circuit just after Crofton Corner. And then we take what is traditionally turn 13. On this layout, it's turn number 30. The blind right-hander over the crest. You can see, can't see anything on the exit of the corner. But McGarry is clear as the race leader now comes into the pits. So Wallace is in the lane. And I note that Smith has been in the lane now for 4 minutes, over 4 minutes. So I think they're going to get their first 5 minute stop done and out the way early. Remember, they have 3 5-minute stops to make.
So without a Wallace in, Mitch McGarry will now go to the race lead. Dale Carpenter just behind him. That's the car on shot at the moment, car 195 in the VF Commodore.
My theory is you want to get your compulsory lengthy stops out the way early. You've got to come in every 50 minutes. So you might as well get those 5-minute or 2.5-minute ones done and out the way early. If there's any safety car, you'll be drawn back into contention later on. And then, of course, if the other people who haven't done it, like the 464 machine, didn't do their compulsory pit stop in stop 1, they'll have to do their 2.5-minute and 5-minute stops later. So I think it's better getting those big stops done early in the race.
Yeah, I think you're right there. At least it's a Tani on board there. Nice pink racing gloves there. There's lots of bright colours inside that cabin of that car. It's got a real Glen Seaton tribute livery car. Colours on that particular car. Good to see she's got the track map in front of her so she doesn't get too lost. It's right down by the gear stick there.
That always surprises me. A lot of them do it. Even in supercars they do it. But, you know, particularly in supercars, they're professional racing drivers. Surely they know what direction they're going in, and they won't be looking down at their dash to see what direction they're going. And particularly these guys, they've done enough laps around here now. Lisa Titani, she doesn't race too often in her XL, but she's done the last couple of rounds, which has been really good to see. And she knows her way around this track. She doesn't need a map to know which direction to go.
This comes in handy, I suppose. Brodie Dominic's got inside, stepped inside too. He changed the driver over from Brian Smith there. So that's been a driver change also in the BMW that's happened. We'll see who steps inside at the Adam Wallace car as well. We know it's going to be a Wallace.
Yes, correct.
It's either going to be Jed or Jack, so it's going to be Jay either way.
So 5 minutes and 13 seconds, tick, one done for car number 42, and 3 minutes and 4 seconds for Stukkovic, who's taken over from Ben Moore in the C-Class. Well, that's their 2.5-minute stop done. Let's be honest, 3 minutes and 4 seconds is a very slow 2.5 minutes, but nevertheless, it's one of the compulsory pit stops done.
Still on board there with Lisa Titani on our Glenline TV coverage. Honestly, knows we're watching, you might be making a bit nervous. Just checking out her driving technique. Oh, wiping the brow there.
Hot and sweaty
must be working up a bit of a sweat there.
Well, she doesn't have the window open like our other camera car. So yes, clearly it's pretty muggy still, isn't it? It doesn't have the outright sting in the heat like it did, particularly Friday, but also yesterday. But it's a bit more of a muggy day today.
There's the outside shot. Gee, it's got a few bandages on that car from yesterday. Tag went up on a few battles. And that wasn't the lone car from the XL Enduro yesterday either that had plenty of battle scars. There's quite a few that didn't finish as well. But it lives to fight another day. That's the all-female crew on board here this weekend. Emily Duggan and Maisie Place is also in that team. Lisa, the local driver of the trio. Those, of course, are interstaters that have come over here this weekend to compete in the 777 Enduro in that car.
Just looking on timing again, another short stop under the compulsory pit stop time for Carpenter, now behind the wheel of the 111. So Kobe Williams out, Jack Carpenter now behind the wheel of the 111 XL, so that does not count as a compulsory pit stop. As Lisa Titani comes in the lane, seatbelt is off, and she'll come to a stop in just a second. Wallace is in the lane still, and just as I say it, over 5 minutes, so we can tick that one off as well.
Yeah.
Car number 94 has done a compulsory pit stop and leaves the lane now. 5 minutes and 6 seconds. That is judged to pretty much perfection. 94, one compulsory pit stop completed.
Okay, so Jay Wallace goes into that car. So we don't know whether that's Jack or Jed. Maybe Jack.
Or Jed.
Or Jed. We'll just go with Jay at this stage.
A 66% or 33% chance of getting that one right. So let's see the 42 car back out there on the racetrack. Number 94 is the first one to have completed the pit stop notch. But this car, when timing reshuffles at the end of this lap, will be right there in contention. You can see at the moment, all on the timing on the left-hand side, they're showing all sorts of different numbers and things, but over the course of the race, they'll all get a little bit closer as Declan Kirkham comes in the lane for the first time in car number 71, the Pulsar. So I imagine that he will be hopping out, and his co-driver will be jumping behind the wheel for the first time. His co-driver not been here before, Robert Pepper. He hasn't raced for quite some time actually, so he's enjoying being back behind the wheel of a race car.
Looking inside the car there, that's Brodie Dominic in the 42 car in the BMW, taken over from Brian Smith. Trying something a little bit different, used to seeing him in the XL series. So it's a brand new car here this weekend in the Enduro for this driver. Only a young teenage driver. He's still learning the ropes, but gets his big opportunity here in a production car here this weekend. In this BMW. Oh, he's a little bit over the curb there. Certainly very tight apex down through that section of the track. So, try not to make you nervous. He goes up a gear there, he goes to climb, then goes back under brakes through that section of the track. Gives you a great look inside the car and how busy it is. You see how much movement's on that steering wheel, how it's jagging him around, really pulling him around. A lot of control, fair grip on that wheel. And he just darts back underneath you a little bit. You'll see that reaction on the steering wheel. Especially when she jumps up on these curves here. There we go, bang, when he pulls you the other way. And certainly a great insight into this BMW.
He's catching the car ahead. I'm just trying to spy exactly who that is. Is that the other BMW that he's catching out there at the moment? I think it might be. So these are the two B-class BMWs. So this is quite interesting because he's catching at a reasonable rate of knots at the moment for what prior to the pit stops was the theoretical race lead. Of course, these guys have done already 1 5-minute stop, so they are towards the tail of the field. We've now got 4 cars in the lane. McGarry has come in the Honda Integra. Dale Carpenter has come in the 195 Commodore, as well as that Declan Kirkham and Isaac Sparks are also in the lane. And that'll mean in just a few moments' time that everybody, apart from the 313 Pulsar, has completed a compulsory pit stop already. Remember, you've got to do it within the first 50 minutes, and we are 48 minutes into this race. And I have to say, it's been a very fast first 48 minutes.
Hasn't taken too long at all. As you would expect, here they are, the 2 interrogators in the field, and they're locked together. Brodie Dominic, gee, he's getting well and truly stuck into it here.
Fastest lap of the entire race.
You can see that by the reaction of the car. He's absolutely driving the wheels off that thing.
3 minute 36 flat through that last lap. Over 5 minutes faster than the car ahead, but that's because it's a pit stop on the last lap. So can't read too much into that, but here he goes. This for the Class B lead and potentially the race lead, but there's a lot of racing to do between now and the checkered flag. So these guys don't want to hold each other up too much, but a lovely run out of the corner there for Dominic. He's a real gun driver, isn't he? Brodie Dominic, the youngster in that driver trio.
We've certainly seen him plough his way through a few XL fuels
Here he goes.
this season.
He's on the wrong side though for the next corner, turn number 10. But he'll look for a nice cutback down the hill. We've seen a move there already made on the opening lap of this race. It was actually the black car that overtook the car that we're on board with at this very corner on the opening lap, but he's not close enough to do that this time. This next section, the snake section of the course, is very much a one-line groove, so he has to slot back in as they go right, left, right.
Ooh, bit late on the brake pedal there.
Jinked left, didn't he there?
Yeah, a little bit late. We think that's Jack Wallace in the car ahead. So if that's the case, 2 teenage drivers in BMWs. That's an interesting mix, isn't it?
Certainly is.
A little bit of less experience up the front of the field there at the moment. Brodie really working hard. You can see him working through the gear shift too. So he means business here. Oh, does he what? Oh, right up behind Wallace there. It's a great in-car shot here on Blendline TV. And they go past the control tower, which is on the eastern circuit. Not in use, obviously, today. That means they're turned back and they're heading back towards us in their big loop down there at the big fishbowl. And up the crest they go. Man, Brodie is working overtime. He's really getting himself a real workout inside that car. With that steering wheel working overtime, going through the gearbox. So he's trying everything to really get past Wallace here. And here he goes. Is he close enough? No. Oh, gee, Wallace really early on the brake pedal there too. So the lights well and truly lit there early. So looks like Wallace is driving a little bit defensively as well, and quite aware that Dominic has got a slightly quicker car here at the moment, certainly more pace. And there they go down towards the penultimate corner, down the big dip, and then heading around that tight section. Here we go. That's where they're heading to, down through past the back spectator stand. Down the main straight. This will be an interesting shot from above because they'll be alongside of each other down the main straight here. Let's have a look at the moment. There we go, that's better. I can see a much more bit of indication, and Dominic gets it done. Gee, has that thing got some straight line speed. Man, he picked him up there by turn one easily under brakes, and Brodie Dominic picks up the position and will take him to the lead of the, well, not the lead of the race just yet, but will take him up into sixth position. Will certainly work him into favour. Two young guys at the wheel there. So who's in the pits? Smith has come into the pits. So that will be a driver change. Tim Maynard will step on board. And we've got a slowing XL. No, it's just a slower car. That's all good.
Yeah, that's
got two BMWs have just gone past the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry there.
Yeah, that's Adrian Gallier's just got behind the wheel. They just served their first 5-minute pit stop in the XL. So that's already one of the 2 5-minute stops done and out the way already for that car. Just while you were talking us through the battle between the BMWs, I was looking through timing, jotting down what everybody was doing last time through. So in terms of pit stops and everything, I noted that the number 71 Pulsar did a 5-minute stop. All of the other Pulsars did a 2.5-minute stop. And the Dan Smith one, with Dan Smith now remaining behind the wheel, that was only 1 minute and 26 seconds, so that certainly does not count as a compulsory pit stop. So the Pulsars have gone all different directions in strategy, some with 5-minute stops, some with 2.5-minute stops, and some with no compulsory pit stop at all. So it's all going to play out over the next couple of hours. But the only thing for me with Smith was that done within the 50 minutes, as I say, maximum stint time of 50 minutes. Was he in the lane before then? It was very touch and go, I think, for the 313 machine. But everybody has completed their first stop, whether it be a compulsory one that we can tick off or not. A large majority did do a compulsory pit stop in that first cycle. The ones that didn't were the 111 of Sidwell Carpenter and Kobe Williams in their XL. The other ones that didn't were the Tatani, Duggan, Maisie Place, the all-female Hyundai XL trio, and as well the car I was just talking about, the 313 machine of Smith and Maynard, as well as the AJ racing car as well. Sorry, the Subaru BRZ had also did not do a compulsory pit stop time. So all different strategies. It's what I love about endurance racing. It's not just about who's fastest on the racetrack. You have to think the long game.
It's all about the timing. Just saw Brodie Dominic pick up another place too. Got past Jake Carpenter in the 111 car down there in the XL. So Dominic driving very strongly at the moment. Look at him push it, getting up over that curb. So the 42 BMW 135i. Seen a lot of this guy in the XL series here at SA throughout the year, and how he's progressed and worked his way through fields. We know how aggressive he can drive because we've seen it in that series. And he's not frightened. There's the Carpenter entry that just got past Jake Carpenter behind the wheel there.
As we look at the Subaru BRZ out there on the circuit, roaring up the hill towards turn number 10, and currently being followed by Emily Duggan behind the wheel now of the 120 Peter Page sponsored Hyundai. Peter Page and the Pages have a nice Hyundai dealership in Adelaide, very much Hyundai through and through.
Right down in the northern suburbs of Adelaide there, Elizabeth.
Yes, yep.
Once one of the biggest Holden dealerships here in the SA, but unfortunately that no longer exists, so they've gone for the other H. They've gone for the Hyundai out there at that dealership.
It's worked well for them though, hasn't it? Oh, huge slide there for who's behind the wheel of that car now. It's Weng behind the wheel, Jason Weng behind the wheel of the 464 machine. So all the first pit stops have been completed. Cars separated by nearly 2 laps, but the fastest cars aren't necessarily at the front. The first car is the Smith machine, the Smith Pulsar. There it is on the screen at the moment. That's leading the race, however, did not complete a mandatory pit stop first stop. So Dan Smith is at the wheel, and he is leading the way by 2 minutes ahead of the Commodore in 195. I'm hearing that Tim Maynard's behind the wheel at the moment, and it did look to me like it was Tim. Timing saying Smith, but yeah, I can agree with what I'm hearing in my ear from the Blendline guys in the van, that it is Tim Maynard now behind the wheel of that car.
Yes, I wonder why that didn't change at the top of the timing monitor there, but I was also thinking the same, that it was Tim behind the wheel, so that has now been confirmed. And the second car on track is the Stafford entry.
That's the 195
Right,
Commodore.
that's the Commodore.
That's done its 2.5 minute stop, so that's got a little bit of the time done and out the way. The 142 Integra is in third. That also did a 2.5 minute stop. Then we got the Weng Subaru BRZ. That's in fourth. That didn't do any of its compulsory time. Then we got the 2 BMWs. They're currently 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes behind the race leader, but they have ticked the first 5 minute stop, done and out the way already.
So that'll certainly work to their advantage towards the latter half of this race. Rob Solinelli now behind the wheel of the 142 Integra. So it's in his driving stint now. There's an overall leader at the moment, but they haven't done their compulsory time in their pit stop, so that'll change. In a world of his own now there, Timmy Maynard.
It certainly is.
You can see he's just like driving on a lonely country road out there at the eastern part of the circuit.
Everybody else, if you look, they're all sort of around the same section of the course, but he's all by himself out there on the backside of the circuit at the moment. Timing's just slightly refreshed. There we are. It now says Maynard's at the front of the field, and it also shows that his lead isn't anywhere near as much as we first thought. It's actually only half a minute ahead of those behind, so a little closer than what we first thought.
Yeah, so Stafford's still the second one, about there in the Commodore, on board here with the 313 car. So this is Timmy Maynard. No, that's definitely Tim, because he changed the race suit there.
Yes.
There's the bright red race suit. So that is definitely confirmed.
You can see how tall he is. He's a really tall fella, is Tim. Look at how bent his knees are up by the wheel. There's not too much distance between his knees and the bottom of the steering wheel. And you can see how high his head is as well, up in the seat. That would be quite a cramped seating position, I reckon.
No seat adjustment required, just get in.
Yeah, that's right.
Just jam you in.
Certainly wouldn't need a booster seat, that's for
No.
sure. Leading the way out there at the moment in the Pulsar, and doing a really nice job of things at this point in time. We still have, at the moment, 8 cars on the lead lap in this race. PB lap for Declan Kirkham. You might think, oh, crikey, that car's fallen down the order a fair bit. It has, but that's because it's done a 5-minute pit stop, so the only one of the Pulsars to do a 5-minute slap in the first stop. So I think that's a good strategy ploy, as I say. There's a safety car at some point in that race. That'll pay huge dividends for them, getting the big stops done and out the way early. As Maynard comes across the line, a 3-minute 52.1. That's a few seconds slower than what Smith did in the first stint. He was in the 46s, so a sublime time for Smith out there in the Pulsar, and that's how he was able to take the fight to some of the much faster cars.
Interesting you mentioned the word safety car there. That's another thing that can throw a spanner in the works in these kind of races as well, obviously backing all the field up. So it just takes one of those. You might get a car out there with a mechanical problem and parked up in the obscure position, and that's all it'll take. I don't really want to see, it's obviously a safety car that sort of throws all the strategies well and truly out the window there, but we'll see how we go at the moment. Still Timmy Maynard out there, out on his own. He's minding his own business. And gets down towards the hairpin section down the back of the circuit.
We should say as well, based on the class you're in as well, you've got a maximum speed time and things around this circuit. And if you break out if you're too fast on more than one occasion in this race, you automatically move up to the next category. So there's a big penalty for breaking out, as it's referred to, breaking out of your class in terms of speed. As you say, it's all based on lap time and lap performance. As we ride on board with Tim Maynard, let's sit back and watch him through the middle sector of this lap.
Work down through there too. So back pointing towards us, that's the opposing grid section down the back of the circuit.
Yep.
I do like the high-tech air conditioning unit they've got there, the ducting just hanging down in front of the driver. Well, nothing too fancy.
Trying to keep cool in every way. The air conditioning vent there, and then on the left as well, the window being open as well. So there's a lot of air going through that car as it heads around the circuit. Fastest lap of the entire motor race. Last time through, Brodie Dominic in the BMW car number 42. That is a sublime lap time. That was 5 seconds nearly, 4.3 seconds faster than the Wallace BMW, their B-class rivals. So he's actually pulled out a 12-second lead over that car now out there on the race circuit. So the B-class battle in stint number 2 is certainly going the way of car number 42 at this point in time. The Panasonic-sponsored BMW 135i. It's a production car, that one. Got lots of production car history and Bathurst 6-hour history. These guys, though, have had very, very little driving of this car prior to this weekend, as we see a battle on between the Integra and the Nissan Pulsar. So why is the Integra being overtaken by the Pulsar, I ask?
I'm not too sure how they've come together there. So something's happened that we couldn't see on the footage, but I'm starting to wonder if that Integra might have had a bit of an off-road excursion somewhere.
He's a lap ahead, so they're not
Yeah.
even on the same lap, these two. Lap number 15 for Zanetti, and lap number 14 for the Pulsar that's gone the long way around. It still says Declan Kirkham behind the wheel, but he did the opening stint, so I wouldn't expect him to still be behind the wheel as the wheel cocks up. But that's interesting that the Integra has been overtaken and unlapped by, in theory, a much slower car.
Yes, interesting.
They are in the same class. They're both in the C class.
Yeah.
But the Integra all weekend long has been much faster than the Nissan Pulsars, not just this one, but all of them. Make sure you follow the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Facebook page or Instagram page, and tune in on their website as well for all of the news. Next year there's a lot of news being floating around about this venue in recent times. I will just talk you through this for a moment and come back to that, because they are side by side on pit straight. The Integra looking to go a lap ahead once again into the braking zone. Pulls across to zone.
Gee, Kirkham made him earn it.
Certainly did.
Goodness me. It was going to go past easily. He has managed to do that now and should be a lot quicker than that Pulsar once he gets some clean air in front of him and starts skipping away.
But the point I was going to make about the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, lots of news about this venue in recent times. Of course, the Bend 500, the endurance race, the precursor to Bathurst, will be here for the first time next year. A little bit of a lock-up down there for Zanetti into the hairpin. But yeah, first time the 500-kilometre endurance supercars race will take place here. And also the return of TCR World Tour as well. How cool will it be to have international touring car racing around here on the 4.95k circuit? The world's best. They were racing at Macau last weekend. Thrilling title fight that went down to the wire, and it ended up going to Honda's Norby Mikelish in the end over there on the iconic streets of Macau. It's going to be brilliant to have them here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They raced here last year, of course,
yes,
at Sydney Motorsport Park and at Bathurst as part of the Bathurst International, and it was a huge success. So can't wait to have the international guys come back here.
Get it right here in SA.
Yeah.
What a massive bonus that is.
Huge.
That's just ridiculous. Can't wait for that moment.
And that's a support category to supercars.
Ah,
so
that's right.
You've got international touring car racing as well as endurance racing as well. So plenty to sink your teeth into at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in September next year. Of course, the Bend Classic will be returning as well as drag racing and so much more, including, of course, the SAM Champs, where we are the final round of the South Australian Motor Racing Series. Can't wait to see what 2025 delivers. I'm sure there'll be a night race or two at Malala again, maybe
Earlier in the season.
Yeah.
We don't have the lighting capacity here at this venue, but
It's too long.
yeah, it's too long. That's a lot of globes.
That's correct. Correct.
Been a long season. We talked about the Classic that was here last month, and that was massive. That was extremely well attended here, with the country theme and cowboy hats walking around here at that venue that weekend. It was a massive big weekend. Actually, it's been a really busy season overall here for not only the SAM Champs we were talking about, but all the other things that have been going on with it. It's just, every weekend seems to be full of something. So it's been quite an exciting year for 2024 for this venue. And obviously, we just spoken there, it's going to get a lot better as well. Lots of different things happen around this venue. But the drag strip is going to be in play next week. We've got the off-street drags happening there next weekend.
And then something completely different the following weekend. Tractor pull.
Yeah, the good old tractor pull. That's a real Australian thing, isn't it? For international viewers there.
I'm just seeing
This is
this.
Brody Dominic we're watching here at the moment. He is driving very fast and very aggressive at the moment.
And this is for position third outright, just ahead on the road. That's Zanetti in the Integra. The one ahead of that is the down a lap Nissan Pulsar, but we are just about to see, I think, a overtake for third position outright as he pulls to the inside and
easily.
flies by. So there we are, move for third position. It's looking pretty nice at the moment for that number 42 BMW. It served its first 5-minute mandatory stop and is moving up already back into the podium positions. That's a very positive sign.
Very positive. He's just going to get past the Kirkham car there at the moment. I think Declan's still on board there. Lots of pace in this BMW.
I might say
He's been screaming through the field. For instance, since Brody's been on board, taken over from Smith. And he has been driving the absolute wheels off this thing.
I was going to say, I'm going to send Declan a text message, and if he doesn't respond, we know he's in the car, and if he does respond, then he's out of the car.
So still on board here with the 42 car. The Smith, Anderson, and Dominic combination. Dominic on board here at the moment in the BMW 135i. Plenty of sting in that little BMW. You can see that at the moment with Brody behind the wheel. So he's got past Kirkham, so he's plenty of air in front of him at the moment just to carry on his merry way. Past the first 1 hour mark here in this race too, by the way, with under 3 hours remaining. Jeez, it's hard to believe we're just over a quarter of the way through this race. It's a long way to go. Still more strategy to come into play.
We have to touch on, you're talking about pit stops and strategy and things. There's an option here at this race, and I don't recall many races that have this option. But in this endurance race, you can fill up yourself with fuel at every pit stop, or the Bend offering their own services. Ricky Capo is down there manning the fuel system at the end of pit lane, and you can get the Bend Motorsport Park aficionados to do it for you if you'd like. Obviously, refueling banned in Formula One, so you know, there's some people that don't have refueling rigs and things like that that wouldn't be able. They'd lose a lot of time trying to refuel themselves. So the Bend offer their own services to help the lower budgeted teams out, and I think that's a really, really good initiative that the Bend Motorsport Park has taken.
It's got encouragement to get some more competitors back.
Yeah,
and that's exactly how it works. Still on board here with Brody Dominic. This is still what we're looking at the moment. Everybody's got their little piece of track, and everyone's in their own little driving rhythm. Brody's in a bit more of a serious driving rhythm at the moment. Absolutely carting this thing around the track.
I've just seen a huge 300-second penalty flash up on the screen on the left-hand side for the 464 machine. That is the Subaru BRZ. 300 seconds, that's 5 minutes. I'm just looking through the regs. 5-minute penalty for several reasons. You can get a 5-minute penalty. Failure to complete the CPS correctly or within the CPS window. It did that, so that should be all right. Fuel spillage during refueling or infringement of class breakout. So maybe the lap time has been too fast, and might be the reason for the 5-minute penalty.
Interesting.
I didn't see a fuel spillage, so I think it's section E of penalties, infringement of class breakout. Race offence is 5 minutes, so going too fast within the class, I think there is the reason for that penalty. Here it is on the screen at the moment.
This is the car we're talking about with the 5-minute penalty.
Goes through with a 3 minutes 49.8. That's only a second slower than what it did last time through, so I think it's certainly on the bubble, shall we say, of potentially breaking out, unless there was a little fuel spillage. We didn't see the pit stop, but I think the more likely of the two, with the rate that this car's going at the moment, it's more likely to be a breakout. They're quite significant penalties, they really are. a 10-minute penalty if you do not complete your mandatory CPS pit stops. So at the end of the race, if you think, oh, we'll just do it a few seconds less on this one, try and save a few seconds, hopefully they won't notice. A, they will notice, and B, you'll be hit with a 10-minute penalty. So it is not worth trying to cut your CPS pit stops short. That is for sure. Yeah, as well as that, 5-minute stops for fuel spillage, failure to complete the CPS correctly or within the CPS window. So it did do it within the window. It went a bit less than the 2.5 minutes, but that's fine because he can serve those later on. It's not like the window's closed and he won't serve them, so he won't get a 5-minute penalty for that. So I'm leaning towards it's the class breakout.
We'll go with that, Dan. Done a fair bit of research there, so that's good.
Always pays.
You should be a steward. You got the rule book right in front of you.
Always pays to have the supplementary regulations on hand in an endurance race like this one, because in endurance racing anything can and often does happen. As I just saw for position number 4, Zonetti has the Wallace BMW right on his rear bumper as they went through the
just left
section.
the screen there. I'll get a glimpse of that pairing in just a moment. Looking north down the eastern end of the track, that shot, there we go. So that's Jack Wallace on board there now, Rob Zonetti with the chase.
So the move's been made. The move has been made. So that is for position number 4. That Pulsar ahead is lapping really, really well at the moment. It really, really is. It still says Declan Kirkham behind the wheel at the moment. It's lapping very, very nicely to stay ahead of these cars. But as we say, that's a lap down at the moment. But watch that car pop in up the order later on in this race. It's already got a big slab of time already served in the pit stops. So watch that car move up the order later on in this race.
We will. Here's the car we were just talking about with the penalty.
Huge.
And here's Wallace in the Warren Mining entry, which of course is their family business, or Adam's business. Down there at Paraka, down there at Main North Road, looking after all the heavy sort of mining and machinery stuff down there.
Dominic has come in. Brody Dominic has come in car number 42.
Well, he's been going hammer and tongs lap after lap.
I don't know if he's lost all the rubber, gone a bit too hard too early, because that's a little earlier than what I expected.
Yeah, I would have too. So whether there's some sort of problem there, I'm not too sure. That's interesting. Little pit stop there for Dominic.
I will say that talking to everybody up and down the lane on this 777 course, everybody has said they are shocked at how much fuel they're using, because it's quite stop-start in nature, that middle sector. They're using, off the throttle, brake, back on the power, back on the brake, back on the throttle. They're using so much fuel. And a lot of them said, okay, the stint might be 50 minutes, but actually doing that on fuel might not be that easy. So I think the fuel was going to be a limiting factor in this race. Oh no, we might be seeing that already with some of the competitors, particularly the Pulsar runners. As we say, they run at Winton, Calder Park, and a few venues over there in Victoria. They were saying they've never seen fuel numbers as bad as what they're getting here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Albert Park in the venue, of course, of the Australian Grand Prix. Although it won't look it, doesn't have particularly high-speed straights or doesn't have particularly slow-speed corners. But because it's quite a traditional, there's quite a few 90-degree corners, Albert Park is traditionally the worst venue on the whole Formula 1 calendar for fuel economy. So that shows that braking, accelerating a lot is very bad for fuel economy, and that middle sector, exactly where we are now, has a lot of that. As we see another car come in the lane.
Jason Wang.
So
what's happening? That's the car with the big penalty we were just talking about. It's made another appearance in the pit lane. They've already done a driver change there, so they've come in maybe a little bit earlier than probably I would have expected as well. Brody Dominic still in the pits. Just waiting for the time to tick over there. Nothing wrong with Declan Kirkham's run at the moment.
No.
Still going all right. And there it is, the Timmy Maynard. That's the current lead car in the Pulsar. And the thing with the bright orange race suit there.
And at the moment, he is matching. They're still 31 seconds last time we looked, or effectively 31 seconds. Last time we looked, it was 30 seconds. So he is matching that big V8 Commodore behind at the moment on the road. So that is a real commendable effort.
Huge effort. Probably not what we would have expected at this stage of the race. And there he goes. Puts down, that's the more combination, or I think Steven Stukovic is behind the wheel there at the moment. They've already had the driver change, so the two Victorian Pulsars together there, with obviously Maynard putting a lap down on that car. Running really strong. Interesting car. Actually, they're probably not the worst production car in the world to be racing around an endurance event. They are a proven strong race car, Pulsars. So they're certainly looking very strong at the moment. We've seen him over here race at this track certainly in sprint format at a few of the state rounds. Certainly did here last season. And they certainly were very strong around this track. Not so much the GT circuit, but they certainly were very competitive. Steven Sukovic there is the car that just got past. Now, what's happening with these pitted cars? Dominic's still in. Jason Wang has not returned.
This car has had problems pretty much all weekend, the 88. We spoke about the wheel coming off, but also on Friday it had major engine issues, and everybody who was in there, all of the Pulsar runners, not just the drivers, but the pit crews as well, of all of the different Pulsars, were in the engine bay getting that fixed in the heat that was Friday ahead of yesterday. It was an incredible team effort from everybody down there, so we have to say a big thank you. I'm sure that Moore and as well Stukovic will both be saying a huge thank you to everybody down there who helped get that car back out on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's been pretty busy down there at Virgil Precision Auto. Declan Kirkham looking after most of those race cars down this weekend. Seen plenty of cars up on jacks there the weekend with wheels off, and obviously a wheel that did come off yesterday that probably didn't want to come off, but been lots happening, bonnets up. But it's good to see that the Maynard car is still running strong.
And speaking of running, the 42 BMW has gone back out onto the racetrack, and their second 5-minute stop has now been completed. So that is 2 of the 3 done, or no, it's 2 and then a 2.5. No, Class B is 3 5 minutes, so that's 2 of the 3 done now. That is really, really good that they've got that done and out the way in the first hour and 22 minutes of this race.
And counting.
Yes.
You're counting, eh?
It says on timing in front of me.
So we're just waiting for the Wang entry, which is the BRZ, and that's also returned as well. They've done full 5 minutes too. So I wonder if they actually cut their first pit stop a little bit short, maybe.
Which car was this, sorry?
That was the Toyota BRZ.
Yes, it was a short pit stop.
So that might be it. That might be the reason for the penalty.
But a lot of people you can have a short pit stop. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is if you haven't done all your pit stops by the end of the race. As the 313 in-car camera moves past the 120 in-car camera, and a nice thank you on the way by Maynard, because it's not Maisie Place, Emily Duggan behind the wheel at the moment who jumped out of the way. Emily Duggan and Lisa Tortani teamed up in the Hyundai XL Enduro yesterday for both of the 1 hour races, and today an additional co-driver in Maisie Place, who races RX-8 Cup, the Mazda RX-8 Cup series, and is a pretty good driver in that series. She's always in and around the top 10 in what is a stacked quality field, always action in that category. So a great addition to what is already a strong duo. So a really strong ladies team that has been fielded for the event this weekend. Since Emily has taken on over the car, she's moved past Adrian Gallia in the fight in the Hyundai XL Class D. However, they are nowhere near the car further up the road, the D-Class, the other D-Class car of Carpenter and as well Kobe Williams out there on the circuit. Oh, I say out there on the circuit, as I say it, it is in the lane, the 111 Hyundai of Jake Carpenter.
Yes, so are we looking for a drive change? I just saw that car come in on the timing screen. So that is the 111, that's the XL race car that's come in. Get Tim Maynard on board here. Doing a terrific job. Just keeping that thing as straight as a die at the moment. Touch wood.
There's some good news and some bad news for the Subaru BRZ. They've finished their 5-minute penalty. However, they technically still haven't actually done any compulsory pit stops yet, so they're buried at the tail end of the field, and they still haven't done a compulsory pit stop.
Oh, gee, bit of mismanagement there, unfortunately, in that small team. So they've got to still do it all over again.
We spoke about the fact that they're Targa competitors in the past. They're not used to doing pit stops and strategy. It's a foreign concept to them. Of course, rallying, it's one point to another. It's not a circuit. You don't go round and round, and you don't need to make pit stops. You have lunchtime services and things where you can get your car repaired. So a completely different discipline of racing. Of course, not only circuit racing, but to add in the mix of endurance racing as well. So, yeah, that's it's been a bit of a what's the word? Trial by fire so far this race for them. But so far, anyway, I'm sure they're out there enjoying themselves. Nevertheless, great to have them a part of the event in the AJ Racing Subaru BRZ. That's Kwok Wai Chung, who's yet to get behind the wheel. Chung Chen did the first stint, and now it's Jason Weng behind the wheel at the moment. Or have they changed? No,
Chan's jumped on board.
Chan's got
behind the wheel. He jumped on board at that pit stop, which was not legally a pit stop.
Yes.
So it's an interesting little thing going on there. John Maynard still leading around. There he is. God, this thing is running really strong.
Touch wood. Make
sure
touch wood. You don't want to do a commentator's curse there.
We're good at that.
Yes, we are. We've done it a few times this weekend. Probably not as many as we have done in some rounds, but yeah, it's always the lurgy that we have to carry around with us. But out in front, the margin has been ever so slightly decreased, back under 31 seconds again. But I'm so impressed with the fact that Maynard and as well his co-driver in Dan Smith have been able to match Honda Integras. They've been able to match Subaru BRZs, and in this stint, match Stafford behind the wheel of the Commodore.
A lot more horsepower involved with that car, obviously. Back to third position is Jay Wallace. We think that may be Jack. The car hasn't come in for another pit stop yet. Another one has, though. And the Sukovic entry, which is the Ben Moore car, has just entered into pit lane as well, so that possibly another driver change coming forth.
And the Carpenter and Kobe Williams.
Well, they've just clocked over the 5-minute stop there, so they should be ready to be relaunched.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. So that's a compulsory pit stop done. Their first one was well under the time, so that's the first 5-minute stop done and out the way for the 111 car. I imagine Lucy Sidwell will now be jumping behind the wheel of that. She's yet to do a stint. Kobe Williams started, Jake Carpenter did stint number 2, and I imagine Lucy Sidwell will do stint number 3. Lucy Sidwell, a Victorian XL runner. Not sure if she's done any racing here in South Australia,
She
Mark.
did yesterday.
Well, that's true, that's true. But yeah, Lucy Sidwell She had a notable rollover at Sandown a couple of years ago, but since then she's really come back strong. She had a few rounds out to repair the car, but she's really got stronger and stronger and stronger as time has gone by, and it's really good to see that she's doing nicely out there in XL competition, and the fact as well now that she's coming over the border as well and taking it to the finest in SA as well.
It's the finest it is. So still the 111 car we're looking at there at the moment. So it's Kobe Williams behind the wheel there. So the Sinford entry there behind, I think that's Stafford behind the wheel this time. So Joel Stafford behind the wheel of that Commodore. That's the second place car. Just Tim Maynard in front of him. Looking down the hill, coming down the back part of the circuit. And there's the Wallace BMW, is it not?
Yep.
I think it is.
Yep. So where's that car now?
They're currently third position.
Yeah, and it's only 12 seconds behind that Commodore. So
you can certainly see the margin is closed there too, and it certainly shows in our timing monitor as well. So we might, not too far away, have a battle for second position if that's the case. Forward here with the 120 car. Emily Duggan on board here this time around.
I've just got a text message from Declan Kirkham, which means Declan Kirkham is not behind the wheel of the Nissan Pulsar. Either that or he's doing something very illegal out there on the race circuit. But Declan is certainly, I'm certain he's not behind the wheel. He just said I'm having a breather out in the pits at the moment. So that means that his co-driver is behind the wheel.
That's the Wallace car just going past the entry there of Emily Duggan.
If you're just tuning in to Blendline TV or just arriving here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, welcome. You are watching the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown 4-hour endurance race. I am Dan McCarthy and I've got Martin and Caro alongside of me. It's a sort of interesting one in terms of strategy at the moment. I think it's all going to play out in the next hour or so. But at the moment, the BMWs, the fast BMWs, they've got more compulsory pit stop time to serve. They're serving it, but it's buried them in the pack. So it's all going to play out as this race unfolds as we continue to ride on board with Emily Duggan. So stay tuned, stay with us, because there's a lot that's going to play out late on in this race.
On board there with Duggan. In fact, she's coming into pit lane right on cue there. So coming in for another pit stop. Marcy Place might be the next. Yeah, she's unharnessing, so she's certainly getting out. Clips the top harness there, and she'll come in. Put Maisie on board, who hasn't had a stint yet. So that's the all-female team here in this field of cars. Obviously, we mentioned there before with a couple of the interstate competitors. That's Emily there, she certainly is. She's a New South Wales-based driver. Back into, and out she gets. This will give us a great look inside the car as takes out the data. Well, that's actually her phone. Oh, we're in the wrong bay. That was the problem there, so that's got to go up a little bit further.
And I heard, I think it was the voice of Lisa Tortani saying driver swap, driver swap, driver swap. So seat goes back, she jumps out, and it will be, we believe, the third and final driver, Maisie Place, getting behind the wheel for this stint. Gives you a very good look in here at what happens here at these pit stops. Get themselves organised, put the harness device back on. The green car, you can see the Integra just up in front of them too, which looks like that's also in the pits. Rob Zoanetti looking for the driver change. You can see out the front windscreen there of that car. And the other one that's in the car is the Wallace entry. That's just in front of that green car. So they were close by with each other on the track. Zanetti, I can see just ahead in the Integra. That's been in the lane for 4 minutes and 50 seconds, so just 10 seconds more, and that'll be a 5-minute mandatory stop, done and out the way. I expected Maisie Place to get behind the wheel pretty soon after there was the driver change of Duggan jumping out, so I'm not sure if this was maybe an unscheduled stop.
No one seems to be in too much of a hurry here.
They do
Here
have
she comes,
time.
here she comes now. And there's the pink and black suit.
And she'll move the seat forwards. There we go. The seatbelt might be a bit awkward to grab hold of. She's got to reach well back behind herself.
Only very small in stature too.
There we go.
There she
Driver
goes.
assistant has helped out. So I see the Zanetti car has parted. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Same can be said for the Moore car that came in as well, the Moore Pulsar. So that's 2 pit stops done out the way. So I can add that to the list as well. As we can see inside the car, Duggan is trying to fix something in there.
So it looks like it's just in the harness buckle at the rear there. So a little bit of adjustment. Probably smaller frame body there, just trying to tighten things up. They put the window net up. So she is ready to go. Oh, I love those driving gloves. These American style gloves there. All the stars and stripes.
Oh, what's happening here?
And what's going on? Something else is happening here.
That's Lisa Tatani, who's the other driver of that car that's just gone in under the left front wheel. So this is certainly unscheduled. How long's the car been in the lane? I'm just trying to see it. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So it is allowed to still be in there. That's fine. But not the way you'd conventionally see a stop in 2 different bays. Well, 3 technically, because she moved forward from the original one. So just trying to listen in. There we go. We've changed tags so we know which driver's behind the wheel.
Might be checking some air pressures there. I think looks like she had the air pressure gauge in her hand there. So
Ben Gallia waving the other XL out onto the racetrack. His dad's part of that combination. His dad has just jumped out. Oh, a black flag.
That's the first one we've seen. That's the Chan combination. That's the BRZ.
Oh, that car.
You reckon they've been in the wars so far at this early part of the race. So what have they done this time? Something has gone wrong again. Nothing has gone right strategically for that team.
Just thinking about it, they did a driver change when that car came in a few moments ago.
They did.
So that means it wasn't a penalty that was served. They can't have served a penalty and done a driver change. So they've done they've done their first compulsory pit stop, but they are yet to serve the 300-second penalty. So,
goodness me, just to complicate things.
So that's a black flag, I think, reminding them that that penalty must be served.
Maisie on her way. She's finds the gear and off she goes.
Yep, 5 minutes and 18 seconds. That is a compulsory pit stop.
Steph Carr also in, so the Commodore is in, and Troy Gleason should be the next driver to jump on board there, who hasn't had a stint yet also in this race. There's Maisie Place out there in the Peter Page or Hyundai XL. Very much Peter Jackson Racing inspired livery on that car. Days of when Glenn Seaton used to carry those colours.
Oh, look at that, Wallace. 5 minutes and 3 seconds. That is a nicely timed pit stop for them. They have just parted the lane in car number 94. So like the other BMW, that is 2 5-minute stops done and out the way. Just doing a bit of housekeeping. So Maisie Place is now behind the wheel, as we can see. That was a 5-minute stop. The 4-driver XL car number 49. We've already seen in that car Gallia behind the wheel in the last stint. The first stint had Isaac Sparks behind the wheel. We now have Zolo behind the wheel of that. And I have to say, we didn't mention it in the opening stint of the race when Isaac Sparks was behind the wheel. Had a chat to him yesterday after the epic and frantic in the XL races. He told me he actually popped his shoulder out in the opening race after the collision that he was involved in that first encounter. So that was popped back in place by his dad before race number 2.
That sounds like a very painful experience.
Yeah, not one I've had and not one I intend to have either.
Timmy Maynard in too. That's an important pit stop. He was leading the race to this point. So that will put Smith back in the seat when he comes back out once again.
Yep.
Stafford also in. So the top 2 cars are in pit lane. So this looks like it's going to put Adam Wallace out in the front in the BMW. At this stage, he's just completed, has completed his pit stop. He's back out and about at the moment. So we have top runners out there. Declan Kirkham also back into pit lane as well. So we put Rob Pepper on board in that car. So a bit happening in pit lane at the moment, so good to see there's a few chops and changes. As mentioned in David Zolo in the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry, probably his first attempt ever at an Enduro. He's only done 1 round in the XL Series this year. He's normally the guy down there making sure all the cars are running properly. He's got his head buried in the toolbox. Chief mechanic gets to get a steer here in this endurance event here on a Sunday.
I'm sorry, I've been a bit quiet. I'm just keeping an eye on those compulsory
you're doing fine,
times.
You're doing real well.
5 minutes has just elapsed for the Stafford Commodore. So that's the 195 machine. So that's a 5-minute stop. They did a 2.5-minute stop in the first one. They've now done their first of 2 5-minute stops. So strategy is really playing out now. We're really getting a true indication of who is where in this race. We'll run through it once all this sequence has been completed. The final 2 are in the lane and they will be finishing their stops shortly. But it looks like the Declan Kirkham machine is going to go for the full 5 minutes. They've been in for 4 minutes and 48 seconds, so that should be a box ticked as well.
Yes, the rest of Stafford now out and about. Good driver change. I think Troy Gleeson should be on board there. Wait to see when they come back out, and we'll find that name in a minute.
We should say there were scheduled to be a couple more entries in this field. Adam Brook was going to field a Mazda RX-8. We're going to have an additional Hyundai XL with Alain Volts and Luke Mader behind the wheel, and I think that car was actually out at one stage yesterday. Another car that was out there on Friday was the Peugeot 208 GTI with Brett Waters and Angus Lithgow. That was going to be a really good combination in their improved production spec Peugeot. But sadly, I said being an improved production car, it might struggle to do a 4-hour endurance race. Sadly, it failed to do 2 practice sessions. The engine let go, and that was their weekend done and dusted there and then. And sadly, I helped them push that thing onto the trailer. Not what I was wanting to do. I was wanting to find out a bit about the car, not what went wrong with it.
Would have been a very frustrated Brett Waters, I would have imagined.
Yeah.
Probably... Brett, a big fan of the Peugeot 308, isn't he, Brett? He loves the Peugeots.
Yes,
He's been racing Peugeots forever in the Improved Production Championship. Fortunately, that didn't come to fray in this Enduro event, as you just mentioned. But anyway, we're just looking at the Wallace entry there, and I think Adam's behind the wheel.
Oh, again, that thing
got a little bit twitchy there too, if you don't mind. So Adam Wallace, interesting motorsport history. Had a bit of affiliation with the Konica series going back a few seasons ago, and raced the Warren Mining Commodore in that series for a number of seasons. And then that finished off. He went back to racing Porsche. Him and brother Jed got involved with Porsche racing there for a bit of time as well.
He was in Kumo, wasn't he? Not Konica, the Super 3.
He was in Kumo, was at Conacher as well.
Oh, was he? Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
You're not old enough to remember that. No, he certainly was. I certainly remember seeing him racing around Malala in that series. Probably going back, probably 20 years ago now. So it's been a while.
Speaking of OG, crikey, that's a long pit stop is what I'm thinking at the moment. Declan Kirkham in the 71 machine, 7.5 minutes.
That's not a sign, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a good sign at all. So 5 minutes is the maximum, or the minimum maximum pit stop, if you follow what I'm trying to say there. The minimum time for the largest pit stop is 5 minutes. So any time after that, oh, there it is. It's just joining down the lane now. So how long is it going to be? 7 minutes and 54 seconds. So 2 minutes and 54 seconds have been wasted there. That is huge. 2 minutes and 54 seconds is basically an entire lap. And that car, yes, okay, it's done 2 5-minute pit stops. It's the only one, I think, in Class D to do that. However, a big cross for that. 2.5 minutes, over 2.5 minutes lost in that pit stop.
That's not going to help him at all. On board here, this is Kim Anderson. On board here, had a big season in Circuit XLs this season. And has managed to finish in 3rd position in the championship also this season. Normally a front runner in that series, along with his teammate Brian Smith. And I think we can both speak for both of us, the two very similar blue colour cars in that series.
They were fighting each other all season long, weren't they, in the Masters class. We should explain for those Victorians maybe watching on that see the XLs just out there in one class. Such is the strength in numbers in South Australian XL racing. We've split them, haven't we, now into Trophy and Masters. It debuted last year, was a great success, came back again this year. So the youngsters are wanting to make a career in the sport are in Trophy, and Masters are for the elderly gentlemen.
Slightly more seasoned, I think.
Yes, we'll go with that.
And that's one of them right there, Kim Anderson. Been a big supporter of that XL series too. Using the Air Everywhere brand on his car, which of course is his own business, an air conditioning business. Been a big supporter of that series. We were talking about that at the dinner last night. Well, that was actually the XL presentation dinner. There it is. It's that BMW. It's been impressive, hasn't it? It's been circulating very nicely, the Panasonic entry. And just got the Wallace car in front of it. In fact, he's catching. It's Adam behind the wheel. Certainly taking some ground off that black BMW in front of them.
So there's 2 cars in the lane, both of which I have a bit of an asterisk next to. Everyone's done 2 stops. The Chan car, the 464 machine, is the one with the 300-second penalty. I can only assume that's why that car was back in the lane. The Zolo car, the 49XL, only went back onto the racetrack a couple of laps ago.
It hasn't been in there very long at all.
No, I reckon that was 3 laps maximum, I reckon, out there on the circuit. So I think there's some sort of drama with the number 49 XL. A race so far that the cars have ran relatively mechanical, without any mechanical maladies, but we may have an issue for the number 49 XL.
We'll just wait and see how that clock ticks over. Very hard-working team down there at Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry down there. The Hampstead crew, I'm certainly be on board to try and rectify that problem. Done a great job in the XL series this season to get that car up and running. It's been well shared. Normally basically driven by Jordan Johnson throughout the series.
In goes car number 42. So let's run you through the order then. 2 compulsory pit stops. Well, 2 pit stops have been made by everybody. Whether or not they've got the mandatory stops out the way remains another thing. The 2 B-Class BMWs have done 2 5-minute stops They only have one more to go, and they are at the head of the field. So that's good news. That looks good for them at the moment. However, I think a lot of the guys behind only have 2.5 minutes to serve in their third mandatory stop. So it looks good at the moment. However, they're only 10 seconds, 15 seconds ahead of Smith. So I think there's going to be an extra 2.5 minutes that we have to add on. The car in third, that's Smith machine with Dan Smith back behind the wheel now. That did not serve a compulsory stop the first time around, but has done one of the compulsory stops in that second window. So 313 has done just the 1 5-minute stop. That is in Class D, and therefore for me has to do still another 5-minute stop and a 2.5-minute stop in the final 2 hours of this race. The car in third position. Wow, look at the wheel work from the man in second position on the road at the moment. You can see the race leader just ahead. These two have switched, I think. Yes, they have switched around on this lap.
That's the Wallace car. That's okay. That's just been rectified. The timing screen there, down. That's definitely Adam Wallace, the 94 car.
Yes.
On top, and that's definitely the black BMW in front.
That's an XL. That's where I got confused.
Oh, that's the 111 XL in front of them there.
Apologies.
Cody Williams there in front of that car, in front of that in-car camera shot.
Apologies. I thought there was a change in the lead. I thought it was a BMW in front, but it wasn't. It's a Hyundai XL. So they are nose to tail, 2 seconds.
The interest here, actually, Dan, is the car beyond Kim Anderson. Because they're certainly, he's certainly the one that's catching at the moment. Just past that slower car there, Williams there. Adam Wallace. That is our lead car, probably what you would have expected. We'd be back out into the front. Certainly no problems there for Dan Smith as well, still holding all guns there down there to position 3 on track. Still doing a terrific job trying to stick with these much more high performance production cars there at the moment. That is our lead car now, clear track in front of him now. He's got past the lap traffic.
But the fight for the lead between these two BMWs is certainly closed in once again. 2 seconds the margin out there on the race circuit. I think prior to the last round of stops, it was the 42 that was ahead of the 94. So I think there's been a change there during the pit stop sequence as we continue to look out there on the screen. You're going to absolutely love this, Mark. The Chan car, the Honda Integra, has gone back out on the racetrack in an attempt to serve the 5-minute pit stop. They've done it in 4 minutes, 48 seconds, and therefore does not count as the penalty.
Not again.
So that penalty still stands.
I think they need a new stopwatch.
Oh dear,
yeah, that's no good at all.
The list, I'm just writing so many notes on that car, and I'm running out of page room nearly. So, handed a 5-minute penalty for what we believe was breaking out of the lap time. Attempted, or came in for a pit stop, did a 5-minute pit stop, that was all fine, that was all good. Has come in again to serve that 5-minute stop, and has failed to serve the 5-minute stop. It was 4 minutes and 40 seconds. However, it can count as a 2.5-minute stop. So in that sense, they've done an extra 2 minutes and 10 seconds, but at least they've got a little bit of a mandatory stop out the way. Light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll call it that. So that's the 142 car on board. It's coming there at the moment. Shane Nowicki having a drive in the Integra at the moment. And there's our poor old Chan car there also on the shot. Well, they're really having trouble getting their timing sorted out as far as their pit stops are concerned. So not too much has gone their way. There's going to be a lot of discussions in the debriefs this evening, I think, in this team. I was just looking at the gap between first and second. That's also closed up to 2.1 seconds. I just saw that flick over. So our two BMW is getting a little bit closer together up toward the pointing into the field.
Yeah.
With Kim Anderson actually just circulating in that previous lap as well.
By a huge margin of 2/10. Over 7 kilometres.
I said a little bit, I didn't say a lot.
It's out to 3 seconds now as they go through the latest sector point. So a second has been drawn out for the race leader. That was a nice sector out there on the circuit. Great that we got sector timing here this weekend. I know the Bend have put in a lot of effort to make that happen, so we have to thank them for that, because without that, this race in particular would be very hard to follow, waiting 4 minutes every time to get a lap time update.
That's
so
right.
To have sector splits, particularly in this race, has made our life a lot easier. Out there on the circuit,
That's our Xylo car also hasn't made a reappearance. I've been in the pits for 9 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
Yes.
They've got some issues there, obviously. Obviously, they get down there and try and rectify that issue. Not sure what it is. Hang on, there's movement. Which direction is it going out the gate? Is it coming out on the track? Where are we going with that car?
Out on the racetrack after 9 minutes and 39 seconds. That is back out on the racetrack. And in more positive news, because it was in the lane so long, it's because it had a problem and it's gone down several laps. It has actually completed for the first car to complete all of its mandatory pit stops.
It's the 42 car. This is Kim Anderson, was running in second position on track. So this is another very important pit stop. This is probably going to put Brian Smith back in the seat here. And they're right down the other end of pit lane, so it's a big long drive. One of the end garages right down the other end. Seatbelt is coming off. And we have stopped. Engine off. And that's Brian Smith. That's definitely the Brian Smith race suit there. See the yellow stripes on that race suit. So there will be a driver change to take place here.
I'm interested. Bad sportsmanship flag. 120 and 313.
That's the all-girl team in the Hyundai XL, the 120 team.
And the Smith and Maynard Pulsar that's in outright third position at the moment. But that's very interesting. I note the Anderson BMW that's just come into the lane. It's certainly got the outright speed. And yes, when it does this stop, will have done all of its mandatory 5-minute stops. However, the fuel window of that car is less than anything else. They're doing a maximum of 45 minutes per stint. In fact, even less than that. So that's not a good sign that they're coming into the lane so often. Because to do 3 stops within the first half of the race means they're going to, on that mass, have to do 6 by the end. So that's a really bad sign in terms of fuel economy. Yes, they got the pace, but if they're they won't have to do 5-minute stops again. But coming into the lane for any period of time at any point in the race, if you don't need to, is a waste of time, and you will fall backwards through the field. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Yes, it certainly is. Well picked out there, Dan. There's the 313 car. That's the one that's got the bad sportsmanship flag. So that's the Smith entry there. And there's the other one that's got the black and white flag. It's the 120 car. So those two cars together at the moment. Maisie Place on board of the 120 entry. And so Dan Smith once again working hard away in that pink and black coloured Pulsar, as we saw in the earlier stint. So he made up plenty of ground in the early part of his stint earlier on during this race. As we actually into half race distance. It's getting down towards the 2-minute mark here. So nearly 2 hours has ticked over. So we've had multiple lead changes and lots of different strategic pit stops have happened, but it's not over yet. Adam Wallace, our leader there, the 94 car, the all black BMW M3. Probably pretty much the favourite going into this event. So this is the onboard with Dan Smith at the moment. Once again, clear of any lap traffic. He's got plenty of clear air in front of him. So just out there in his own little world there at this moment of time.
The 42 BMW's gone out onto the track a lot quicker than expected. It wasn't a 5-minute stop. It was not a mandatory stop. So that was the first pit stop that was basically just a splash and dash. So they still have one more 5-minute stop to go.
So I think you've probably picked it out well there with the fuel economy. And that would have been a little bit of a top up of fuel. So yeah, so they can still do another 5-minute stop. Important strategy. Fuel is another thing, isn't it? All cars have got burn fuel different depending on what car you've got. So these endurance events, it certainly makes the difference. So that BMW is certainly sucking plenty of juice in at the moment.
Is that a crack in the windscreen? Just next to the number, a little dot, and then there's a line that goes down the windscreen. I think that's a crack in the windscreen.
I've been watching that actually. It was a little chip there, and I think it's actually run a little bit during this race. So better call windscreens O'Brien.
Yeah, correct.
Probably, yeah, that certainly is. I don't think that's an insect.
No.
I think that definitely looks like a chip.
Not a sheep, not that one, no, a chip.
Chip.
Not a poo. A chip. As you see him head down the hill towards the extended section of the course. Oh, that's in a little bit deep there for Smith, I think, but a nice late apex. And back up the hill once again, sweep around the long flowing double apex turn number 10 before they plummet back down once again. I love this corner, got a bit of banking to it, a sort of NASCAR feel to it, this corner here. Look around the right, and then he's come across two XLs at the wrong moment, goes to the inside. Oh, we're all locked up, and wow, that was an interesting moment. Kobe Williams in the XL went one way, and he went the other in the Pulsar. Kobe Williams has come out just ahead. But that was a hairy moment there. For
the other one involved there was David Solo.
Great onboard footage.
It was the other car that we went past there.
Yeah, I don't think that car's running right still. I really, really don't.
No, it seems to be very slow.
Oh, back up the inside from the Pulsar. Nicely done. Kobe Williams is, that we've seen so far in this race, the fastest of all of the XL drivers in this race. But I note that the Pulsars, everybody was sort of surprised on Friday. The Pulsars are a bit more faster than what they expected. So the Pulsars are a good 10, 12, depending on the driver, 10 to 15 seconds a lap faster than what the XL guys are. So that's the reason why the Pulsars are in Class C and the XLs are in Class D.
D, correct. So in order, we've got Adam Wallace in front. And that car we got on screen there in Dan Smith. You know, there's 38 seconds between those two cars. Good to see Gleeson on board the Commodore running in third position. And Shane DeWicki in the 142 car in the Integra. In the top four at the moment, even though well spread. So we do enter the second phase of our endurance race here. 2 hours have passed.
And we've completed 29 laps as well, which might not sound like many in 2 hours, but you got to remember, this is a 7.7 kilometre circuit. So
I just saw you reach for the calculator there.
That's exactly, no, I'm working it out in my head. Just let me do the maths.
Man, if you're challenges with numbers.
I reckon it's about 223 kilometres that they've done so far.
Not a bad guess. I would have guessed the same. With a calculator.
What calculator? What calculator? as Kobe Williams in the 111 XL has now come in the lane from what was 6th position.
Zolo's back into. So they've got a definite problem. He's just completed another lap. That's as far as he's got. So there's definitely something wrong with that XL.
So we might be down to 10 cars here. I'm sure they'll try and fix it and get it back out just for a bit of lap time, bit of practice. I mean, any time you can circulate around this venue, you're going to learn something, aren't you?
Certainly will at the moment. There's a very big learning experience for some of these drivers that haven't competed on this big circuit at all before this weekend.
It's been a major learning experience for the crew directly ahead of the car that we're on board with. They still are yet to serve that 5-minute penalty.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre, isn't it?
They've had 2 attempts at it. One, they changed a driver, so it didn't count. That was a legitimate pit stop. The second attempt wasn't 5 minutes, so that didn't count either. It did count as a 2.5-minute pit stop, but it didn't serve their penalty. As the number 94, the race leader out there at the moment, moves on through. 48 seconds ahead of the Pulsar behind. I think this car at the moment, with the other BMW pitting so regularly, is looking like the more superior of the BMW B-class cars at the moment, just simply because it can go longer on stints. And at the rate they're going at the moment, I think he might be able to go a full stint longer by the end of the race.
Could be. So as we mentioned, David Zolo back in, Cody Williams in for a pit stop. In fact, that car, I think it's re-entered.
Yeah, it was a splash and dash.
So that was just a quick one. Just a bit of a top up of fuel there. So the 111 car back out, which is the XL back out on the track. Adam Wallace leading this race, blown it out to 45 seconds between first and second, back 48 seconds between first and second position.
Just trying to look to see if anybody's done all of their pit stops. I don't think anybody has yet. No, nobody as yet has done all of their compulsory pit stops. So it's a bit of game of chess at the moment. There's no doubt everybody will need to do more pit stops than what is required. The minimum amount that can be completed for Class B machines is 4 pit stops. Now I think everybody's going to need to do more than 4 pit stops to make it home. It's just a case of who's done their long mandatory ones and who's done short splashes to this point. So yeah, nobody yet has done all of their mandatory pit stops, apart from the Zolo Hyundai that's in the lane once again. So although that's done all of its pit stops, it is a lot of laps down. PB lap has just come in and we've ridden on board with it throughout that lap. Car number 94, Adam Wallace. PB lap.
Look at the bit of oversteer there in that corner too. Yeah, so Adam is getting well and truly stuck into it here. Tell the way he's got a grip hold of that wheel with a bit of oversteer. Going to be hard down. So driving that thing very aggressively. That's why he's just put a PB down on that previous lap. So really starting to stamp his authority of this part of the race at the moment. There are more pit stops to come. All strategy. We've got the Blendline in-car TV cameras here this weekend. We've got a few of them on board of various cars in various categories. It's only giving us a great look at this big track.
It has.
Normally we don't, we normally see it. We certainly can't see the whole track from where we would stand up in the, we'll do the raw view of the trackside broadcast. We've got the 8 television cameras here this weekend for thanks to Blendline TV, but look at that section there. Left, right, back to the right. That's right down the other side of the track. The furthest point from the main complex. Oh, gee, a little bit crossed up there if you don't mind. Got a little bit exciting there to say the least. So Adam Wallace there pushing very, very hard, trying to get that gap to open up a little bit further before their next pit stop. Bitumen around this circuit. down to the right-hander there. Up a little climb. Back down to the left, the big fishbowl section coming back inside the complex. That's where it is right there. Place where it joins the international circuit. That's normally be turn 13 on the international circuit, back inside the main stadium. Plenty of clean air in front of him, of course. He is leading the race. Can't see too many. Well, that Chan car is back in the pits again. Now what's up? What is going on this time? Must be down there scratching their heads. They haven't done pit stops they need to be doing. They got close to the last one. Let's see if they can get that stopwatch out and get it correct this time. No return for David Zolo. I think that might be toast. I've got a feeling that might be it for that Hampstead Auto entry.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm interested to see if the 464 machine does finally complete that 300-second penalty. It certainly served more pit stops than anybody else in this race. Well, the same amount as the Zolo number 49 Hyundai XL. It'd be a bit of a shame if that car can't get restarted, because that is the sole four-car operation, four-driver operation, and Jordan Johnston hasn't even got behind the wheel yet.
Well, it's actually his car.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's actually the car that he's racing in the XL series.
Yeah, the Hampstead Auto and Dyno car.
Yeah.
Do you know if that's the same XL exactly that was raced yesterday, or if they've got a second car?
So it would be.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. There's a secondary car in that team too, which was being competed by Ozark Sparks in the series as well. And the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry. That's actually the original Hampstead entry in the series. Johnson fairly new to the XL Series 2 this year. Ran a lot of events and regularity events before coming into full-blown competition here in the XL Series. The car's actually been around for quite a long time before it actually come into full racing grip. So it's a bit of a shame for that small team down there to working frantically trying to get David Zolo back out. He's actually the mechanic of that group. He's actually in the driver's seat here this weekend in the Enduro. I think it's back out, is it? I think the light's gone off. So
after nearly 8 minutes, and again the Chan car, 3 minutes 59 seconds.
Oh, not again.
Well, I'm baffled now. I really am.
That leaves even a bigger question mark over that team at the moment. I'm really not too sure what's exactly happening there.
So they've done in Class C, or Division C, you need to do in Division C 2 5-minute pit stops and a 2.5-minute pit stop. That is what you need to do in Class or Division C. I'm just trying to find it. There we are in front of me. Yeah, 2 5 minutes and a 2.5-minute stop in Division C. It's done a 5-minute, it's done a 2.5-minute. It needs to do a 5-minute penalty, and it needs to do a 5-minute compulsory pit stop before the end. And 4 minutes is not 5 minutes, no matter what way you put it. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. So they've still got 10 minutes to do with an hour and 47 left on the clock. There's no problem. They're not going to have a shortage of time to serve those two pit stops and penalties, but nevertheless, they're just making hard work for themselves.
They certainly are.
So now behind the wheel of the XL is the additional driver from the duo. Yes, give us a wave.
Give us a wave. She knows she's on there. We're not trying to make you nervous.
Maisie Place clearly enjoying herself out there. She needs to now blowing us a kiss as well.
Oh, good on you, Maisie.
Very kind.
I don't know whether she's tuned in the audio or not, but it certainly does acknowledge that the light is on, and you're on the big stage. So We'll show you if she can show her wares.
She's got to keep.
She's just showing off those very nice gloves.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, they're very nice gloves.
Yeah, waving them around, moving.
I reckon they might be brand new ones for this event.
Up, it's through. I was going to say she's a little bit wide there. I was hoping that we weren't putting the pressure on her, but no, she was very wise. She saw that Wallace, the race leader, was coming through, so she left some room for the BMW, which is good news. So both can continue on without an issue. Into the apex of turn number 5. Down towards the hairpin at turn number 6. Down through the gearbox, down a couple of gears. Nice wide line. You want a nice late apex here to get the best drive out of the corner. Use all the road on the right hand side. You got the couple of kinks here. Really, you just want to straight line it as much as you can. Looks like she's got to take a reasonably wide line in this car. This kink is not flat out. Some cars sort of straight line that or shortcut it as much as possible. Then we go to the extended section of the track, down another gear. Again, like the other hairpin, a nice late apex is what you're after, and a late apex is what we have executed. You come over the rise, you can't even see the apex of the corner as you come over the rise there at turn number 11. A really long radius, double apex corner, turns 11 and 12. And then we go down towards the banked corner, turn number 13, and as well turn number 14, a bit tighter than 13. Then there's a little kink there at 15, the left-hander. Then we're into the snake section, down the gearbox once again. And then we go left, we go right. And then the next section we're going through, 18, 19, 20, and 21. These all happen very, very quickly. How much curb are we going to use? A little bit, not too much. Don't want to unsettle the car too much around there. Then back on the power, up a gear as you go through the long radius, turn 21. And then the kink again over a blind crest. Can't see that until you're on top of it at turn number 22. Back on the power again, up through the gearbox towards the hairpin at turn number 23. Back down. We've seen a lot of mistakes here in the support categories throughout this weekend. But Maisie Place has executed that lovely full throttle through the left-hander and onto the start-finish straight of the East Circuit here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. That means we've still got half a lap still to go. Turn number 25, back through on the power. These corners get steadily open, more radius, except when you get here. This one's tight. It gets gradually tighter as you go. Turn number 27. A very inside line there. I thought we'd sweep a bit further to the right, but no, holds it really shallow through the hairpin at turn number 28. Then we turn left again, 90-degree left-hander to rejoin the international circuit just after Crofty Corner. Use all the road on the right-hand side before we enter the blind crest that is turn number 30. Up, back on the power as early as possible. You want to maximise the drive out of there to try and make an overtake potentially up the inside into what is a great overtaking opportunity at turn number 31. Want to really make this one sort of corner. It's several corners, but if you take it nicely, which is what Maisie has done, let's take it really as one smooth run over the crest and down towards the penultimate corner on the circuit. Just as you get to the braking zone, it goes up a hill, so you can brake a lot later than what you think, despite it being a tighter than 90-degree corner. Exit there is absolutely crucial for a nice run onto the pit straight, and so is this corner. You can easily make a fool of yourself getting on the power too early and running wide at the final corner and losing all of your momentum. Maisie has done that very nicely. So that is a lap of the 7.7k circuit. Maisie doing so in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. That was an enjoyable ride, and we get another kiss there.
Oh, we've got another kiss there. She must be listening in, tuning in the FM band.
Must be.
I don't think there's any radio left in that car, but... Oh, hello. Bit of tyre screeching going on there. Then there at turn 1. Ben Moore in the pits too, just while we were giving you some pretty good commentary there on that lap there, Dan.
Why, thank you. Appreciate
well,
that.
Probably, he certainly won't get lost around here.
No, I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to racetrack layouts, so yeah, I learned that one quite quickly. No, it's good. It's a really, really good layout. It's really certainly unique in Australia, that is for sure. So yeah, it's a case of, for me, of learning track layouts. It's quite sad actually. I don't have much of a life, clearly.
I'm glad you said that.
We look at the V8 powered Commodore, the club sport out there on the circuit at the moment. Car number 195. I was talking to the guys about this car yesterday. They've only recently purchased this machine only a month ago, so they've never driven the car prior to this weekend. So certainly thrown themselves in the deep end, and they're really enjoying their time here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. They're hoping to see grid numbers, as I think we all are, hoping to see grid numbers grow in years to come, and I expect they will, because this certainly has the legs, and it's sort of been teased as a sort of precursor, a lead up to the 6 hour at Easter, you know, a 6 hour endurance race at Bathurst, a 4 hour race here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and many cars that race in the 6 hour are competing in this particular race. Shane Nowicki now in the lane in the Honda Integra. Speaking of Bathurst 6 hour cars, that was raced in the Bathurst 6 hour early on in this year. And they finished
at Easter time, to be precise.
Yeah, Zanetti was at the wheel, and that weekend he actually had Smith and Anderson, who's now racing against alongside of him. Sadly, though, for those guys, they didn't make it to the end of the race, retiring after 97 laps it was. So towards the end of the race, but sadly a DNF recorded for Zanetti, Smith and Anderson in that very Honda Integra.
Mitch McGarry should be stepping inside the seat there. He was the original driver there, so we're probably looking, it might be just a fuel stop, we're not sure. We'll wait and find out in just a moment. That's Troy Gleason there behind the wheel of that Commodore we were just talking about. Looking very steady as well.
So Ben Moore now has handed back over to Steven Stojkovic. That was a 3.5 minute stop. Nearest note makes no difference. 3.5 minute stop. Unfortunately, that is not a compulsory stop. They've already done their 2.5 minutes, so that was a splash and dash. So they still have a 5 minute one to come as a Class C competitor, as the race leader comes into the pits.
Nice big handy brake too, so probably the good moment to come in and for Adam Wallace. All drivers in that team have had a stint.
I expect this will be the full 5 minute service.
Yes, I would think so.
And then the question is, no, they'll have to come in one more time for splash and dash because, of course, 50 minute stint length. So they will have to come in one more time with an hour and 38 to go. However, I imagine they'll get the 5 minute done now. And it'll be a nice, quick splash and dash to the finish.
So that car, we've got Dan Smith. We're still on track. He's pretty much the race leader at the moment. See how long the Wallace car sits in the pit lane.
That car we're just on board with, that's or looking at now, has done 5 minutes and a 2.5 minute as well, so they've got a 5 minute stop to go as well. And again, they'll have a splash and dash to the end. I'm interested to know what the Integra trio are going to do. They've done a 2.5 and a 5 minute as well, so they, again in Class C, have one 5 minute stop to go. They've been in now for over 2.5 minutes, so just 2.5 minutes more, and that'll be the first real contender to have done all of the mandatory stops. But I think Adam Wallace will be just behind in the number 94 BMW as well. So we really are seeing now the strategies really start to play out. Smith in the 42 car is in position number 5. That has already done 3 stops, but the third one was a splash and dash. But as we've pointed out, I don't think that has the fuel life or the fuel range as the other BMW, the number 94 car. But we'll see. We'll see as this race continues out there on the circuit. We continue to look at this immaculately presented Club Sport, Commodore Club Sport. Doesn't it look absolutely magnificent?
Done a great job. Looks really professional, doesn't it? The Sinford Group Motorsport entry. Nice little bit of blue markings on that car. As mentioned, it's a brand new car for this team, having its first run here this weekend. That's Troy Gleeson behind the wheel of that team. We've already seen Dale Carpenter and previously Joel Strafford have a, oh, that's great news. We've got the solo car back out there too. I just saw that on camera.
Good. That's good to see.
I just saw that glimpse of that at the end. So that's had a couple of unscheduled pit stops there. So I don't know what the issue's been. There's the 42 car.
I've just got a notification on the Sportity app about the 464 machine. The 5-minute pit stop, I believe. I'm just trying to read it. You talk about it. I'm going to read a bit more. It's a bit longer than what I first thought. But I will have an update in a minute about the 464 car.
Driver change there, car 94. And that is the lead car. And Adam Wallace has gone out. That looks like Jack's race suit. So I suggest driver change. That does look like Jack Wallace. So he's been strapped in, the way to go. And there's the 42. That's bright.
It's going slow. It's going slow. It's pulled over to the left-hand side. The Hyundai XL just blasted past. So the former race leader in this race, strategy wasn't particularly playing out in the favour, and left front's down. The left front's down.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, it's going to puncture. I just saw that at the end of the shot there.
Yeah, you can see, look at the steering.
Have a look at that. Look how the wheels hard down. There's got a flat tyre.
The worst part for these guys is they have a full 7 kilometres still to go. It's happened right at the start of the lap. What an absolute disaster. And this is really going to take them out of contention, I think, for the outright win. But what an absolute disaster.
This will give us a great look at the front of the car here. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, front left.
Front left is down well and truly. It's a long, long journey back. The main problem here is probably not to do too much damage to any of the steering components or the wheel components in that car with that wheel like that. It's a long journey back. You obviously don't want to damage the rim on that BMW either. But with that car shaking like that, that's not going to do any of the suspension or the front left-hand corner of that car any good whatsoever with that long trip back.
Yeah.
So they'll have to give that car a fairly quick inspection when it comes back to make sure when they take that wheel off that there's nothing bent.
To make matters even worse, its B-class rival we're looking at on the screen has completed all 3 of its mandatory pit stops. That means the 4th and final one will be a short splash and dash to the finish. As well, we can tick off the Honda Integra as well. That has also completed all of its mandatory pit stops. It's done a 2.5 minutes, done a 5 minutes, just completed its second 5-minute stop. So tick for those two. They are the first 2 real front runners to complete the mandatory stops.
Rob Zolnetti behind the wheel of that car we just mentioned. So that's on currently 5th on track at the moment. Very professional outfit too. They know how to do this. Have done it before. So we'll see how they go. We're looking at the Wallace car at the moment in a world of his own. So Smith still in front. Troy Gleeson now in the 2nd position. You know, they're pretty well spread apart. Not everybody's completed their stops just yet.
So the BMW 135i we saw have the puncture. If you were the 1M team with the car that we were just on board with just a few moments ago, would you be concerned of a potential left front puncture as well? Seeing you very similar in performance, BMW
Possibly.
Products.
Depends on what he's run over. I don't know whether he's made contact or just gone down by itself, or
I think the puncture's got worse here.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it. What's going to happen here? If they keep running it like this, the rubber will just peel off the rim as it gets hotter and hotter, and it'll just peel off.
Well, that's why he's driving slowly, because you see, don't you, sometimes when they try and drive fast back to the pits in rallying, in particular if they drive too fast, it starts becoming like a towel or whatever, just whipping the inside of the wheel arch, and it tears all bodywork off, and it can even sometimes do suspension damage as well. So you are better off It doesn't feel right, but you're better off nursing the car in and not doing any significant body damage or mechanical damage rather than try and bring it in quickly. And you are likely that way, if you rush in, to cause significant damage.
It's going to be the longest trip of his life trying to get back down. He's got a fair way to go. And you can see the car, because of the inflated tyres on the right-hand side, that's going to pull down on the steering wheel that way.
This car is just going back out onto the track list. Tatani now back behind the wheel, so she did the first stint and she's back behind the wheel for stint number 4. They did not elect to do that as a compulsory pit stop, so they've done one, but they still have one 5-minute stop to go, which they can do when they come into the pits in around 45 to 50 minutes time. Isaac Sparks now behind the wheel of the 49 XL, and once again that XL is playing up. It's back in the lane as we see Tatani pulling on her belts, tightening them up as she heads into the long loaded turn number 5. Here we are. It's been a long trip, not a nice 7-minute drive around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It feel more like a 7-kilometre drive to the local shopping centre. It's been that slow for the number 42 machine, but as you say,
he's nearly home. So have a look at the pit entry right here, and the crew will get straight on board there and rip that wheel off.
He's following another car in. That's the Pulsar, the 313 machine of Smith, and of course Tim Maynard as well. So that's the first time that, well, that's the race leading car that has come into the lane just ahead. There's several cars in the lane now with this car, and still the number 49, which we can see at the end of pit lane. I'm going to have a look, see if there's any bonnet up or anything like that at the on the number 49 machine. It certainly doesn't look like a particularly fast stop for that car. We're going to have a good view of it, actually.
Smith is just in front of that pit bay too. He's had to steer that thing in. So that car has been asked to switch it off, and that's exactly what's happened.
The two Smiths are in, no relation to each other. Dan Smith and Brian Smith were on board. Brian Smith hopping out. And
so this will be a longer stop, obviously. We're going to have to jack that car up and rip that wheel off. And there's going to be a little bit of a quick inspection underneath that car to make sure nothing else is bent either.
One slight positive I can see is that they've got to serve their final 5-minute stop at some point. Might as well do it now. As we can see, the 313. Oh no, the bonnet's up on this Pulsar. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, well, last thing you want to see is a bonnet pulled up in your pit stop. That's an issue.
That is an issue.
So what is going on here? Maybe they're just topping up the oil.
Yeah.
I think that's what you can see the oil container there, just underneath the gap of the bonnet there. So maybe they're concerned about a bit of extra oil usage. Just top that up, and in fact the bonnet's down, positive sign. There's the big fella, Big Timmy there in the orange suit. He's about to jump on board. Here he comes. Oh, look at those big long spider legs. He's a very tall fellow.
He is. I have to look almost directly up to the sky to see him. He's
very compact.
Certainly above 6 foot, shall we say. Many cars in the lane at the moment. The 313 machine, which we're on board with. The car directly ahead, another of our onboard camera cars, the one that had the puncture a few moments ago of Brian Smith. Gleason also in. That's the 195 Commodore. Declan Kirkham has come in the Nissan Pulsar, and that number 49 Pulsar also remains in the lane. So 5 of the 11 runners are currently in the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on who's done the mandatory stops. And back out again. Oh no.
Goodness me. They're obviously concerned with something here.
It's a good spot.
I saw the oil fuel container come out, and maybe they've got an oil pressure issue in that car. Perhaps that's a concern. I'll just have a look to see where they're heading as far as the motor's concerned. A little bit hard to see. We can only see the little gap underneath the bonnet there, but so they're looking for they're on the right-hand side of the engine bay there.
So the 19...
They've got the torque wrench out too, which is not something I like to see either.
No.
That's even worse. They start bringing torque wrenches out, and with the bonnet up like that, that's an issue.
How long have they got? They've been in now for over 3.5 minutes. They have to get this thing really going in the next minute and a half, really, to stay in contention.
Tim's back out the car too. Just got in the car, he's back out, so that's even more negative news. Once the driver gets in and then steps back out and trying to see what's going on.
I also note that this car's only done 1 5-minute stop to this point, so they still have 2 mandatory stops to go. So unless my note-taking is incorrect, but I've tried to keep up with everything as they have gone through. I note that the Commodore's back out on the circuit. That was not a mandatory stop. That was a splash and dash. So that's back out on the course. They still have a 5-minute stop to do on the final, what we expect will be the final pit stop in around about 3/4 of an hour's time. The 49 car has gone back out onto the circuit with Johnston behind the wheel for the very first time in this race. 5 minutes and 18 seconds that was in the lane. It's now been in the pits 5 times, so it's not been a good race. The 42 car has a new front left. It's just being tightened up, and that should be good to go, and it'll be pretty good timing as well, I reckon. That's been in the lane now for 4 minutes and 45 seconds, so it's going to be pretty much perfect timing. We can see the pit lane exit. They're just making sure things are tight on the right front as well. Better to err on the side of caution. But the 5 minutes has now elapsed, so this car has officially completed all of its mandatory pit stop time, and it is straight out into the fast lane and back out onto the racetrack. So car number 42, sadly though, a puncture for that car, but nevertheless it's back out on the race circuit.
Good news. Took him a long time to get around, but he's back out to fight another day. Crew's did a pretty good job to get that wheel back on. It's the Tim Maynard drive that I'm concerned about. That car's still in.
Yeah.
And I think that they've got some serious problems.
It's been over 5 minutes.
When they bring the toolbox out, bring the torque bar out, there's something going on.
What a shame, because they were in the lead when they came into the pits last time by. Okay, they did have a few more mandatory pit stop minutes to be served, but nevertheless, that is a real shame. 6 minutes now, and time continues to tick. Declan Kirkham can be released any second. That's been 5 minutes now, so that is car number 71 with all of its mandatory pit stops done out the way. In fact, they've done 3 5-minute stops. They only needed to do 2 5-minute stops and a 2.5, so hopefully there's no issue with that car either. But that does not look good. Nobody's around that engine bay now, and that car is not moving. Now there is somebody there behind. I think that's Tim himself.
Tim himself, yeah, that's the orange race suit. So, well, there's 2 of them there, but one of them's Tim.
Tim's on the left.
He's on the left there. I just picked him out there.
What a shame.
There's not a lot of urgency going on there.
I honestly think these guys are in contention for an outright podium. They were running really, really nicely.
Terrific job earlier on.
They did certainly have a few more mandatory pit stop minutes to go, but a lot of them still did. So they were in the legitimate lead of the motor race at the time this car came into the pits, and it all looked fine. It came in as it was meant to, but what a shame for this machine to end what looks to be the race like this. It's tumbling down the timing order. A real shame with just over an hour to go. This is the first of the real heartbreaking stories in the inaugural Shell V-Power Motorsport Park 777 Endurance Crown. It's had its moments, this race, hasn't it? It's kept us on our edge with strategy. It's certainly kept us intrigued throughout.
I was looking at that back shot there, looking down pit lane. All the crews walked away from that Maynard car. Yeah. So it looks like they're going to leave that one for dead by the looks of things. So that's, I would suggest that could be all over. Long way to come for Victoria to come over to compete events here at the Bend, but fortunately it doesn't look like it's going to finish up. And the Wang car is also back in. Here we go. So what's happened this time? So the Subaru is now back in again.
We're still yet to serve the 5-minute stop, I may add.
It's been a very much a talking point, this Subaru. It's been a big talking point, probably for all the wrong reasons.
What do they say in motorsport? They say for sponsors, you either win the race or you have an accident, or you come in the pits lots and get spoken about a lot. So we've spoken a lot about the AJ racing car, haven't we?
It's great for sponsorship.
Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is. And
Oh, so when we go back to Troy Gleason's on top, the Commodore's back out in front. And it'll be Jack Wallace. We think it's Jack on board. With 2 J's involved with that family, it does make it a little bit difficult.
So Robert Pepper's now behind the wheel of the 71 Nissan Pulsar. I was having a good chat to Robert. He's not raced in quite a long time, and he's really enjoying himself back out there on the racetrack. And I noticed with an accent, I thought he sounds like a fellow Pom. He goes, I said, whereabouts are you from? He goes, oh, England, New Zealand, and he was listing all these countries. He's lived in about 6 different countries in his life.
Well travelled, we call that.
Yeah, very, very well travelled. So he's got the most. I thought I had a hybrid accent of Pommy and Australian, but he's next level again with a bit of Dutch in there, a bit of French in there as well. So very nice way to spend a living, shall we say.
Not much good in French. I can swear in French. Yeah. We'll leave that for another day.
I know.
Gleason on top, Wallace, and now Zanetti's picked up that place with that Smith-Maynard combination. Pulsar still in the pits, so that car has picked up that place. So Zanetti goes up into 3rd position. That's the Zanetti, Nowicki and McGarry combination in the Integra. As I mentioned, they're down that car doing quite nicely in the back blocks and looking like being up on the podium certainly in this race. They're travelling on quite nicely. All their strategies have come into place nicely. So we will certainly see them on the podium, even though we've got 120 still remaining in this race, if all's well.
All right, I was talking about the 464 machine earlier on. I said I got a notification from the Sportage app telling me about the car. The reason for the 300-second penalty, the window net has not been up. He's been driving around with the window net down, which is a huge no-no in motorsport.
That's a safety concern, of course. It's there for a reason. And how could you forget to do that?
As we say, they are new to circuit racing.
Certainly instinct.
Yeah.
Just instinct when you're a race car driver. Obviously for rallying it's a little bit different, but
correct. Yeah. I think that's what's caught them out. So they're still in the lane, whether or not they're serving the pits. Oh, this is in the garage now. That's a real shame.
And it's been pushed in, so that's not good at all.
No.
There's not a lot of urgency going on there either. We've got 5 blokes standing around an engine bay there discussing. And I can't see them scurrying for any tools at the moment.
See if we can listen in. Let's go quiet for a moment, see if we can hear anything.
Yeah. You couldn't not put oil in it. And on the left-hand corner, yeah.
I think I heard something about oil pressure.
I heard him say it knocked in the left-hand corner.
Oh, for us as well.
No, I'm not getting much now. I heard something
plenty
about
of discussion going on.
I heard something about oil being
I heard
mentioned.
oil pressure.
Yeah, and then as I heard a knocking as well.
Yeah.
So certainly been a couple
Oil pressure
of
and knocking is not a good combination.
Mark, I have some absolutely fantastic news to share with you. The 464 car has been in the lane for over 5 minutes. The penalty has been served, ladies and gentlemen.
At long last. Let's put a smile on their face, isn't it?
I reckon that's been 2 hours of an outstanding penalty. That's, or at least an hour and a half, but the penalty has been served. Unless there's been a driver change. Hopefully there's not been a driver change and Wang is still behind the wheel. But I believe that penalty has been served. We'll have to wait and see to see if there's been a driver change or any change to that particular vehicle. Lucy Sidwell now behind the wheel of the Hyundai XL 111. Oh, sorry, just come in the lane actually to end her stint behind the wheel. She did put a foot wrong out there. It's a nice solid stint from her, sharing the car with Carpenter and also with Kobe Williams. She'll learn a lot off those two. Both experienced XL drivers, but also doing things as well in open wheelers in the case of Kobe Williams as well. As we said earlier, he's the star of the future. So for her to learn off those two will be a great weekend for her.
Here's a big chance where she's about to step out of the seat. Obviously, I don't think we'll see any more of that Smith car. That's still got the big blue line through it, so the car's being pushed inside the garage.
PB lap last time for Johnston in the number 49 car. You say he's the owner of that machine. He's watched Isaac Sparks drive it. He's seen David Zollo drive it. He's seen Adrian Gallia drive it. Finally, he's behind the wheel late on in this race, and he sets the fastest lap of that car. And the first one in that car in to set a time in under 4 minutes, 3 minutes 59.3.
That comes down to driver ownership and knowing the car a little bit better than probably what the other drivers do. There it is. So good under the Hansfield Auto and Dyno crew there. They're still out there to fight another day.
I'm a little concerned. We were getting all excited that Subaru had finally served its penalty, but it's still in the lane and has been now for 7.5 minutes.
That's a little bit too long.
That's far too long. Far too long. That's not good. And I don't see it in the pits either, which says to me that's in a garage, which means that's mechanical.
Well, the only car there in pit lane is the XL.
Correct.
And that's the, well, they got the fire crew parked right up behind there.
It was all looking pretty good. We didn't have a single retirement until the pretty much 3-hour mark, but sadly it looks like we've lost 2 in quick succession. The Smith car, the Smith & Maynard Nissan Pulsar, and also the 464, the Subaru BRZ. It's not looking good. It's been in there for 8 minutes and it is not in the lane, it's in the garage. That's a bad, bad sign. So that's 2 Class C cars. So Class C has considerably shrunk in the last couple of minutes. Out in front, at the front of the field, with a lead of 7.9 seconds, and it's done. All of its compulsory pit stops with 1 hour and 13 minutes to go. Car 94 is well and truly in the box seat. They just need to stay out of trouble.
That's the main question mark, isn't it? Still with 1 hour and 13 minutes on the clock. Still a long way to go yet.
It is.
It's not over yet by any long shot. It is an endurance race. It is survival of the fittest here. Pretty much how we can probably conclude an endurance event like this. Just got to keep chipping away minute after minute, lap after lap. Really the strongest car wins the event. A little bit of patience comes to an event like this. And that's Lisa Santani behind the wheel there. There you go. She's giving us the thumbs up.
They must be listening to us.
They must be. Can you hear us, Lisa? No, you can't.
Don't ask her in the middle of the corner.
Yes, you can. There we go. So we won't say anything bad about you at this stage. It's pretty interesting. Not trying to make it nervous.
Well, they know. She knows absolutely everything that's going on in the race then. Well, hopefully anyway. Hopefully we did a good enough job to tell her. You're currently in position number 10. You just did a 4 minute 13.4. You'll be pleased to hear. Out there on the circuit, I'm just looking at the B-class cars. Anderson now with the wheel, the front left tyre. Now a new one at the front left corner of that car is setting the fastest times out there at the moment. 3 minute 39.5 last time through for Anderson. But 4th position, that puncture certainly cost them dearly. They're a 2.5 seconds behind.
Hello there.
Sorry, a 1.5 laps behind out there at the moment. So yeah, that puncture was really costly for car number 42.
It took too long to get around on that full. Cost so bad once they got into pit lane. The tyre change was pretty quick, but it was the time wasted trying to get back to pit lane. That's what's cost them the most time. On board here with Lisa Sontani in the all-girls team in this field. So women in motorsport. That's the thing too, by the way.
As well, we've got Lucy Sidwell as well in the
Yes.
another of the XLs out there on the race circuit. So it's good to see. Really good to see. I do not think that the Weng or the 464 machine is going back out on the circuit either. So I think we've lost two there in quick succession. So the Kwok Wai Chung and the Chung Chan and Jason Weng. Subaru BRZ, I think, is out of this race. As we said, former Targa car, still very much a rally spec machine, still got the co-driver seat alongside the driver's seat, but there's only one driver behind the wheel, rotating their way through in circuit racing. It appears to me they are done for the day. They've been in the lane now for over 12 minutes. And I think the same can be said of the Maynard and Smith car. That's been in the lane now for nearly 20 minutes.
Well, it's not actually in the lane, it's actually pushed inside the garage, so we will see too much of that at all. So the usual three suspects you probably would have expected to be at the front of the field at this stage of the race are where they are. Talking about Wallace, Glees and Zanetti. Three fastest cars from the qualifying session yesterday. And that's the Moore car back out there, and I think Sukovic is behind the wheel of that car at the moment in the 88 car in the Pulsar. He's currently running in 5th position on track. That car's done a terrific job in recovery. Didn't get off to a very good start obviously yesterday afternoon, but they're doing a good job, and they're just eating away slowly but surely, and they're just making their way through the field. Another one of our Victorian competitors here in this Enduro here this weekend. The Pulsar family, I guess we can call them. You certainly see plenty of them in the Vic series there, Dan, so I won't try and talk to you if he's just landed chocolate in his face. So that's probably not ideal. And there's that car looking towards us now, going down the long main straight here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Plenty of clean air, no one behind him, and certainly not too many cars in front of him. So he's really got the track, that part of the track, well and truly to himself at the moment. So as I mentioned, looks like two are already out there. The Smith and Maynard combination, and the other Pulsar looks like they're in deep water there at the moment. Doesn't look like they're going to be making it back out. And also the Wang Chan combination in the Subaru, as we mentioned, also looks like it's done and dusted. There's the other Pulsar. That's Rod Pepper behind the wheel of the Declan Kirkham entry. They've had a garage full of Pulsars down there over the weekend, and they've been very busy. I think Declan's been also lending a hand trying to repair a few of these cars over the weekend. They've had a few issues down there at Virgil Automotive, which of course is Declan's own business there over there in Melbourne. Second generation racer too. He's been around for a while. He's raced a few different things.
His mum's the team manager of that car this weekend, and she had her first race in a Pulsar, first race in anything in 25 years. She was racing at Winton just a couple of weeks ago. I spoke to her early on. I said, how'd you go? How'd you find it? She goes, absolutely amazing. She says, I'll be doing the full Pulsar season next year, she said.
Is that right?
Yes, that's what she said to me, yes.
Gee.
So she's very much looking forward to getting back behind the wheel in 2025. So that looks really smoky or foggy or something down there, but it's a second generation driver. His mom driven for a number of years. Declan been racing for 23 years, started in karting at the age of 7, and he's been circuit racing in IPRA, or that's where he started in IPRA, in Improved Production Racing. a mechanic as by trade, so that's why he's so good behind the tools using spanners and whatnot. I most certainly am not, but yeah, he's a former class champion and the like as well in this particular category, so he's a good peddler, that is for certain. Did a bit of racing in Australian production cars, and yeah, Rookie of the Year in APRA in just 2023, so he's not been in actually Pulsars too long, but he's taken to it like a duck to water.
Not much water out there at the moment. That's the Johnson car. It's picked up a little bit of pace too. It's actually currently in the final position on track. It's got Lisa Tontani in front of him. So the two XLs at the back of the pack, as you would have expected. Of course, these are Class C cars, so they are the slowest cars out there on the track. And in fact, it's about to be overtaken to one of the faster class cars on the track there. And that's Kim Anderson behind the wheel there of the 42 car. And that car is currently in 4th position on track. Certainly the XL drivers that are involved with these production car racing here this afternoon have done a terrific job. Stepping into something completely different. And they're showing a lot of consistency between those two cars, between the Integra and of course the BMW 135i here this weekend. There it is. It's already had a flat tyre, so they've got a lot of recovery to do. They lost a lot of time in that incident, as we mentioned.
Sorry, I think I had my mic off when I was talking about Declan Kirkham. You were talking about him, so yeah, he's started racing at the age of 7. He's been racing for 23 years in various different categories, including improved production and Pulsars and production car racing as well. And he's actually just flicked me an update from the lane. As we say, all the Pulsar guys are really closely connected. He's just let me know the Smith Maynard car out with a damaged sump.
Yeah, so it was an oil problem. That would be the lack of oil pressure. Perhaps they punched a sump there.
I think so.
Oh, yeah, and that was why they were trying to top up the oil there with that oil can. So I would suggest that's the issue. And that would be the end of your oil pressure.
And he also informs me he's going to be getting behind the wheel in a few minutes for the final stint of the race on the sprint to the finish line. They are currently in position number 6 in the number 71 machine out there on the circuit. Like quite a few race cars, it's got a nickname, Amanda. Pulsar is called Amanda the Pulsar, built in 2022 and actually made its debut here.
It would have too. I would have been here to call that.
There you go. Oh no!
Oh,
that's
here we go.
leader.
This is interesting. Well, that's the Wallace entry, and it is parked off the track. Well, up the front end of the field. Well, it's currently second on track. Well,
no, it was leading. It was
leading.
leading.
It actually was leading.
Wow, what a change of events. We said it's done all its compulsory pit stops. It was leading the way comfortably. It just had to do an hour and 15 minutes, and it's not. It's come to a stop 10 minutes later, just an hour from home, with the lead almost in their grasp. A disaster for this machine. The Wallace trio, the Warren Mining BMW, the 1M, has come to a grinding halt out in the center of the circuit. What a shame. That is that's certainly changed this race though, hasn't it? We were saying this car was looking not too bad, but now it's I think he might even be jumping out of the car. What an absolute disaster. All of a sudden in the last half an hour, the cars have been falling like flies.
Interesting to see where that car's parked too. Stewards will have to make a decision on that, especially if the drivers decide to get out of the car. So you won't call any safety car intervention just yet, but stewards will have to make a decision on that. Wow, that's turned this race on its head, hasn't it? Goodness me, that's turned it completely around.
So the 195 is now in the lead. That is the Specialized Engineering Commodore. That is in the lead of the race. Still has 5 minutes. The emotion as he jumps out of the car. You can see how disappointed he is. Door slammed shut. Hands on the hips. That says it all, doesn't it? Hands on the hips.
Over.
We don't need to hear what he has to say. That is the racing driver. What do we call it? Hand gesture, really, for I am not satisfied with what has just gone on. Hands on the hips.
I think that's Jed. It's not Jack. There's probably only Jed there behind the wheel.
Long walk to safety there at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Trying to work out exactly where that is, to be honest. It's right in the middle of the circuit. I think might be back as they come around, maybe 31, 32.
Must be down the northern part of the circuit. I'll just look at the 3.0 board down there. So I'm suggesting that it's down the northern end of the circuit somewhere.
I think so as well.
I think it's somewhere between turns 3 and 4. It's on the rejoin to the international. That's just been confirmed. So it's down by the turn 6 area down there.
Here we look at the Integra. Now this is right in contention. It is 2.5 minutes behind the Commodore at the front of the field, but the Commodore still has to make a 5-minute pit stop, whereas this Honda Integra has done all of its pit stops, the mandatory ones anyway. It will need a splash and dash to make it to the finish. However, if that splash and dash is less than 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes and 23 seconds, he will take the lead of the motor race.
That might be the case. Picked this out before, this Integra, how the strategy of this car is working out very nicely. And I think it's going to get better. Troy Gleason, he'll have to come in for another one too. That's the car on screen at the moment.
Wallace is gaining at the moment about 5 seconds a lap on Zanetti in the Integra. Oh, sorry, not Wallace, Anderson in the other BMW is gaining about 5 seconds a lap at the moment. On the Integra. The question is, in an hour's racing, will that catch up? Oh, safety car.
Oh, there we go.
This
well,
changes
now, here we
things.
go.
Okay.
So we're just under 1 hour remaining here. It is the first safety car intervention of the race. Well, this changes the complexity of everything here.
I was just saying about how swimming it was going potentially for the Integra. However, if the 42 BMW will close right up on the tail of that car, that is bad news for that machine, because it's a faster car. It's a Class B car compared to a Class C car.
That's right.
So this benefits that number 42 BMW that lost the time with the puncture several minutes ago, or probably half an hour or more ago now.
That's Adam Wallace. He's got the helmet off now. I can see him now. So that's the senior of the crew there. That's Adam behind the wheel.
I'm just going through to see if the compulsory pit stops can be served under safety car. So talk amongst yourself, Mark, while I have a look.
Safety car being deployed here. And that was a very much the team, or the car owner there, Adam Wallace, who's just walked back. Okay, so the safety car is just been converted. It's actually come out of the other pit lane. So
yeah, so depending on where the incident is, it depends on which safety car comes out. I believe there has been a change in the rule overnight. Originally, they were going to have 2 different safety cars, one launched from the East Circuit and one launched from the West Circuit. However, that was tweaked overnight. My understanding is now that there will just be the one safety car, and depending on where the incident is, launched. So this time, because the safety car because the cars come to a stop around the sort of middle section, they've launched the car from the east section of the venue.
So there goes the safety car, lights ablaze, recovery crews will be called. And what a shame, the hard-working Wallace crew it's all gone. And you can see the disappointment of Adam when he got out the car. He was stooped over and just looked really disappointed. Obviously an internal problem there. So the car has come to a grinding halt. They've got that car on the hook real quick. And that's going to be pushed out of harm's way in a very short period.
All right, I've just had a read up of the regulations. Pit lane will be closed during safety car conditions, except if automobiles require emergency repairs or refueling. So you can come in and do a bit of a splash and dash, but that is about all, and that wouldn't count as a mandatory pit stop or anything like that. So pit lane is effectively closed out there, although there has been a car that's been in there for quite some time, so that's okay. If you're already in the lane before the safety car, that's fine. So the Moore and Stukovic 88 Pulsar could be a big benefactor here, because the cars are obviously going around at quite a slow pace. So that means it's very, very beneficial to be in the pit lane at this moment in time. So that's why they do close it. So nobody gets a huge advantage. But if you're already in there, they can't stop that. So Stukovic serving that penalty, and it's serving that compulsory pit stop of 5 minutes. That has been done. They're about to rejoin the circuit, one would think. So that is the number 88 Pulsar. That has done its final 5-minute stop. That is all of the mandatory ones done and out of the way. They will need a splash and dash, or that is all, to make it to the finish of this race. Yes, you're on camera. Give us a wave.
Go. A couple of kids there. And they've got the electric scooter. There we go. You're on live TV. Give us a wave, boys.
Enjoying themselves out there on the circuit with their little scooter. There's quite a few of those around the paddock. I wouldn't have minded one of those on Friday in the sweltering 39-degree heat, but there we go. I wasn't lucky enough to have made a purchase of one of those. Maybe next year. Maybe next year I'll save up, buy one of those. I can tour around the paddock in comfort.
Okay, that's just being lazy, isn't it?
That's right. It's because I'm unfit. I'm not very good in 39-degree temperatures. That's the main reason.
That's a plumbing condition.
I think I don't know if Titani's struggling in the heat, just trying to cool her hand down or something. I'm not sure if she's trying to fiddle with something or what, but
trying to adjust the harness maybe. Which makes it a little bit easier when you're driving a little bit slower, trying to adjust the harness buckle there when you're at full tilt.
I don't think we'll be too far away from the restart. It's now just a case of waiting for everybody to join the back of the queue, because the number 94 car, the reason for the safety car, he is in the lane. So this is all going to shape out very interestingly. I note, and this is quite significant, that car 42, I was saying, is the threat to the Honda Integra. However, it's a lap down. Look, it's behind the Holden Commodore. That is crucial for the race, because that means that the Integra can catch the back of the queue, and will catch the back of the queue, and be effectively an entire lap ahead of the BMW. That's really, really crucial for this race, because I was saying how much faster that BMW is going to be late on in the race. The fact that it is a lap behind the current race leader is going to really, really play into the Honda Integra strategy come the end of the race. I think you can follow what I'm trying to say.
I do totally understand.
Yes.
5% of it. That's all good. We totally understand those lap cars are going to be mixed up here behind lead lap cars. And, a nice shot of the sky there. There's certainly some dark clouds around, isn't there? Haven't seen a lot of sun today.
Oh, this is a good one that's just come through on the Sportity app. I've seen it a couple of times, and 4 cars have just been dealt a penalty. Car number 464, that's the one out of contention. Actually, it's just rejoined the racetrack, actually. The 464 Subaru BRZ. The number 42 BMW, which is in contention for the race victory. The 120 Hyundai XL, which we were just riding on board with, and the one on screen right there, and the 313 Nissan Pulsar. They've all must serve a 1-minute penalty added to their compulsory pit stop, so they must serve an extra 60 seconds in their next stop, and it is for loosening or taking off their seat belts before the car has come to a stop in pit lane.
Ah, yes, that's interesting, isn't it? someone down there started pit lane watching that too. It's fairly well monitored.
Yeah,
we won't see anything of the 313 car because that car is out further.
So the official reasoning is, I'll read it out. The above mentioned vehicles were observed to have removed their safety harness prior to coming to a complete stop in pit lane. A slap on the wrist indeed as Tim Maynard enters the commentary box. You, mate, one of those vehicles that has been slapped with the penalty. I'll let him get set up alongside of me. Mark's going to have a quick break, a deserved break, and Tim Maynard will jump in alongside me. Co-driver in the 313 machine, and sadly it's not been a great race for that particular Pulsar. So he's just suiting himself up. So we've just heard the news, 1 minute penalty for those that took off the safety harnesses, and your vehicle is one of those.
Yes, I got a little bit excited and thought, I've got to make sure this driver changes pinpoint accuracy, and obviously we need to go back to square one and read the regs a little bit tighter, and we can improve there. But sadly, that's not the biggest drama we had today.
I was just about to say, no, that's sadly the least of your concerns, because your car is still in the lane, has been for 39 minutes now. I don't expect we'll see that back out again.
No, sadly we won't. Didn't drive the wheels off it, but Dan got a little bit sideways over a ripple strip over the backside of the course and banged the sump on the ripple strip. So it's cracked the sump and we're losing oil quicker than we can put it in.
Was it on one of those sausage curbs over the back, was it?
Just before the East Circuit pits.
Yep.
There's the right-hander as you travel fast around the right-hander, and then you've got to zip to the left very quickly.
I've given him the track map to help him out identify
so around
what corner that is.
22.
Yeah, okay. So through that fast sequence of S's, the snake section, as we're calling it in commentary. So, that is a tricky section. You see some cars have been using that curb, others have not. So, clearly maybe staying away from them might be the way to go. I think we are set for a restart. The safety car has pulled away from the rest of the pack. So we are set to go racing. It's the 195 machine that leads the way. It's still got a mandatory pit stop time that has to be completed. The next cars are a lap down, so there are only two currently on the lead lap as we go back to green flag racing out there on the circuit.
I'd love to have that Commodore's horsepower.
I'm certainly sure you would. How is the Pulsar? How's it performing out there? I imagine on the middle sector you're probably keeping up with that Commodore.
Yes, it's surprisingly a very nimble package. Credit to Dan Smith, he set that car up. It's floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. The motor's running strong. It's got good pull out of the corners, and as underpowered compared to some of the vehicles we were racing, it's all about keeping momentum up through the corners. We haven't got the horsepower to be able to drive out when we make a mistake. So it's a fantastic driver aid, and as I said, Dan had the car set up so well. So it made my job relatively easy. My stint was fairly uneventful. I just tried to manage the tyres because I knew if I'm trying to chase down Dan's lap times, which he's quite a superstar, as we call him in the pits.
Yes, yeah.
Whether deservedly or not. But yeah, if I was to try and push for his times, I would have been using too much rear tyre, sliding the car into the corners. So I just settled myself into a rhythm and percolated all right.
For you guys, have you had any tyre dramas in terms of, we've seen the one BMW, one of the race leading or race contending BMWs had an issue with a delaminated tyre. For you guys, is it one set, I imagine, for the entire race? No issues there?
Well, we had two fronts ready to go on just in case. We were just inspecting every pit stop. We actually found on this pit stop that retired us that the front tyres had started to delaminate. So we were going to swap them out at that pit stop, in fact.
the leading Pulsar is now the Ben Moore. He's back behind the wheel in number 88. A very good benefactor of that safety car. You were coming to the box, I think, at that time, but they pitted perfectly just before that safety car was called. So
Yes,
a big benefactor there.
The luck has fallen their way. Good luck. And I'm sure they'll make hay while the sun shines on that one.
He's actually very close on the road with the number 71 machine of Pepper at the moment behind the wheel of the 71 Pulsar. So it's a really good Pulsar battle. We're seeing an XL battle at the moment. The number 49 is a few laps down, but nevertheless, Johnston, the owner of the car, is throwing everything at the tail of Jack Carpenter. What do you think of the endurance race? Obviously, we'd have liked to have seen a few more cars, but I think it'll grow this event year upon year. But from your side, what do you think of the concept of this 777?
I think the concept's fantastic. It's too good a track in whatever configuration we get to race to only do sprint racing on. You know, with the laps numbers we get around here, everyone is cherished. So yes, I think this event should gather pace as the years go on, and yeah, we look forward to come back, perhaps with a little bit more reliability, and caution on the curbs.
Yes, you've learned your lesson there the hard way, haven't you? A lot of people have sort of said to me that they see potentially in the future it being used as a sort of test event for the Bathurst 6 Hour. Can you see that as well?
Yeah, I think so. Any of the 300 kilometre races or a 4-hour endurance, which is a little bit longer than 300 Ks. Oh, nice move.
Oh no! The 111 just comes in the pits at the wrong time, completely unaware. The car number 49 was on its left-hand side. Great evasive action there made by Johnston. He was certainly not expecting that. I don't think we were expecting that in the commentary box either. That was a frightful moment, but the race leader, you can see at the back of the shot, is in the lane, the Commodore. The race leader still has to serve a mandatory stop, and I think will do so now. This now is the final stop for this car. Should be able to make it to the end on a single tank of fuel. I remember a few of the Pulsar guys saying to me, coming into this sort of race, saying to me yesterday, fuel, they're using a lot more fuel than they expected. So what's the sort of fuel range of the Pulsar?
Well, it's actually funny that in all our testing, we thought, oh, the fuel consumption's high. But during the race, we've actually found they're frugal, more frugal than we thought.
Okay.
So we were expecting to take at least sort of 35 to 40 litres per stint for the drivers, but we're only taking, we're lucky to be taking 30.
Right, okay.
So the Pulsars are proving to be frugal, which is nice as we see an XL of 120 come into the pits.
Yep, Lisa Tatani in, so she's actually done 2 stints in the car, 3 drivers at the helm, the 3 ladies at the helm of this machine. I imagine she'll hand back over to Emily Duggan, but we will see. This time she has kept her seatbelts on, I note there, but they'll have to serve an extra or 1 minute stop for taking those off earlier on. But that car is now come to a stop, and now the seatbelts can come off, so Lisa Tatani is jumping out, and the BRZ's back in the lane as well. In fact, most of the runners are currently in the lane. There's not that many cars out there on the racetrack at the moment. We've got the 111 Hyundai of Carpenter in the lane. They've got to serve their final 5-minute pit stop. We've also got in the lane the 142. That should just be a splash and dash for the Integra and should leap ahead of the Commodore in this pit stop sequence. So we expect to see a change of lead. The Commodore has been leading, but will have to serve the 5-minute stop, unlike the 142, which is a simple splash and dash. Other cars in the lane are cars that unfortunately have been in there for quite some time. The car of yours, the 313 machine, and also the 464, which has returned to the lane and been in there for quite some time.
It's good to see my teammates in the garage of the 88 car, Moore and Skukovic. They suffered an engine failure on Friday night, so we all had to dive in and get that motor out and put a new one in. And then, of course, we saw in qualifying that One Wheel decided that it would like to part company from the car. So we had another, we've had some bad luck with that side of the garage, but they've come up trumps in the race.
Meanwhile, you had all the good luck early on, and now it's all turned against you.
It's motor racing. You cannot predict which way your luck is going to go.
Yes, correct. Absolutely agree with your remarks there. But you sort of touched on it there. But the Pulsar community, there's a lot of you here this weekend. There's 4 cars. There's a hell of a lot of drivers amongst you guys. But there's a real community spirit in that category.
Absolutely. And we've all come from Victoria, or we might as well call us all Victorians. We race in the series down there with the 2-litre Sports Sedan Club. And it's just a welcoming community, both the 2 litres and the Victorian APRA club. What we don't have in numbers, we make up in personality and community. So it's fantastic to be involved in.
Here's a replay of that pit lane entry. So the 111 was coming in. The 49 was blissfully unaware of that, and then very quickly became very aware of the situation, slammed on the brakes, and darted back onto the racetrack. A bizarre situation, that one we've not seen so far in this race, and I don't think we will be seeing again either. Of that, I'm quite sure. I note that 111 car has gone back onto the racetrack after just 2 minutes and 26 seconds, so maybe they did serve 2 5-minute stops, and I've just missed that. I've been pretty frugious with my pit stops and trying to keep note of who's done what, but I'm only human. I may have missed the second 5-minute compulsory stop for that car, because that should be the last stop of the race. Everybody is currently completing their last stops of the race. The 142 machine has been in the lane for a lot longer than I expected here, and the 195 Commodore has exited the lane in front. That's a real surprise to me. So the 195 has done all of its pit stops and has parted the lane in the race lead. Is there a problem with this Integra? It doesn't look like they're particularly quick at the moment. It's just been 5 minutes now it's been in the lane, and only now, or is that behind that the car? Yeah, it's behind that they're doing the driver change. That caught me out there. But I'm interested to know why the 142 has done an extra stop there, an extra 5-minute stop. It's already done its compulsory pit stops, so that's a surprise to me. So a surprise emergence at the front of the field. The Commodore ahead of the Integra, but that is the fight for the race lead.
Yes, well, I wondered, have they got a penalty that they had to serve that we're not aware of yet, or?
He was not on that list of cars that did the seatbelt or anything, so unsure there.
May have to wait and see.
15 seconds has just appeared on the screen though, as it's left the lane, so not quite sure there. So we'll try and get to the bottom of that. I'm sure Sportity will inform me, or if Blainline TV hear of anything, I'm sure they will let us know as well. But in the comments box, not quite sure at the moment on that one. But out in front, it's the Commodore from the Integra, and the BMW of Anderson is in for their splash and dash to the finish. That's a B-class car, but that's already done. It's pit stops, so yeah, that should be a slightly shorter stop to the end with 38 minutes to go in this one. Certainly had its moments. It's intriguing and exciting moments throughout. Lots of drama, particularly the race leading car coming to a halt just with an hour to go in this race. What do you think of this layout? Have you been to the Bend before?
So I've done the West Circuit and the International Circuit before, but this is the first time on the full honkin' GT circuit. It's amazing. I've loved all of the configurations, but it's just such a track that rewards commitment. I sort of tie it back to Bathurst as well. I've been lucky enough to have the opportunity to race at Bathurst, and it just, if you dig deep, you can pull so much time out of the car, out of your lap time, and it's rewarding. And all of the drivers seem to think the same. They love to keep coming back. Once they've experienced the Bend, they just want to keep coming back.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Any particular favourite section of the track for you?
I like the fast-flowing right-hand corners.
Yep.
So, funnily enough, the International and the GT circuit featured these
That's right.
Right hand flowing three corners in a row. I think, yep. And the certainly the first time I ever did the West Circuit, you get to turn 4 and everybody's saying, "Did you hold it flat? Did you hold it flat?" "Oh, I feathered. Oh, I better keep my foot into it." So you just keep your foot planted out at turn 3, accelerate hard as hard as you can go in a pulsar, of course, and just throw the thing into the corner, bounce it over the river strip, and slide it out sometimes on the other side. So that's pretty exciting, that corner.
Got to thank all of our volunteer officials and marshals out there as well. Everybody out there on the circuit, but also in race control and in pit lane and everything. Secretaries, everybody who does such an amazing job behind the scenes. Of course, our marshals out there are spread out around the racetrack. We need extra marshals when we go on the full GT circuit. We've been privileged this weekend. We've not only had the full GT circuit used for this 777, also the Australian Prototype Series, and as well the combined sedans. We've used the regular international circuit for Touring Car Masters, and also the West Circuit that you were just talking about with the XLs, and boy oh boy did they put on a show across the weekend.
I can imagine the XLs, there's always plenty of drama or action if there's no drama with those guys and girls.
If you didn't see the action yesterday in the XLs, I urge you to tune into yesterday's coverage on Blendline TV on YouTube or Facebook and watch those races. 2 absolute barnstormers. Both of the 1 hour races were absolute thrillers and drama right to the very end of the race. Will there be drama very late in this one? Well, it remains to be seen out there on the racetrack. I note that the 42 machine 6-minute stop last time by, so that's not exactly what the doctor would have ordered for car number 42, so a slow final stop, and that's put them nearly a full lap now behind this race leading Commodore. But the margin out front, 36 seconds plus an additional 15 seconds. What do you reckon that could be for?
Well, yeah, something minor.
I've put you on the spot there, haven't I?
I have. Yeah, you have. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Because yes, undoing your safety harness too early was a full minute, 60 seconds. So 15 is very minor.
Potentially speeding in the lane, something
possibly,
like that.
Yeah, quite possibly.
As we continue to focus on the Commodore, I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break. I'll hand over back, get Martin and Caro back in the box, and then with about half an hour to go, I think we'll finish off this race. But for now, I'll hand over to Mark.
So watch the Commodore take the right-hand curve. It looks to be quite a reasonably handling race car, this one. I've had the opportunity to practice behind this car, and as I said before, he's got plenty of grunt in a straight line, and as soon as those slick tyres warm up, he's got plenty of poke around the corners as well, and under brakes.
So that's the Carpenter entry there that we're looking at there in the Commodore. 33 minutes left in this race, Tim.
Yeah, it's getting towards the pointy end.
Nice little conversation there with my offsider there, Dan.
Yep.
And then he's just stepped out the box here for a little bit. It's always a bit unfortunate when you've got to be in a commentary box. I always say they're frustrated race drivers and they end up in a commentary box. It's a bit unfortunate that the Enduro's come to an end. It's not the way you want to finish your race meeting, but things are things.
Yes.
I did predict that, obviously you did some damage to the sump. You said you had oil pressure problems. Well, that's usually a leakage somewhere in the sump. And,
yes.
I predicted exactly right. So, as you said, just hit the curb down there at turn 22.
Yeah, well, Dan got on the radio and he said, I'm going to have to pit. And it just happened to line up with when he needed to pit anyway. And he said, I'm losing oil pressure. So we need to put some oil in the car on this pit stop. So, yep, let's go. Let's put it in. I'm just about ready to jump in the car. I jump in the seat and then I'm getting hands waved drastically around me. No, it's all over. Don't start it. And yes, we had a pool of oil coming out of the car from the sun. And,
so this is the Carpenter entry, which is our current race leader. So Shane Nowicki is second. So that's the Integra running out there at the moment. Did a great job there. Pitched up strategies have been very strong. But this Class C car in front, which is the car there of Dale Carpenter, this is the Carpenter, Joel Stafford, Troy Gleeson combination here this weekend. It's a pretty clean run to this stage. If you've got that's a good sight. That's the Wallace entry back out onto the track.
I would have thought with the two BMWs in the field, I thought they would have shown a stronger showing than what they've had, so they must have had issues.
Yeah, the 94 car, the Wallace car, which had Adam behind the wheel, has been missing for the last few minutes. They actually just got towed off from our recovery crew, parked up down there at about the turn 6 sector. So whatever that problem was has been rectified, and that's great to see that car back on track. It's a full family affair here this weekend, and I would suggest that it is still Adam behind the wheel there, so he might finish off this stint. But unfortunately, he's lost a lot of placings and a lot of laps, so he's a long way down the track. Was leading the race when the car did retire the first time. So unfortunately, it's got a little bit pear-shaped towards the end of this race inside of 30 minutes.
No matter where you look in whatever class of racing, there seems to always be a BMW up near the pointy end.
These two BMWs were pretty much favoured for this Enduro going into this event. Unfortunately, that one's now out of the picture. So Dale Carpenter's still out the front. Of course, the Integra running in second. Now Brodie Dominic is in the BMW 135i. His earlier stint was really strong. He was putting in some really strong laps. So he's currently, probably Dominic there, he's down a lap also. So the 195 car of Dale Carpenter, the Commodore, looking really strong as we get inside the last 30 minutes here of this Enduro. Great new concept, Tim, and obviously you've come over to be a part of this, but it certainly has been very exciting to this point. Obviously numbers not as strong.
Yes, well I think a number of major events were running at the same weekend, so it's a bit hard to choose sometimes.
Just to note there that it's actually Jack Wallace behind the wheel of that car, just been confirmed. That was the message that I got on my telephone, so that car is now being taken over by the youngster in the group there, Jack Wallace. Stepping up from Circuit XL Racing here, that we certainly did compete with alongside Jackson Sullivan in the XL Enduros yesterday. There's a big opportunity to do some production car racing here this weekend. Very early in his racing career. But if you've seen plenty of him, yes, he's certainly got plenty of talent behind the wheel.
Yes. No, it's hard to watch sometimes when you're the driver. And you're focused, and when you're not in the car, you're focused on preparing yourself for the next stint, making sure you're hydrated enough, and just watching the strategy and fine-tuning it here and there, and you miss out on a chance to watch some fantastic cars and driving going on. It's the BMW Tasty Integra.
That's a pass for second on track, and that's just happened just in front of our eyes. So Brodie Dominic foot down, and he's gone. Might be a lap down, but he's looking for overall second position in this race. So their strategy has been very strong to get him up into that position, and there they are. And there's Declan Kirkham just kept making his way back out the track as these second and third cars on track are just about in the same section. And in fact, he's going to split them.
Yes.
He's going to get in the way there, so
he'll enjoy that. He likes splitting up faster cars. Just looking, that 42 BMW has actually just set the fastest lap for the race.
So Brodie Dominic behind the wheel there, and he did that also earlier on, putting in some PBs on his first stint, which seems like an eternity ago now.
Yes.
It's a long time ago, but
indeed. XL giving the Pulsar a hard time.
So that's the 111 car. Got Cody Williams back behind the wheel there in that XL. I think Ben's behind the wheel there in the Pulsar as well.
Yep.
So good to see him back behind the wheel.
And unfortunately, I've just had a an infringement come through for that car, has fallen into the trap of the harness removal at the wrong time.
And he's come straight in.
Let's see if he doesn't.
So more straight in there. So that'll leave Cody Williams all alone. Been a few drivers caught undoing the harness before they get down to their stopping point.
They're all a bit too excited.
Yeah, so he's a bit keen to jump out the car. And well, this has been a controversial car, hasn't it? This BRZ, they've really messed up all their pit stops and haven't stopped long enough.
Oh dear.
It's taken them a while to get their full 5-minute pit stop in, but they finally have done one. I think they've actually completed both at this stage, so that car was also in the garage there for a short period.
Yes, and it's all down to good organisation between the drivers and the pit crew. You don't want to go out before 5 minutes dead. You go 4:59, you're in trouble. You've wasted all that time and you've got to come back and do it again.
49 XL Isaac Sparks now behind the wheel. He'll probably finish off the last stint. That's a 4-car team this weekend. And every driver has had a stint in that car. It's the only 4-driver team here this weekend in the Enduro. So plenty of drivers getting plenty of a nice long rest in between stints.
Yeah, well, they won't be knocked out. They'd be happy to go for another 4 hours.
So 25 minutes left on the clock here. We get back down towards really the pointy end of this Enduro. There's our lead car, Dale Carpenter, in the V8 Commodore. And he's got a nice little break. In fact, it's 40 seconds between him and Shane Nowicki, who's certainly the hard charger here.
It's quite a nice livery, that one, in blue and white. And High Tech Oil suggests that it might have been involved in a 6-hour at some point at Bathurst.
Not too sure of the total history. Certainly Dan will fill me in on that.
I've noticed
it's got a bit of an Enduro livery about it, hasn't it? That sort of typical production car look about it.
Dan has just walked back into the commentary van, so I might pass off to him.
Thanks,
it's been a
Tim.
pleasure.
There you go back and see what the rest of the crew are up to down there.
Probably saying, where are you? Want to get to help packing up.
Thanks, mate.
Good-o.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you to Tim Maynard there, who just departs the commentary box. Fastest lap of the race, last time through, just moments ago, after 3 hours and 36 minutes of competition. A 3-minute 34.8 goes the way of Dominic in the number 42 BMW. Ben Moore's just come into the lane in the Pulsar.
He just got a penalty, Dan. That's the reason why he came in. He's just serving that penalty. It's another one they got caught up in taking the harness off a little bit too early.
It's only a 1-minute penalty, but he was in the lane for 3.5 minutes there. So, yeah, that was longer than what they'd have liked. Hopefully he won't lose any places as a result of that. But boy, oh boy, it's been a bit of a race of attrition late on in penalties, hasn't it?
Yes.
The first 2 hours, it was all about strategy, and that was all playing out that way. And then in the last hour or so, cars have been falling by the wayside, getting huge penalties as well. And still, that 464 machine, despite being back out on the racetrack, is still not served its 5-minute penalty, incredibly. So despite that, a large majority of the cars are now back out on the circuit. The only one that isn't, sadly, was the man who was sitting alongside the two of us, Tim Maynard and Dan Smith. That is the only official retirement from this motor race, happening just over 1 hour ago. Out in front, it's the Commodore, and he's steadily increasing the margin, is Dale Carpenter, over Nowicki in the Integra. And sadly, despite having the supreme pace at the moment, car number 42, the crucial moment was being caught a lap down behind this car when the safety car was deployed. That's what killed that race for car number 42.
The flat tyre earlier didn't help the situation either.
That's what put it down a lap,
the
wasn't
yeah.
it? Exactly right. Without that flat tyre, I think that would have been our race-winning car. But
Brody Dominic's really wringing the neck out of that thing at the moment.
And we saw that fastest lap now.
We saw that in an earlier stint as well. Very aggressive, but unfortunately he's a lap down. So he can push along as hard as he can. There's only 21 minutes left in this race. You believe it or not, we've been sitting here for nearly 4 hours watching all this action unfold. Only one safety car intervention. That was an important one.
Certainly was. It's certainly changed the outcome of this race. As we see the race leader out there at the moment, it's a position you haven't wanted to be in throughout this race. We saw the number 94 BMW lead. That came to a stop nearly an hour ago in the lead of the race. The 42 led for a little while. That got a puncture. Generally, if you've been in the first position, you've had some sort of issue at some point, either at that time or very soon after. The 195 machine, the Commodore, will be wanting to shake that curse. Of that there is no doubt. Leading the way, and another fastest lap. 3:34 from Dominic. 3:34.7. Surely that's breaking out of his class. Surely that's A-class times from Brody Dominic. And if he does that more than once, he will get a 5-minute penalty, wasn't it, for that infringement? So you certainly don't want to be going too fast there, pushing the car to its absolute limits. That is an incredible lap time. That's 7 seconds faster than the fastest lap set by the Commodore in the race lead. 9 seconds faster last lap alone. 10 seconds faster than the Honda Integra ahead of it down the road. Absolutely incredible lap time from Brody Dominic, an up-and-comer in the Hyundai XL ranks.
It looks like he might have been an up-and-comer in production car racing here too at the moment. Wow, he is absolutely flying. Unfortunately, he's a lap down, and he's not going to have enough time at the moment. 19 minutes left on the clock, so we'll see how it goes. He can't go too fast. We might incur a penalty. We'll be under the eye of the stewards there. Jack behind the wheel at the moment. Just confirmed that. I just got the message down from the crew, but even though we've got Adam's name on the screen, it is Jack behind the wheel. Even though it's not going to matter for too much at the moment.
Sorry, I think you got me back now. So I was just saying, Bathurst 6 Hour has been dominated in recent years. Every single iteration of the Bathurst 6 Hour has been won by BMW. They've basically locked out the podium every single year since its inception. And I thought we were going to have much the same here today as well. I really did. Front row lockout. I thought that the pace that the BMWs had, yes, okay, they had 2.5 more minutes to serve in the pit stops, but they were so fast they pretty much pulled that after the first half of the race. However, mechanical issues have struck those BMWs, and it means that a Holden Commodore, a surprise leader, a C-Class car, not a B-Class car, is leading this race. It's a C-Class 1-2 with Carpenter ahead of Nowicki, the Holden Commodore ahead of the
Who would have
Hyundai
thought
Integra.
2 C-Class cars leading the race at this stage?
Correct.
Really, quarter of an hour to go. It's been quite amazing. Obviously, there's been problems with the Beamers. And Brody Dominic still going hard as well. 3:34.46 on that lap. This is not that car. This is the 120 car. That's got Maisie placed behind the wheel. No, that can't be right because that's not her gloves.
No, I agree with you there.
I don't think that's correct at all. Actually, looks like Lisa.
Yeah,
And
it's
Emily,
Duggan.
thank you. It's Emily Duggan behind the wheel, just confirmed.
Yep.
Wrong name on the timing screen there.
That makes sense to me. Lisa did the first stint, handed over to Emily. Emily handed over to Maisie. Lisa took it back over for stint 4, and the 5th and final stint at the helm. That makes sense for me to be Emily Duggan. As we say, we don't have the American gloves out there on the circuit, out there in the Hyundai XL, the Peter Page sponsored Hyundai XL with the iconic sort of Seaton Racing livery of the 90s. Driven, of course, most famously by, of course, Glenn Seaton, 2-time Australian Touring Car Champion. There is the board out there to Duggan to let her know some sort of information, whether that be previous lap time or margin to those behind.
I might be bringing it home.
Another fastest lap of the race, last time through for Brody Dominic. He's got it down now to a 34.4. 34.4,
yeah.
3 minutes 34.4. Incredible lap times being set at the moment. Let's run you through the order at the moment. Out in front of the field, it's the Commodore, the 195 machine, leading the way by 42.7 seconds. Make that a further 15 because Nowicki in second place has a 15-second penalty hanging over its head. Third position is currently going the way of Dominic, Brody Dominic. Despite the puncture, despite being caught down a lap, they are still in position number 3 and churning out incredible laps. They're the only car on lap number 51 at the lap number 52 at the moment. There's quite a few though on lap number 51. We have 3 cars on the same lap from 4th down to 6th. Stupkovic and Ben Moore, they are in the Pulsar in 4th position ahead of the first of the XLs. That's a car that is certainly punching above its weight in the 111 car, and that siren we can hear signals the end of the compulsory pit stop window. That has been closed, so no pit stops can be made from this point in time. All of the compulsory pit stops should have been completed, and I believe they have. The former race leading car, the number 94 BMW, the number 94 BMW sits in position number 6. As we look further down the order, the 464 machine, I still don't think has served that penalty. Although, to be fair, it isn't a compulsory pit stop, so therefore I think it still can be served within the final 13 minutes. However, I do say, if they haven't served it in the last hour and a half, I find it unlikely they're going to serve it now.
Just having a look at Brody Dominic. He's actually got the race leader in front of him, so that makes him exactly 1 lap down. So that's not first and second. Dominic's actually in third position. So he's got past the second car, which is Shane Nowicki. So that makes him exactly 1 lap down because he's actually beyond the race leader. There he is. Now he's going to try and put a lap on him. Put a lap for third position on the race leader. Does that make sense?
And so to get back on the lead
same
lap.
lane on
Yes,
the lead
correct.
lap.
So we've now got 3 cars once again on the lead lap. But I think it might be a case of too little, too late for Brody Dominic.
Geez, look how he gaps him. He is absolutely flying, Dominic.
Incredible. But he's got to catch 3 minutes, basically 3 minutes and 40 odd seconds in 12 minutes. I find that unlikely unless there's some major mechanical malady or drama for the Commodore, who hops over the snake section of the course and around the long loaded turn number 21, and they flick through 22 towards the hairpin. But I've just got news on the Sporty app. The 15-second penalty for the 142 machine. It was, I believe, when Zanetti was at the wheel of the car. 15 seconds for overtaking the lapped car, number 120 of Lisa Tortani, before the start-finish line on the safety car restart. That's the reason for the 15-second penalty. I think under safety car, Zanetti was actually, or it wasn't Zanetti, Zanetti was at the helm at the time, actually giving Lisa a bit of a hurry-up, going, come on, let's try and catch up to this pack. So
now this place pretty good into Dominic's hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, he's probably going to run out of time, but, you know, there could be a chance that something goes his way to make get up in the second position.
I don't think so.
I know, I'm being optimistic, but
2 minutes and 40 seconds behind with 11 minutes to go. It's going to have to be the comeback of all comebacks, I think, that one for certain. But we're looking at the race leader, car number 195, the trio in the Commodore of Dale Carpenter, Joel Stafford and Troy Gleason. As I say, they've only had the car just around 1 month. They've never raced the car prior to this weekend. It's a production car. It has raced in the Bathurst 6 Hour a couple of times, so it's, this car is used to long distance motor races, and they are just 10 minutes now from the checkered flag. Here's the number 94 machine, absolutely flying out there on the racetrack. And while I had a little bit of a breather, and we had a little respite, didn't we, when Tim Maynard came in, a couple of the guys from Blendline suggested to me, possibly, whoa, that was close. That was very, very close. Completely theoretical. The fact that the car was towed back to the lane and came back onto the track so quickly, whether it was a Control-Alt-Delete maybe, but they maybe said potentially fuel. Did it run out of fuel? I don't think that would have happened. Surely when you lead in the race that comfortably with an hour to go, you've done all your compulsory stops, to push the fuel limit to the edge, I think is a risky game to play. And if that's the case and it did backfire, then yeah, that was a silly decision. I have my doubts, I do, but I'm sure we'll find out post-race. But nevertheless, I think this has been the fastest car for much of the day, despite the stoppage and despite falling 3 laps down. They still sit in position number 6 and not too far behind the number 88 Pulsar. In fact, they've overtaken. That was a move for position we saw just before. I was unaware of that. I apologise. So that was a change of position. The 94, when it nearly ran into the back of the 88, that was for 5th position in the race.
There's the Hansfield Auto and Dyno entry there on track. Isaac Sparks on board there, currently running back in actually 9th position, 9 out of 10, just the 10 cars remaining. Only 8.5 minutes remaining in this inaugural Enduro here, the 777 Endurance Crown. And it's probably been not the way we would have probably thought at this stage of the race where our lead cars are. 2 C-class cars on top of the heap. And Dale Carpenter doing a terrific job. So he'll just be on his merry way. How's Dominic going? Doing pretty consistent 334s there.
I was told yesterday when I spoke to Troy down there in the lane, who's co-driver of the 195 machine, he said, me and Joel Stafford will do a bit of the driving, but the main driver will be Dale Carpenter, and it has been throughout the race, and we can see why. The consistent lap times that he's churning out, lap after lap after lap. I mean, his last lap was only 0.3 slower than his best for the entire motor race. That is pure consistency.
That's what it's all about in enduro racing. So Carpenter on board there, and Emily Duggan in the 120 car? What's that signal?
Yeah, this car's not running right. I don't know if it's stuck in gear or what, but to me it's not pulling right. And we'll see if this car comes into the lane now. I think she's going to try and bring it home, but it is not sounding on song to me, and she's pulling over to the inside of the circuit, not to get in anybody else's way. But that has very, very little poke in a straight line. I'm trying to work out what that gesture means.
Third gear?
I think she's in fourth at the moment. Third and fourth.
Third and fourth. Thank you.
Down to third, and I don't think we'll see it go down to second. I think that's exactly what it is. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that confirmation. It's very good when you can chat to drivers live on air.
A few hand signals there just to confirm which part of the gear selection's not right. Not long to go, Emily. We're nearly home.
Just 6 minutes left on the clock in this one. That'll be a couple of laps, although let's be honest, if you're stuck in third and fourth gear, that will probably be a little bit longer than that. It'll probably be a 5-minute lap time as she goes into the hairpin. Where are they on the road at the moment? They are in 8th position and a lap ahead of the Isaac Sparks Hyundai at the moment. Or actually several laps ahead. I've just got up to see the timing screen a little bit closer. So 3 laps ahead. So in 8th position, 3 laps ahead of Isaac Sparks. So the 195 continues to lead and is actually extending that margin at the moment. Oh, a little bit of a run wide there by Declan Kirkham, who's pushing the limits in the number 71 machine. And he's pretty much matching his best lap of the race last time through, just half a second off last time by. That seems like that's what everyone's doing at the moment. They're thinking, 5 minutes to go, I'm by myself on the racetrack, let's go for a PB lap.
Why not? Better late than never.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
Declan Kirkham on shot there. The message, Bellicelli got the foot down as well. Inside the 5-minute marker here. So we're about to find out if Carpenter can hang on. Massive lead, 49 seconds. He just needs to keep driving it. There's only going to be a couple more laps involved here. Kirkham out there at the moment, as you mentioned, back in 7th position. For Team Pulsar down there. We've heard a few stories when Timmy was up here a little earlier.
That's right. There's actually a reasonably good scrap between the 2 Pulsars. So the 88 Pulsar is the one leading the way at the moment. That was the huge benefactor of the safety car. It did half of its 5-minute stop in that safety car cycle, and that means that it drastically moved up the order ahead of the 71 car we were just looking at. And in fact, we were watching that lap that Declan Kirkham just said his PB lap of the entire motor race, 3 minutes 50.7. So he's trying to close the margin down at the moment, but he is about half a lap behind his fellow Pulsar.
Oh, no.
Oh, I think the gearbox has let go with just 4 minutes left of the race. Hopefully she can get it back going, but no, that doesn't sound particularly good to me.
She's just trying to park it out of harm's way there.
Emily Duggan is going to come to a stop. That is absolutely devastating. After 3 hours and 57 minutes, you can hear her distraught voice there. She's absolutely devastated. After so long that car was running, it has come to a halt in the dying moments. It's sort of like Le Mans when the Toyota famously stopped on the final lap.
She's parked right down on the eastern part of the circuit. You can see the control tower there in the background. There we go. There you see from that shot there. So she's a long way from anybody down there. She's a few quiet moments towards the end of this race. That's just cruel when you...
Do I stay in the car?
At least she, the good news is at least she has got out of harm's way. So that means we can stay green flag to the end of this race. So she is well out of harm's way. But unfortunately, an 8th place finish has gone begging in the final moments of this one, as we commence what I believe will be the final lap of the race with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
This is the moment. So for Team Carpenter, Stafford and Gleeson, they're looking like victory here in the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here this weekend. Well, it's not probably what we expected.
No.
But you take them any way you can get them.
What I take from this race is, okay, we didn't have necessarily the numbers that we might have liked, but this race has had drama, it's had twists, it's had turns, it's certainly had its moment, and it's not been a terrible 4-hour endurance race. It's certainly been intriguing, of that there is no doubt, and out in front and still increasing the margin is Dale Carpenter out at the head of this field in that VF Commodore. The Club Sport machine heads down the hill for the final time and completes the Sector 1 and heads on the extension. The the full 777, the 7.77 kilometre layout. We said earlier, didn't we, it's an immaculately presented machine, is this Commodore, as he turns around into the snake section of the course. In second position is Nowicki, and even with that 15-second penalty, will finish nearly 2 minutes clear of Dominic. So it's Shane Nowicki, it's Robert Zanetti and Mitchell McGarry in their Honda Integra, and then in third position, and notably leader of Class B, Brody Dominic, and also as well his co-drivers in the number 42 machine, Brody Dominic, Kim Anderson and Brian Smith, the XL trio, winning Class B. A great recovery from car 94 in the last lap or so. In fact, it has just, I think, overtaken the 111 machine. So the 111 Hyundai gets demoted down to 5th position of Kobe Williams, Jake Carpenter and Lucy Sidwell, but still a top 5 finish in this race. A very, very commendable effort from those guys, beating all of the pulsars, which, as we said at the start of the race, were a good 10 or 15 seconds a lap faster. So very good effort from them. We're turning our attention back to this car now. It's got less than a couple of handfuls of corners to go. Here is the number 42 machine. It led a portion of this race and looks set for a very, very strong finish. It's still going to finish, by the looks of it, on the podium is the number 42 BMW, but that puncture, that front left puncture, really, really damaged their race. You can see the ABS lights, the hazard lights, as it was slamming down on the brakes and down through the gearbox. Dale Carpenter is going to bring this Commodore home, just a couple of corners away now around this very, very long Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Back down through the gearbox in the Commodore. It's been a really nice drive from these guys. All three of them have not put a foot wrong. They nailed the strategy, and as a result, they are going to be the victors by nearly an entire minute. He slides out the final corner. Dale Carpenter wins the inaugural.
No checkered flag yet.
Oh, no, we go one more.
No checkered flag yet. Don't call it too early.
That's a shock to me.
I thought that was going to be the case there, Dan. Looks like they're going to get another one in. So it's not all over yet.
So it's a 4-hour plus 1 lap endurance race by the looks of it. We've already done 4 hours and 1 minute, so let's send them round for another one.
So got to do it again. So come through the 195 car, Dale Carpenter. Dan's just talked about all the strategies of this team and how it's been. It's going to be a successful day. Headlights ablaze and darkening conditions here again. So goes around turn 6.
Weather was a potential factor in this race, but it never came. Like yesterday,
Yeah,
we were
right.
expecting a lot of rain yesterday, and only this qualifying session got a torrential downpour. It actually did not benefit this car, the rain. This car was not suited to the wet conditions and qualified a little bit further down the order than what they probably would have liked. Oh no, the 42 car from third position has come into the lane. Is that another puncture? I saw it was up on the jacks. It's a quick stop. But will they lose position number 3? An outright podium finish right at the death of this race. I bet they were thinking it's a 4-hour race, you can cruise across the line, but no. What drama in this 777 Enduro Crown late on. This last hour has seen cars fall by the wayside, left, right and centre. We saw the Dan Smith and Tim Maynard Pulsar fall by the wayside just a few moments ago. Of course, we saw the 120 machine, the Totani, Duggan and Place Hyundai Excel grind to a halt. We've seen the number 94 that led a large majority of this race. That came to a stop with some sort of gremlin as well. At least they've got that one refired, but it's been a race of attrition in the last hour or so. But this Commodore, at this point in time, as we say, has been very nice. You could tell it was what he thought was the final lap. He came out the final corner all sideways, putting on a show.
I think everybody thought the same along there, Dan. We certainly did, but surely this is checkered flag time. Past the stricken 120 car back there on the infield, so they're heading back towards us once again. The link back up to what would normally be the international circuit here.
He's still pushing there. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said, so not too much further to go here. Headlights ablaze. Certainly stand out in these gloomier conditions here at the moment. Been a big effort from this team. Brand new car. Only had the car a month. It hasn't had too much development at all, which they've done a terrific job. And in typical Holden fashion, running strong right to the end.
It really is. Under brakes again, those lights flashing, they really do show that there, but he's really pushing on this final lap, that is for sure. Are we going to get a PB lap on the final lap of the race? Surely not. Surely those tyres are well past their best now. His last lap was nearly 3 seconds off his best. Headlights are on. He's been letting the traffic know throughout this race that he is coming through. And that is exactly what he's going to do around the final corner. We'll take two. We'll say it again.
Let's have a look
for
again.
the second attempt. The 195 machine comes around the final corner. Dale Carpenter, Joel Stafford, and Troy Gleason.
No.
I am stumped.
We're well over time. So why haven't we seen a checkered flag? What is going on here?
Is it a 5-hour endurance race and we haven't been told?
Surely that would have been the end.
What they say though, don't they? Race to the checkered flag.
Yeah.
And we have not seen one. So round we go again. The only checkered flag I've seen is on one of the Pulsars. I think there it is.
Yeah, it is.
The checkered flag.
And
No Marshall. Has he gone to the toilet or something? Ah, here we are. That's a red flag he's grabbing there. So maybe the race has already finished.
Controversial. What is going on here?
That
That marshal was not grabbing the checkers.
No, he was definitely grabbing the red flag.
Ah, here we go. Last lap board has been shown, so that has been lit up. So this is definitely it.
So the inaugural 777 Enduro Crown looks like it's going to be about 4 hours and 7 or 8 minutes in length, a little longer than what we expected. The only thing I can think of is, if you remember, the warm-up lap at the start of the race was 8 minutes in length. Maybe they've added that 7 or 8 minutes on to the end of the race. That's the only thing I can possibly think of, that we've got 4 hours of green flag running from start to finish. But the time started ticking down when the warm-up lap began. But the warm-up lap was 8 minutes in length. So that's my only rational thinking there anyway. But we'll go for take three. Three time is a charm. We believe this is now the final lap of the race. There is now a marshal in the tower. There is a flag that shall be waved. Whether it's checkered or red remains to be seen. Out in front though, Carpenter's enjoying himself. He's just extended the margin.
Look at that second too. Look at him jumping that car around. He wants to get this over and done with. There's no doubt about that.
He's extended the margin out to over a minute now.
You can tell that too. We can get a little bit aggressive here towards the end.
Just going back to car 42, it did rejoin the circuit in third place, and it is over a lap still ahead of the 94th car. So that's important for third position outright in Battle of B class, Battle of the BMW class. It is going to go the way of the little hatchback, the number 42 machine, barring any drama or any more racing laps that they want to throw upon us in this race. That does look like it's going to go the way of the young kid Brody Dominic and the two Hyundai XL veterans in Brian Smith and Kim Anderson. But the 195 machine is out in front and is coming back onto the international circuit once again. We still have 10 runners out there on the circuit, and they've put on a good show for us here this afternoon at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, around an hour's drive southeast of Adelaide. Oh, he's really pushing again there, just missing the apex.
You can tell that. You can see that down the back of the circuit too, right out on the painted curves. So, there's a lot of aggression in that car, just trying to get the job done, just trying to bring it home.
All right, here we go.
Surely it's this time.
Into the penultimate corner goes the 195 machine. I'm getting a sense of deja vu, like I've done this before. The 195 machine. Dale Carpenter, you probably know them all off by heart now. The 195 machine. Dale Carpenter comes around the final corner, and the checkered flag.
That's the flag.
Is
That's
out.
it.
There we go.
That's it. So well done to the team, Carpenter.
Carpenter, Joel Stafford and Troy Gleeson taking the victory in what looks like it's going to be by over a minute from this machine. They've certainly driven a good race, have the guys in the Integra, but in the end I think they're going to come up just short. It's Robert Zanetti, Mitchell McGarry, who regularly races in 86s, but at the wheel at the moment it's another XL front runner in Shane Nowicki. I think he was in the top 5 in the trophy category over the last couple of years. He is a XL front runner here in South Australia as the car goes around turn number 34 and will head towards the line. Around the final kink, the long sweeping right-hander, the Honda Integra, is going to finish and does in second position. A great performance from them. There is third position, down a lap, but directly behind on the road, Brodie Dominic. A late scare for that team, a late pit stop. Applause for that particular outfit, but that was a strange one late on.
Yeah, I don't know what they come in that late point, but they'll still get up in the third position. Along with him and of course Brian Smith and Kim Anderson in that team. It's been a solid effort.
Next up was going to be the double 8 machine. That is going to be Stopkovic and the Ben Moore Nissan Pulsar, and they do finish in position number 6. We turn our attention back to the car in 4th position though, number 94. It's Adam Wallace behind the wheel.
No, it's Jack. It is Jack behind the wheel.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll trust you.
I got the message. It's all good. So Jack does the final stint there. So the youngest of the crew there in the Wallace family makes his way through, and yeah, they were the ones that brought out the first safety car.
And only, first and
only safety car. So they've managed to fight back, and they will get 4th position here in this 777 Endurance Crown race here this weekend. A little bit of tail out there at the final turn, and that is overall 4th position on track. So good effort to finish off.
A good drive in that final stint from him, because he overtook several XLs and Pulsars, was down in 7th or 8th position, so to recover to finish 4th was a very good achievement there. And now we await the winner in Class D. Top 5 finish for the car, not this one. This is the 464 that I still do not think at any point served that 5-minute penalty. And I think it got all of its compulsory pit stops in, but did not serve that penalty. So add 5 minutes onto that car. It's already at the back. In fact, fastest lap of its race on the final lap, a 3-minute 47.9, saving the best right to the very, very end and beyond in the case of this race. As around the final corner comes our Class D winner. These guys have done an incredible job in the 111 car. Finishing in the final stint, Kobe Williams alongside him, Lucy Sidwell and Jake Carpenter. That's one of the drives of the race in my opinion.
Done a terrific job to win that class, and what are we waiting for?
The only one we're waiting on is not going to come.
No,
it's
because
the
that's
Duggan car.
That's the Tony Duggan and place entry, so that's parked up down the eastern part of the circuit. All cars have crossed the line.
Yeah, all cars, yeah, absolutely have crossed the line. The course car is going out to say that the race has been concluded. Quite an enjoyable 4-hour race. 4 hour and 12 minutes. It was a bit longer than we were expecting there. A couple of bonus laps. Oh, is that the tyres or is it just kicking up a bit of dirt? I'm not sure. No, I think he's just kicking up a bit of dirt off the racing line as we see the race winners come into the lane. Dale Carpenter doing that final stint. Brilliant performance from these guys throughout, as you say. They did not put a foot wrong on strategy, on driving, on the actual pit stops themselves. It really was a professional performance.
It certainly was. And obviously there'll be some trophy presentations down at the podium at the completion here when the drivers get back, and there'll be plenty of celebrations and champagne flowing. I can bet you bottom dollar on that.
Certainly.
So that's exactly what will happen. So, geez, Dan, that's the end of the series.
Certainly is a good way to end things. The South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAM Champs, as we see the victors of the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown turn into their pit garage, and they will absolutely celebrate that one. Of that, there is no doubt. Here are the guys that finished in second and third. That Honda Integra yesterday had a real issue with the engine mount, and they had to fix that in the early hours of this morning to get it ready for this race. That car was not going to be able to complete the distance otherwise, and this was the late tale of woe, the car that we did not see cross the line. Maisie Place was one of those drivers. Emily Duggan finished the race, and at least Totani as well. The three ladies, unfortunately, recording a DNF in the end. Mark, you've watched all of the racing this year. Thanks ever so much from myself and from everybody who's enjoyed your commentary throughout.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for coming along and being a part of a few rounds, certainly, as long as Blendline TV is concerned here, over the 2024 season. 8 rounds completed in the SAM Champs. It's all over, and we'll be back certainly next year. We'll keep an eye out for the calendar next season in future weeks. That'll be drawn out, and we also like to people that have tuned in, and thanks for watching us here on Blendline TV over the course of this series. Well, there's a bit of Wallace action. Young Jack letting off a bit of steam there.
Certainly is. Thank you, Martin and Caro. I'm Dan McCarthy. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the South Australian Motor Racing Championships this year, and many of those rounds broadcast on Blendline TV. Thanks ever so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you back here in 2025. Stay abreast of things to do with this series on the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park website. Have a great Christmas, and we look forward to seeing you back here in 2025.
It's a very good afternoon to everybody.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race heat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au. Activate. Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race heat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.